Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening where enchanting tales await to transport you to magical and peaceful places. As the gentle whispers of spring breeze through the night, it's the perfect season to relax and renew your spirit with soothing stories. Let the warmth of these tales cradle you into gentle dreams, building anticipation for the delightful journeys that lie ahead. As we embark on this calming adventure, may your heart be filled with tranquility, and may tomorrow greet you with a wonderful start. Cozy up, and let's begin this enchanting night together. Story 1. In the heart of the world, where the sun's final golden rays surrendered each evening to the silver kiss of the moon, there lay the Ancient Forest of Lumenwood. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the trees stood as tall and wise as grandfathers, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. By day it was a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but by night it truly awoke. Moonlight, soft and silvery, filtered through the canopy, painting the mossy ground in patterns of lace. The very air hummed with a gentle, ancient magic, a rhythm as old as the stars. It was on such a night, beneath a sky freckled with starlight, that a young fox named Rowan felt a restlessness in his paws. Rowan was russet-furred and bright-eyed, with a curiosity that often led him far from his cozy den. Tonight a soft, melodic sound, like distant wind chimes made of crystal, drifted on the breeze. It was a sound he'd never heard before, a calling that tugged at his very spirit. He padded silently past the great Sentinel Stones, moss-covered monoliths that stood guard at the forest's edge. As he passed, he pressed his ear to the cool, damp stone. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through him, a language of comfort and stability. "All is well, little traveler," the stones seemed to murmur. "The path is safe beneath your feet." Further in, Rowan came to the Babbling Brook, a ribbon of liquid silver that chuckled and whispered over smooth, water-worn pebbles. He dipped his nose to the water, and the brook seemed to giggle, its droplets splashing like tiny bells. "Follow the sound, follow the light," it gurgled merrily. "The answer you seek waits in the heart of the night." Guided by the brook's advice, Rowan ventured deeper. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety moss and fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot, a natural ASMR that soothed his nerves. The wind sang a gentle shushing song as it combed through the pine needles high above. He soon entered a clearing he had never seen before, and he stopped, his breath catching in his throat. This was the Starlit Glade. The canopy opened completely to the starry sky, and the entire clearing was awash with a soft, ethereal glow. It was not just from the moon. All around him, bioluminescent wonders pulsed with a gentle light. Glimmer-Moths with wings like stained glass drifted lazily on the air, leaving trails of faint gold dust. Fungus on fallen logs emitted a soft blue radiance, and even the flowers, starlight bellflowers, trembled with a pearlescent sheen. It was a symphony of quiet light and softer shadow. In the center of the glade stood the oldest, grandest tree Rowan had ever seen. This was elderwood, a great oak whose gnarled branches seemed to hold up the sky itself. And perched on a low, thick branch was a great gray owl, her feathers the color of wood smoke in moonlight. Her eyes, large and luminous, held the deep, patient wisdom of countless turning seasons. This was Lyra, the keeper of cycles. "You have heard the calling, little one," Lyra said, her voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated in the air like the lowest note of a flute. It wasn't a question. Rowan bowed his head respectfully. "I have, wise one, a sound like crystals. It made me feel restless, as if something is ending and something else is waiting to begin." Lyra blinked slowly. "What you hear is the turning chime. It rings only when a season is preparing to shift in its sleep. The forest is preparing to rest. The vibrant life of summer is yielding to the quiet introspection of autumn. As she spoke, Rowan noticed the subtle changes around him. A few leaves, once a vibrant green, were now tinged with gold and crimson. The air carried a new, crisp coolness. The frantic, joyful energy of summer was softening into a more thoughtful, gentle rhythm. He felt a pang of sadness. He loved the long, warm nights and the bustling activity. But must it end? He asked, his voice small. The warmth, the light, the playing. Lyra spread one wing, gesturing to the glade. Look at the Glimmer-Moths, little fox. Their light is beautiful, is it not? Rowan nodded. And yet if they glowed with that same fierce intensity all night, every night they would grow weary. Their light would dim. They need the deep, quiet dark to rest and renew their magic. So it is with the forest, so it is with all of us. She hopped gracefully from her branch and led him to a still, dark pool at the edge of the glade. Look, she whispered. Rowan peered into the water. It was so clear it was like a window into another world. He saw the reflection of the starry sky, but then the image shifted. He saw the forest as it would soon be, a blaze of autumn color, then a silent, sleeping world under a blanket of snow, the trees standing as silent, patient guardians. He saw the Glimmer-Moths asleep in cocoons of spun light, and the brook running slow under a pane of ice. But then the vision changed again. He saw the snow melt, the first green shoots push through the earth, and the Glimmer-Moths emerging anew, their light even more brilliant than before. The forest does not die, Rowan, Lyra said softly, her words accompanied by the gentle plink-plink of dew beginning to fall from the leaves above. It merely dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for a new awakening. The challenge is not in the ending, but in trusting the quiet, in learning the wisdom of rest. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, pattering shower. The sound on the broad leaves of the guardian ferns was a peaceful, rustling percussion. The raindrops kissed the glowing fungi, making them sparkle, and danced on the surface of the pool, creating ripples that distorted the reflections into swirling galaxies of light. Rowan sat back, the restlessness in his paws finally quieting. He understood now. The crystal chime was not a sound of loss, but a lullaby. It was the forest singing itself to sleep, promising that the light and warmth were not gone forever, only waiting their turn to return. What must I do? He asked the owl. Listen, she said simply. Listen to the secret language that surrounds you. The stones will teach you steadfastness. The stream will teach you about flowing with change, not fighting it. The trees will teach you that to shed what is no longer needed is not a weakness, but a strength that allows for new growth. And the silence will teach you everything else. So Rowan stayed there in the Starlit Glade, with the wise owl for company, as the gentle rain washed over the world. He listened to the rhythm of the droplets, the deep, steady hum of elderwood, the final, distant chime of the turning. He watched the Glimmer-Moths find shelter under leaves, their lights winking out one by one like stars at dawn, knowing it was time for their rest. He felt no more fear for the coming cold or the long nights. Instead, he felt a part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal, of releasing and becoming. The forest was not afraid to sleep, so why should he be? When the rain ceased and the clouds parted, the moon emerged, brighter than ever, casting long, soft shadows. The air smelled of damp earth, clean and new. Lyra gave a soft, approving hoot and took to the wing, her silent flight a blessing over the glade. Rowan the fox made his way home, his steps light and sure. He paused once more by the Babbling Brook, which now seemed to whisper a slower, more contemplative song. He touched his nose to a Sentinel Stone, which radiated a deep, warm comfort. He returned to his den, curled up in its earthy warmth, and listened. He heard the wind's gentle sigh through the pines, the last few drips of rain from the canopy, and the deep, resonant quiet of a world at peace with itself. The magic of the forest was not just in its brilliant, bioluminescent light, but also in its profound and necessary dark. It was in the wisdom of cycles, the friendship of ancient beings, and the comforting truth that after every ending, without fail, comes a gentle, glorious beginning. And with that knowledge held close to his heart, Rowan closed his eyes and drifted into a deep, dreamless, and restorative sleep. Story 2. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane, a soft pit-pat that made the world outside feel muffled and far away. Inside, the fire in the hearth danced and swayed, casting long, leaping shadows that played across the walls of the quiet house. It was on just such an afternoon that a young girl named Clara found herself with nothing to do, and a whole, sleepy day to do it in. Her mother had suggested, in that gentle way of hers, why not explore the attic, dear? It's full of forgotten stories. And so, with a creak of ancient hinges and a puff of dust that danced in the single sunbeam cutting through the round window, Clara stepped into the attic. It smelled of old books, dried lavender, and time itself. Trunks lined the walls like sleeping beasts, and forgotten furniture wore ghostly white sheets. Ciarararik went the floorboards beneath her feet, a low, groaning conversation with the house. It was in a small wooden chest tucked beneath the eaves, a chest she found only because a friendly orange-striped cat named Marmalade had decided to curl up on top of it, his purr a steady, rumbling motor, brrrr brrrr brrrr, that Clara made her discovery. She gently nudged him aside. He gave a sleepy mrro of protest and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, was not a piece of jewelry or a stack of letters, but a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was not marked with north, south, east, and west. Instead, it bore 4 delicate symbols: a softly glowing hearth, a single shining tear, a pair of intertwined hands, and a closed, sleeping eye. The needle, rather than pointing north, spun in a slow, lazy circle before settling, with a faint tink, on the symbol of the sleeping eye. Clara picked it up. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, a feeling of profound stillness washed over her. The dust motes in the air seemed to slow their dance. The gentle drip-drop of a leak in the far corner became a distant, rhythmic chime. She knew with a certainty that felt as old as the house itself that this was no ordinary compass. It was a compass of the heart. Just then the needle gave a little shiver and spun again, this time pointing directly at Marmalade, who was now washing a paw with immense concentration. The symbol of the intertwined hands glowed with a soft, golden light. "Are you to be my guide, then?" Clara asked the cat, feeling only a little foolish for talking to an animal. Marmalade paused his washing, blinked his great golden eyes at her, and then, with a swish of his tail, trotted toward the attic stairs. He looked back over his shoulder, as if to say, "Well, are you coming or not?" This was the beginning of Clara's journey, a journey not measured in miles, but in moments of courage. Her first challenge was simply to follow. Down the creaking attic stairs they went, through the quiet, sleeping house, the compass warm in her palm, its needle now pointing steadily ahead. Marmalade led her to the library, a room of towering shelves and the rich, comforting smell of leather and paper. In a deep, winged armchair sat a small, elderly mouse, wearing tiny spectacles and reading a minuscule book bound in what looked like birch bark. This was Pippin, the librarian of Lost Whispers. Marmalade gave a soft PRRT, and Pippin looked up, his spectacles glinting. "Ah," he squeaked, his voice like the turning of a thin, delicate page. "The Heartstone compass, it has been asleep for a long time. It seems it has chosen you to wake it properly." Clara held out the compass. "What does it do?" "It does not show you where you are," Pippin explained, tapping the glass face with a tiny claw. Tap, tap. "It shows you what is needed. The hearth for comfort, the tear for sorrow, the hands for help, and the eye for what is hidden and must be seen. The needle points to where that need resides." a journey of courage, you see. The courage to see a need and answer it. As if on cue, the needle shivered and spun, landing on the symbol of the tear, which shimmered with a soft, silvery light. It pointed not at a person, but at the grand piano standing in the corner of the room, covered with a dust cloth. "The piano is sad," Clara asked, bewildered. "Not the piano itself," Pippin corrected gently, "but a memory held within its strings, a song that was left unfinished, a story without an ending. It weeps in the silence between the notes." Clara's courage wavered. How could she mend a sad song? She was no musician. But the compass felt warm and reassuring in her hand, and Marmalade rubbed against her legs, his purr a steady anchor. Brrrr, brrrr, brrrr. This was her second challenge, the courage to try, even when she didn't know how. She walked to the piano and pulled the dust cloth away with a soft wuff. The dark wood gleamed in the firelight. She sat on the stool, the compass resting on the lid beside her, its silvery glow pulsing gently. She lifted the cover from the keys. For a long moment, she simply listened. The house was quiet, save for the whisper of the rain and the crackle of the fire. But then, beneath it all, she heard it, a faint, melancholic hum, a vibration of sorrow held deep within the instrument. It was the loneliest sound she had ever heard. She didn't know how to play, so she did the only thing she could think of. She placed her fingers gently on the cool, smooth keys and began to press them, one at a time. The notes were clumsy and disconnected at first, a jumble of sound. But she played with kindness, imagining she was listening to the piano's story, offering it a friendly ear. She played a low, soft note that rumbled like distant thunder. She played a high, clear note that chimed like a raindrop on a leaf. She wasn't making a song, she was having a conversation. After a time, a new helper arrived. A little brown spider, whom Pippin introduced as Seraphina, lowered herself from a ceiling beam on a silken thread. "Sh-sh-sh-sh-sh-sh," went the thread as she descended. "Your notes are kind," Seraphina said, her voice a delicate whisper, "but they are lost. They need a home, a pattern to live in. Watch." And with incredible grace, Seraphina began to weave her web in the air above the piano, her legs moving in a complex, beautiful dance. And as she wove, she hummed, a soft, intricate melody that wove through the clumsy notes Clara was playing, giving them shape and direction. It was a melody of gentle rain and hopeful sunbreaks, of memories both sweet and sad, all held together. Clara followed the melody, her fingers finding the right keys, her heart understanding the story the piano was trying to tell. It was a story of a lullaby begun long ago for a child who had left, a song that had never been finished because the singer had been called away. The final note, the one that had been missing, was not a grand, crashing chord, but a single, soft, high note that hung in the air like a starlight and then slowly faded. As it faded, the melancholic hum within the piano faded with it, replaced by a warm, contented silence. The silvery glow of the tear on the compass dimmed, and the needle went still. Clara felt a wave of quiet joy. She had been brave enough to listen and kind enough to help finish a story. She hadn't traveled far, but she had journeyed deep into a heart of sorrow and helped to heal it. The rain had stopped. A patch of watery sunlight fell through the library window. Pippin the mouse nodded approvingly from his chair, and Seraphina the spider sat proudly in the center of her newly finished web, which glistened with 1,000 tiny rainbows. Marmalade leaped onto the piano bench and settled into Clara's lap, his purr vibrating through her, a sound of pure contentment. Clara looked down at the heartstone compass in her hand. The needle was spinning slowly once more, and then it stopped. Tink. It pointed directly at her, and the symbol of the hearth glowed with a deep, warm, golden light. And she understood. The greatest comfort, the coziest hearth, was not always a place, but a feeling you carried inside you, the warm, quiet glow that came from being brave enough to be kind. She sat there in the peaceful library, surrounded by her strange and wonderful friends, the fire crackling softly and the world outside fresh-washed and new, and she knew she was home. The journey was complete. Story 3. In the heart of the world, where the sun's last golden fingers could never quite reach, lay the ancient forest of whispers. This was no ordinary woodland, for here the moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy, and magic breathed in the very air, as tangible as the mist that curled around gnarled roots at twilight. The forest lived by its own rhythm, one of soft footfalls and hushed conversations, where the nocturnal creatures moved with purpose and grace, their eyes holding the gentle wisdom of countless cycles. Each evening, as the last blush of sunset faded from the sky, the forest awakened. First came the fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies blinking in intricate patterns, casting pools of soft green and gold light upon the mossy ground. Then the owls began their low, melodic hooting, not as warnings but as greetings. Bats swept through the clearings in silent, dancing arcs, while foxes with coats the color of crushed velvet padded along hidden pathways. Tonight, a young badger named Juniper was feeling particularly restless. She had noticed something troubling. The edges of the leaves on the great oaks were curling inward, their vibrant green fading to a weary yellow far too early in the season. The streams, usually bubbling with clear, joyful water, now ran sluggish and quiet. Even the stones along the path seemed to hum with a low, anxious vibration. Juniper knew the forest was speaking, but she couldn't quite understand what it was saying. Determined to seek answers, she set off toward the starlit clearing, a place where the tree canopy opened completely to the sky, allowing the constellations to press close. It was said that in this clearing, one could hear the truest whispers of the world. Her journey took her along a path of velvet moss, soft and springy beneath her paws. Moonbeams filtered through the leaves above, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of silver and shadow. As she walked, Juniper listened carefully. The wind rustled through the pine needles, a sound like gentle rainfall, and she heard the trees murmuring to one another in their slow, patient language. They spoke of deep roots and reaching branches, of sunlight stored and shared, of the subtle shift in the air that foretold the coming change of seasons. "Something is out of balance," whispered a birch tree, its leaves trembling. "The streams are weary," sighed a willow, dipping its branches toward the water. Juniper paused by a brook that usually chattered happily. Now it merely gurgled, the sound thick and drowsy. She dipped her paw into the water and felt its tired coolness. Leaning close, she heard the stream's faint song, a melody about flowing from mountain springs, about quenching thirst and carrying stories, but now it was a song interrupted, as if the stream itself was forgetting how to sing. Further along, she placed her ear against a large, moss-covered stone. Stones held the oldest memories, and this one hummed with a deep, resonant frequency. It spoke not in words but in feelings, a sense of holding fast through storms, of providing shelter for tiny insects, of grounding the forest with its steadfast presence. But tonight the stone's vibration was uneasy, humming of disruption in the natural order. It was in the starlit clearing that Juniper found the one she sought. Perched on a low, smooth branch of an ancient oak was Orion, a great horned owl whose feathers were the color of night, and whose eyes held the soft luminescence of the moon itself. Orion was the elder of the forest, a keeper of cycles and a reader of silent signs. He did not lecture, he simply observed and shared what he saw. "Your steps are heavy with questions, little one," Orion said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended with the night sounds. Juniper sat before him, the starlight making her black and white stripes gleam. "The forest is tired, Orion. The leaves are curling, the streams are slow, and the stones are anxious. What is happening? The season of full bloom should not be ending so soon." Orion blinked slowly, his gaze sweeping across the clearing. The forest follows the great wheel of seasons, Juniper. Each has its purpose: spring for awakening, summer for thriving, autumn for releasing, and winter for resting. But the magic that guides this wheel is a delicate thing, woven from the cooperation of all who live here. It seems the forest has forgotten how to prepare for its rest. It is trying to stay in summer, and in doing so, it is exhausting itself. He explained that the seasonal magic was like a deep, rhythmic breath. The in-breath was growth and expansion. The out-breath was release and renewal. Without the out-breath, the in-breath grows shallow and weak. The trees hold onto their leaves too tightly, fearing the bareness of winter, Orion continued. The streams try to run too fast, refusing to be slowed by ice. The very earth clenches against the coming cold. In resisting the cycle of rest, they are draining the magic that sustains them. Juniper's heart ached. But how do we remind them? How do we show them that rest is not an ending? Orion turned his head almost completely around, a sign he was consulting the deepest memories. You must speak to them in the languages they understand. You must help them remember the beauty of letting go. Listen for the sigh of the wind through the bare branches. Feel the peace of the first snowfall. Hear the poetry of the quiet, frozen stream. The forest has forgotten these things. It needs a reminder. With Orion's wisdom settling in her heart, Juniper knew what she had to do. She would not command or force. She would guide and remind. She began with the trees, especially the great oak that stood as the grandfather of the forest. She did not speak with words, but with actions. She found the most beautifully colored autumn leaf, a vibrant crimson, and instead of holding it, she let it go, watching it spiral and dance on the breeze until it settled softly on the moss. She did this again and again, a silent demonstration of release. She visited the anxious birch and the sighing willow, and she simply sat with them, her calm presence a quiet testament to the peace that follows surrender. Slowly, she felt a shift. The trees began to rustle their leaves, not in fear, but in a gentle agreement. One by one, they began to release their hold, allowing their leaves to fall in a beautiful, silent rain of gold, amber, and ruby. Next, she went to the weary streams. She sat by the bank and began to hum a low, soothing melody, a lullaby her mother had sung to her. It was a song of slow currents and deep pools, of rest beneath a blanket of ice, of dreams of springtime flows. She dipped her paw into the water and traced slow, swirling patterns. The stream, hearing the melody and feeling the gentle touch, began to remember. Its gurgle grew softer, more content, accepting its coming slumber instead of fighting it. Finally, she visited the stones. She pressed her warm body against their cool surfaces, sharing her warmth and her steady, calm heartbeat. She reminded them, through her presence, that their role as anchors was most vital during the time of rest, when they would hold the sleeping seeds and protect the dormant roots. The anxious humming softened into a deep, contented thrum, the sound of the earth itself settling in for a long, peaceful sleep. As she worked, the other nocturnal creatures joined her. The foxes began to gather soft, fallen leaves for their dens. The bats changed their flight patterns to gentle, sweeping arcs that stirred the air just enough to help the last leaves let go. The fireflies, instead of their frantic blinking, began to glow with a steady, soft light, illuminating the path of release with a gentle, persistent glow. The transformation was not sudden, but gradual, like the slow closing of eyes at the end of a long day. The forest began to sigh, a collective, gentle exhalation. The tension in the air dissolved, replaced by a profound peace. The magic of the forest, which had been strained and thin, now swelled thick and warm, a cozy blanket settling over the woodland. When the first snow began to fall, it was not a storm, but a gentle descent of soft, white flakes. They landed silently on the bare branches, on the now sleeping streams, on the moss-covered stones, and on Juniper's grateful back. The forest was wrapped in a perfect, pristine silence, broken only by the soft plink of a snowflake meeting a leaf and the distant, comforting hoot of Orion from his perch. The starlit clearing was more beautiful than ever, the white snow reflecting the moonlight and starlight until the entire space glowed with an ethereal silver radiance. Juniper stood there watching her breath mist in the cold air, feeling a deep contentment. The forest was not dying, it was dreaming. And in its dreams, it was already gathering strength for the spring to come. Orion glided down to land beside her, his presence a comfort. "You see," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper, "the greatest magic is not in holding on, but in trusting the cycle. In the quiet rest, new stories are born. Listen." Juniper listened. She heard the soft hush of the falling snow, the gentle creak of the trees settling into their winter poses, the deep, sleeping breath of the earth. It was a symphony of peace, a lullaby for the world. She understood now that the magic of the ancient forest of whispers was not just in its vibrant summers and colorful autumns, but in this too, in the silent, starlit beauty of its winter rest. It was a reminder that every ending is a gentle beginning in disguise, and that true strength lies in the wisdom to rest, to release, and to trust that after the long, quiet night, the dawn will always come again. And as Juniper made her way back to her warm, underground den, the forest slept around her, dreaming under a blanket of stars and snow, perfectly at peace in the great, turning wheel of the seasons. Story 4. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet wonder, a delicate structure of spun crystal and silver, with domes like iridescent soap bubbles catching the light of distant suns. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. The first was a being from a world of gentle, rolling hills and whispering grasses. His name was Pip, and he was small and round, with soft, mossy green fur and large, luminous eyes the color of twilight. Pip communicated not with words, but with a symphony of soft chimes and hums that floated from a small, flute-like organ on his chest. His emotions painted the air around him in faint, shimmering auras, a soft blue for contentment, a warm gold for curiosity. The second was a traveler from a planet of crystalline forests and singing stones. Her name was Lyra. She was tall and slender, her body seeming to be made of living, translucent crystal that refracted light into tiny rainbows. She had no mouth, but her thoughts manifested as delicate, swirling patterns of colored light that danced across her crystalline form. A deep, resonant violet meant she was thinking deeply. A cheerful, bubbly yellow meant she was happy. Their first meeting had been one of delightful confusion. Pip, tending the small hydroponic garden he had cultivated in one of the observatory's domes, had been startled by Lyra's silent entrance. He had chimed a high, sharp note of alarm, his aura flashing a brief, startled silver. Lyra, in turn, had flared a brilliant, surprised crimson, the light bouncing off the walls. But then Pip had noticed the way Lyra's light softened to a curious, pale blue as she looked at the glowing, starlit blossoms in his garden. He had chimed a slow, questioning melody and held out a leaf that shimmered with captured nebula light. Lyra had extended a crystalline finger, and as she touched the leaf, her whole form glowed with a warm, sunny orange. A friendship born not of words, but of shared wonder, had begun. They decided to make the Starlight Haven their shared home. Together, they transformed a central dome into a sanctuary. Pip brought soil from his homeworld, rich and dark, which he mixed with stardust to help his glowing plants thrive. Lyra used her innate connection to mineral and light to grow delicate, crystalline structures from the floor, benches that hummed with a soft, peaceful energy, and an archway that refracted the light from the central star pool into a permanent, gentle aurora on the ceiling. Their days were filled with small adventures in understanding. Once Pip noticed Lyra standing perfectly still for hours, her crystal form pulsing with a slow, deep indigo. Worried she was unwell, He chimed a concerned, wavering tune and offered her a cup of sweet morning dew. Lyra's light patterns swirled in a way that Pip was beginning to recognize as laughter. She projected an image into his mind, not of illness, but of deep, meditative rest. On her world, her people recharged by standing still in the light of their twin suns. Pip's chimes then turned to a sheepish, warbling melody, and his aura glowed a soft, embarrassed pink. Another time, Lyra, trying to be helpful, used her abilities to make the water in the garden's irrigation system flow in perfect, geometric patterns. Pip's plants, however, were used to a more gentle, chaotic sprinkle. They began to droop, their lights dimming. Pip's chimes became a sad, minor-key song, and his aura turned a worried gray. When Lyra saw this, her own light dimmed to a sorrowful, deep blue. But she watched carefully as Pip tenderly misted the plants by hand, his chimes a soft, comforting lullaby. She understood. The next day she had crafted a new sprinkler system from a cluster of tiny, singing crystals that produced a gentle, rain-like shower, accompanied by a soothing harmonic hum. The plants perked up immediately, and Pip's joyful, chiming laughter filled the dome, his aura a brilliant, grateful gold. Their favorite time was the quiet hour, when they would sit together on the humming crystal bench, watching the star pool. This was no ordinary pool of water, but a liquid mirror that showed not their reflections, but the real-time dance of distant galaxies, the birth of new stars, and the slow, majestic swirl of nebulae. One evening, as a particularly vibrant nebula, all pinks and purples, bloomed in the pool's surface, Pip felt a wave of profound loneliness. He missed the sound of the whispering grasses on his home world. A single clear, bell-like note of sadness chimed from him, and a tear, glowing like a tiny fallen star, traced a path down his furry cheek. Lyra saw the tear and felt the sorrow in his chime. She didn't try to speak. Instead, she gently reached out and placed her crystalline hand on his small, furry shoulder. Her form began to glow, not with her own light, but with a soft, green-gold radiance that perfectly matched the memory of Pip's homeworld. From her core emanated a sound, a low, soothing vibration that was her best interpretation of the wind moving through endless fields of grass. Pip looked up, his large eyes wide. He understood. He chimed a soft, grateful melody in return, and his own aura swelled, wrapping around Lyra's light in a gentle embrace of shimmering gold and silver. They sat there for a long time, two beings from different suns, sharing a silence that was fuller and richer than any conversation. He shared his memory of home through sound and color. She shared her sense of peace through light and vibration. In that moment there was no gap of language, no chasm of biology. There was only the shared comfort of presence, the quiet understanding that in the vast, cold universe they had built a small pocket of warmth for one another. The nebula in the star pool continued its slow, beautiful dance, a silent testament to the fact that the most powerful force in all the cosmos is not found in the heart of a star or the pull of a gravity well, but in the simple, universal language of a kindness offered and received. And in their little observatory, adrift in the sea of night, two friends continued their watch, their unique songs and lights weaving together into a single, gentle lullaby for the stars. Story 5. The village of Willow Brook nestled in a gentle valley where the river sang softly, and the wind chimes in every garden played melodies only the air knew. At the very heart of the village stood the grandfather clock tower, its face carved with woodland creatures, and its chimes marking each hour with a sound like silver raindrops. For as long as anyone could remember, the clock had kept perfect time, and every evening, just as the sun dipped below the whispering woods, the first star would appear directly above the clock's spire, a signal for all to light their lanterns and settle in for the night. But one evening, as the baker was closing up her shop, she noticed something odd. The grandfather clock chimed 6 times, yet the sky was still streaked with the gold and rose of sunset. She paused, a warm loaf of cinnamon swirl bread in her hands, and watched. The clock's hands, which should have pointed straight to 6, were instead inching slowly backwards. "That's strange," she murmured to no one but the evening breeze. The next morning the village awoke to more peculiarities. Mrs. Gable's prize-winning roses, which had been a brilliant crimson the day before, were now the pale lavender of dawn. The stream that ran by the old mill seemed to be chuckling backwards, its waters gurgling in reverse. And worst of all, the first star had not appeared the night before. The sky had remained starless, a deep and empty velvet. A quiet unease settled over Willow Brook. The weaver, whose loom usually clicked in time with the clock tower, found her threads tangling. The potter's clay seemed unwilling to hold shape. Even the village children felt it. Their games of hide-and-seek felt out of sync, as if the hider had already been found before they'd even begun to count. The baker, a woman with kind eyes and a habit of noticing things others missed, decided she would look into the matter. She did not consider herself a detective, but she knew the value of a patient pause and a listening ear. She began by visiting the clock tower. Inside, the air smelled of old wood and oil. The great brass pendulum swung with a steady tick-tock, but the hands on the face outside continued their slow, backward dance. The clockkeeper, a frail old man named Alistair, wrung his hands in distress. "I've tended this clock for 60 years, he said, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "It has never done this. It's as if time itself has grown tired and decided to walk backwards for a while." The baker placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We'll sort it out," she said softly. That afternoon she sat in her garden with a cup of chamomile tea, listening to the wind chimes and watching the world move in its strange, reversed rhythm. A memory stirred, a lullaby her own grandmother used to sing, one that had been passed down through generations. It was called The Song of the Winding Path, and its words were simple. When the clock hands walk the wrong way round, and the silver stars can't be found, seek the key where the moonbeams drown, in the roots of the upside down. She hummed it softly, a clue perhaps hidden in a nursery rhyme. The next day she gathered the villagers in the square. The sun shone, but the light felt thin, as if it were being stretched too far. She shared the lullaby with them. "The roots of the upside down," exclaimed the young librarian, adjusting his spectacles. "That could be the reflection grove, where the trees grow so thick that their roots are visible above the moss, tangling like a wooden sky." It was a promising lead. But as they prepared to set out, the miller's son came running, his face flushed with excitement. "I've found something," he cried. "By the backward stream, sparkles in the water. I think it's stardust." The villagers hurried to the stream, hope bubbling in their chests. But when they arrived, they found only flecks of mica glittering in the sun, a red herring, though a beautiful one. The baker smiled. "It's a lovely discovery," she told the boy. "Perhaps the stream wanted to remind us that even when things are backwards, there is still beauty to be found." Undeterred, the baker, the clockkeeper, the librarian, and a few others made their way to the reflection grove. The air here was cool and still, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine. The trees were ancient, their great roots arching over their heads, carpeted in emerald moss. It truly did feel upside down. They searched for hours, turning over leaves and tracing the patterns in the roots. Just as the light began to fade, the baker noticed something. Carved into the base of the oldest tree, a great oak, was a series of markings that mirrored the constellations. But they were not the constellations of the current sky. They were the patterns as they would have been centuries ago. "The stars haven't vanished," she whispered. "They've gone back in time. But why? And how?" She remembered the second part of the lullaby. "Find the heart where the memories sleep." Secrets the Ancient Stones Keep. The ancient stones could only be the standing stones that circled the highest hill overlooking Willow Brook. That night, under a starless sky, the baker climbed the hill. The stones stood like silent giants, and in the center lay a flat, circular stone carved with a spiral. As she approached, she saw that in the center of the spiral rested a small, luminous key, pulsing with a soft, silvery light. But as she reached for it, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a young girl no older than 10, with wide, anxious eyes. It was Alara, the Clockkeeper's granddaughter. "Please," Alara said, her voice small. "Don't take it yet." The baker knelt, her skirts pooling around her. "What's wrong, little one?" Tears welled in Alara's eyes. "I was playing here last week," she explained. "I found the key and turned it in the clock tower's secret mechanism. I just wanted to see what would happen. Grandfather is always talking about the old days when the stars were brighter and the village was new. I thought if I could turn back time just a little, he could be happy again. He's been so sad since Grandma passed." The baker's heart ached with understanding. She put an arm around the girl. "Oh, my dear, you were trying to help, but time isn't meant to be walked backwards. Its flow is what gives our moments meaning." Together they descended the hill and returned to the clock tower. The entire village had gathered, their lanterns casting a warm, golden glow against the deep blue of the evening. The baker explained what had happened, her voice gentle and without blame. "The key doesn't just turn back the clock," Alistair the Clockkeeper said, his eyes moist. "It turns back the heavens themselves. It's an old, old magic, meant for emergencies long forgotten." "We need to turn it forward again," the baker said. "All together." So, as the wind chimes whispered and a gentle rain began to fall, the villagers placed their hands on the old clock, not in anger or haste, but with shared purpose. The baker inserted the luminous key, and with a collective effort, they turned it forward. The clock's hands shuddered, then began to move clockwise. The pendulum swung with a renewed, vigorous tick-tock. Outside, the sky deepened to indigo. One by one, the stars emerged, brighter than anyone could remember. The first star shone directly above the spire, a brilliant, steady point of light. A sigh of relief and wonder rustled through the crowd. The roses in Mrs. Gable's garden shifted from lavender back to crimson. The stream resumed its familiar forward chuckle. Time was right again. But something had changed in Willow Brook. The strange backwards episode had knit them closer. They had shared a mystery, followed clues from an old lullaby, discovered beautiful red herrings, and solved the puzzle not with accusation, but with empathy. The baker, her arm still around Alara, looked at the Clockkeeper. "You know," she said softly, "we may not be able to bring back the past, but we can fill the present with so much joy that its warmth reaches both backwards and forwards." Alistair smiled for the first time in months. He took his granddaughter's hand. "You are right," he said, "and I have been looking the wrong way for too long." From that night on, the grandfather clock tower chimed with a deeper, more resonant tone. The villagers took turns winding it, a shared responsibility that became a cherished ritual. And sometimes, on especially clear nights, if you listened very closely to the wind chimes, you could almost hear the faint, sweet notes of the song of the winding path, a gentle reminder that even when time moves forward, the heart can always hold the past with tenderness and the future with hope. And as the lanterns were extinguished one by one, the people of Willowbrook drifted to sleep under a canopy of steadfast stars, their dreams woven with the cozy certainty that they were, and always would be, in harmony with each other and the turning of the world. Story 6. In the cozy, crooked village of Whimsy Wham, where chimney smoke curled into snores and lampposts grew like sunflowers, there lived the most peculiar collection of souls you could ever imagine. There was Barnaby, a dragon with scales the color of a well-steeped chamomile tea, who collected teacups with the fervor of a squirrel preparing for 1,000 winters. He didn't hoard gold or jewels, but delicate porcelain painted with forget-me-nots and chunky clay mugs shaped like cheerful frogs. His cave wasn't dark and damp, but smelled perpetually of shortbread and warm milk. Then there was Finnegan, the cloud shepherd. His job was to gently herd the fluffy, woolly clouds from the east pastures to the west meadows so they could be milked for morning dew. He didn't use a crook, but a long, polished stick of rainbow rock candy, which he would occasionally nibble on when he thought no one was looking. His herd of clouds had names like Nimbus, Fluffernutter, and Sir Cumulus the Slightly Damp. And lastly, there was Cora, the professional dream painter. Each evening she would climb a silver ladder to the sky, her palette filled with colors like starlight silver, giggle pink, and contented sigh blue. She'd gently brush the colors onto the insides of sleeping eyelids, creating dreams of floating down chocolate rivers or conversations with philosophical hedgehogs. Life in Whimsy Wham was generally serene, save for the occasional topsy-turvy Tuesday when gravity got a little lazy and everyone had to drink their tea while clinging to the ceiling. But one afternoon a peculiar problem arose. It began with a gentle hiccup. Barnaby, who was polishing his favorite cup, one with a tiny, wobbly badger painted on the side, paused. He felt a strange, bubbly sensation in his belly. Hic whoosh. A tiny, perfectly harmless puff of smoke, smelling faintly of lavender and peppermint, shot from his nostrils. It wasn't scary, just surprising. "Oh dear," rumbled Barnaby, his voice like a distant kettle coming to a boil. "I do believe I have the hiccups." This in itself was not a catastrophe. But Barnaby was a dragon, and a dragon's hiccups are not like yours or mine. With the next hic-boing, a shower of sugar-dusted daisies erupted from his mouth and scattered across his cave. His collection of teacups trembled, their handles rattling a nervous little clink-clink-clink. Finnegan, who was leading the clouds home for their evening rest, saw the daisy shower from the meadow below. "I say, Barnaby," he called up, his voice muffled by a particularly fluffy cloud named Meringue. "Are you redecorating?" Hic sbroing. This time it was a cascade of multicolored, lightly squeaking rubber ducks that tumbled out. They bounced merrily around the cave, adding to the chaos. "I've got the hiccups." Barnaby wailed, his distress causing a tiny, warm drizzle to fall inside his cave. "I can't stop, my collection is in a jumble." Word of the dragon's dilemma quickly reached Cora, who was just packing up her dream painting kit. She arrived to find a scene of delightful absurdity. The cave floor was a garden of daisies and a bouncy castle of rubber ducks. Finnegan had tied his clouds to a nearby inside-out tree, a tree whose bark was on the inside and whose soft, mossy core was on the outside, and was trying to calm Barnaby. There, old chap," Finnegan said, patting Barnaby's knee. "Just hold your breath." Barnaby took a deep breath. He puffed out his scaly cheeks. His face turned a shade of gentle magenta. He held it, and then, hic FWOOMP. A single giant, perfectly baked blueberry muffin popped into existence and landed with a soft thud on a pile of daisies. "It's no use," the dragon sighed, a tear the size of a dewdrop rolling down his snout. "I'm a menace to fine china." Cora, being a dream painter, was an expert in the logic of nonsense. She tapped her chin with her paintbrush. "The problem," she declared, "is that your hiccups are upside down." Barnaby and Finnegan blinked. "Upside down," they said in unison. "Precisely," said Cora. "Normal hiccups are a topsy-turvy thing for the diaphragm, but yours, Barnaby, are a turvy-topsy thing for the imagination. You're not hiccuping air, you're hiccuping ideas, and the only cure for an upside-down problem is an inside-out solution. She looked at Finnegan. We need to take him to the Backwards River. The Backwards River was a charming body of water on the edge of Whimsywam that flowed gently uphill, its burbling sound a soft gurgle-ebb instead of a gurgle-burr. Its fish swam tail first, and if you dropped a leaf in it, the leaf would slowly float upwards into the sky. The three friends made their way there, Barnaby emitting the occasional hic pop, which produced a shower of glittering, silent soap bubbles. When they reached the riverbank, Cora instructed Barnaby to kneel down. Now, she said, her voice as soothing as a blanket fresh from the dryer. You must drink from the river, but you must do it backwards. How does one drink backwards? Rumbled Barnaby, confused. You must pour the water out of your mouth and into the river, Finnegan chimed in, catching on with a grin. It sounded perfectly nonsensical, which in Whimsywam meant it was perfectly sensible. Barnaby leaned over the clear, cool water that flowed persistently upwards. He took an empty cup from his satchel, a simple, blue one, and instead of sipping, he made a gentle pffft sound with his lips, pretending to pour the idea of water from his mouth back into the river. He did it once, twice. On the third pffft, a wonderful thing happened. The bubbly feeling in his belly did a little somersault, let out a contented sigh, and settled down. The urge to hiccup vanished completely. The world for Barnaby was right side up again. Oh, he breathed, a puff of normal, warm air floating into the twilight. It worked, you've cured me. To celebrate, they decided to have a picnic right there by the Backwards River. Finnegan milked a little extra sweetness from Sir Cumulus the slightly damp, which made the most delicious cloud cream for their berries. Cora painted a lovely dream of their adventure directly onto the surface of the river, where it shimmered and floated upstream for all the night creatures to see. And Barnaby, his hiccups gone, used the last of his day's magic to produce, not by hiccup but by gentle intention, a pot of the most perfectly brewed Earl Grey tea, served in his finest, non-squeaking, non-bouncing teacups. They sat there, the dragon, the cloud shepherd, and the dream painter, listening to the gurgle-ebb of the river and the soft plink of a tail-first fish jumping for a moonbeam. The problem had been silly, the solution sillier still, but the friendship that had woven through it all was the most real and comforting thing in the world. And as the stars began to twinkle like scattered sugar, Cora knew exactly what kind of dreams she would paint for her friends that night. Dreams of quiet laughter, of gentle rivers that knew their own mind, and of a cozy, crooked village where every problem, no matter how absurd, could be solved with a little bit of kindness and a whole lot of whimsy. Story 7. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, casting dancing amber shadows across the room. Each pop and hiss of the burning logs seemed to whisper secrets only the flames could understand. Outside, the wind murmured through the pine trees, but here, within these walls, warmth wrapped around you like a favorite blanket. There once lived a boy named Rowan, who possessed a quiet heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed. He lived with his grandmother in a cottage at the edge of a vast, ancient forest, a place where the trees stood so close together their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. Rowan's grandmother was a woman of gentle words and knowing smiles, her hands forever busy with knitting or kneading dough, her presence as comforting as the hearth fire itself. But Rowan often felt a loneliness that the cozy cottage couldn't quite soothe. It was a quiet ache, a feeling of being a single, separate ember, when he longed to be part of a greater, warmer glow. One evening, as the autumn air grew sharp and the last light bled from the sky, Rowan's grandmother placed a small, worn wooden box in his hands. It was smooth with age and felt warm, as if it had been sitting near the fire. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice a soft rustle. "He found it in the woods long ago. He said it was for someone who could listen to the quiet things." Rowan opened the box. Nestled inside on a bed of faded velvet was a single, perfect pine cone. It was unlike any he had ever seen. Its scales were a deep, rich brown, and nestled deep within each one was a faint, pulsating glow, the color of embers in a banked fire. "It's called an embercone," his grandmother explained. "On the longest night of the year, when the world is at its darkest and coldest, it is said to show the way to a hidden place, a place where the light is kept safe." Rowan held the embercone in his palm. It was warm, and a soft, thrumming sensation traveled up his arm, a gentle vibration that felt like a distant heartbeat. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to follow its light. And so, as the first snow of winter began to fall, dusting the world in a silent, white hush, Rowan prepared for his journey. He packed a small satchel with a wedge of crusty bread, a round of cheese, and a flask of sweet cider. He wore his warmest woolen clothes and a scarf his grandmother had knitted, its yarn the color of the forest moss. Lastly, he placed the embercone carefully in his pocket, where its gentle warmth pulsed against his leg like a silent companion. He kissed his grandmother goodbye on her soft, wrinkled cheek. "Remember, Rowan," she whispered, her eyes full of starlight and memory, "the greatest transformations often begin with a single, small step into the unknown. Trust the light, and trust yourself." With that, Rowan stepped out of the circle of firelight from the cottage, and into the deep blue twilight of the forest. The world was profoundly quiet, the snow absorbing all sound except for the soft crunch of his own boots. The tall, dark sentinels of the pines stood watch, their boughs heavy with white. At first the embercone's glow was faint, a mere suggestion of light. But as Rowan walked deeper, as the last memory of the cottage's warmth faded behind him, the ember light within the pine cone began to brighten. It cast a small, rosy pool at his feet, illuminating the path, a path that wasn't really a path at all, but a series of small, intuitive openings between the trees. He walked for what felt like hours, the rhythm of his steps and the steady pulse of the embercone creating a quiet melody. The cold nipped at his nose and ears, but the embercone's warmth spread through his pocket, up his arm, and into his chest, keeping the winter's bite at bay. He noticed things in the embercone's light that he would have missed in the day, the intricate lacework of frost on a spiderweb, the delicate tracks of a field mouse, the way the snow clung to the north side of the trees. He was so focused on the subtle guidance of the light that he almost tripped over a small, huddled shape near the roots of a great oak tree. He stopped, his breath catching in a cloud before him. It was a fox, but unlike any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was not the common red, but a silvery gray like moonlight on snow, and it had one white-tipped ear. It was shivering, a tiny, trembling creature curled into a ball, and one of its back legs was held at an awkward angle. Rowan's loneliness echoed in the fox's plight. He couldn't leave it. Crouching down, he spoke in a voice as soft as the falling snow. "Hello there," he murmured. "You're a long way from your den, aren't you?" The fox lifted its head, its eyes dark pools of fear and pain. It tried to shrink away, but its injured leg prevented it. "It's all right," Rowan said, staying perfectly still. "I won't hurt you." He slowly opened his satchel and broke off a small piece of cheese. He placed it on the snow midway between them. The fox sniffed the air, its fear warring with its hunger. After a long moment, it limped forward and delicately took the cheese. Rowan sat back on his heels, watching. The embercone in his pocket pulsed a little brighter, its light washing over the silver fox. To Rowan's astonishment, the fox seemed to relax under its glow. Its shivering lessened. "You're cold," Rowan said. He unwrapped the moss-colored scarf from his own neck. It was a risk, he knew, but his heart urged him on. Slowly, gently, he draped the scarf over the trembling animal. The fox flinched for a second, then settled, seeming to understand the gesture of kindness. The woolen scarf and the shared warmth from the embercone created a tiny pocket of comfort in the vast, cold forest. I have to keep going, Rowan explained, as if the fox could understand him. But you can't stay here. He made a decision. He so carefully, gathered up the scarf-wrapped fox, supporting its injured leg. The creature was light as a feather, a bundle of fragile bones and silvery fur. It looked up at him, and for the first time the fear in its eyes was replaced by a glimmer of something else, trust. With the fox cradled in one arm and the ember cone lighting their way with the other, Rowan continued his journey. The weight of the small creature felt good in his arms. It was no longer a solitary journey. He spoke to the fox as he walked, telling it about his grandmother, about the cottage, about the lonely feeling he carried. "I don't even know your name," he said. The fox twitched its white-tipped ear. "That's it, I'll call you Tip for your ear." Tip nestled deeper into the scarf, and Rowan felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the ember cone spread through him. The loneliness for the first time began to feel smaller. The forest grew stranger and more beautiful the deeper they went. Trees were draped in glowing lichen that shimmered with a soft, blue-green light. Frozen streams glittered under the ember cone's glow like ribbons of crushed diamonds. They passed a circle of mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle, golden luminescence, even beneath the snow. The ember cone was now glowing so brightly that Rowan no longer needed to hold it aloft. Its light spilled out around them, painting the snow in hues of rose and gold. It was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug on his spirit. Finally they came to a great, rocky hillside, veiled by a curtain of thick ivy. The ember cone's light flared, pulsing insistently toward the ivy. Rowan pushed the frozen leaves aside and revealed not solid rock, but the entrance to a cave. From within, a deep, resonant warmth flowed out, carrying on it the scent of damp earth, old stone, and something else, something like cinnamon and roasting nuts. Holding Tip close, Rowan stepped inside. The cave opened up into a vast, subterranean cavern. It was not dark. The walls themselves were embedded with countless crystals that glowed with a soft, internal light, like 1,000 captured fireflies. In the center of the cavern grew the most magnificent tree Rowan had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled with age, and its branches, which spread across the entire ceiling, were not bare for winter. They were covered in leaves that shimmered with their own soft, golden light, and from them hung thousands of pine cones, each one glowing with the same ember light as the one in Rowan's hand. This was the heartwood, the secret source of the world's warmth and light. Beneath the tree, moving slowly and gracefully, were creatures of legend. There were badgers with fur like polished jet, their eyes wise and calm. There were owls with feathers the color of the moon, who blinked slowly from perches in the glowing roots. And there were small, shy folk who looked as if they were made of woven roots and moss, their eyes like dewdrops. They all stopped and turned as Rowan entered. There was no alarm in their gazes, only a deep, ancient curiosity. An old badger, his muzzle gone completely silver, ambled forward. His voice, when he spoke, was like stones gently rubbing together in a stream. "The ember cone has returned," he rumbled. "And it has brought a keeper. Welcome, child of the surface world. Welcome to the glen of the hearth." Rowan was too awestruck to speak. He simply held out the ember cone. The old badger nodded. "I am Orin. Each long night one ember cone journeys forth to find a heart that can hear the silence, a spirit that feels the cold of loneliness. It finds one who can understand that light is not just for seeing, but for sharing. You have brought it back, and you have brought more." His wise eyes fell upon Tip, still nestled in the scarf. He was hurt, Rowan found his voice, which was small in the great cavern. And cold, I couldn't leave him. Orin's gaze softened. A shared warmth is a stronger warmth. This is the first lesson of the hearth. He turned and led Rowan to a soft bed of moss near the base of the great tree. The other creatures gathered round, not crowding, but forming a gentle circle of presence. One of the root folk, a small being with hair like creeping thyme, approached Tip. Her hands, like tiny, gnarled twigs, gently touched the fox's injured leg. She hummed a low, soothing note, and her fingertips began to glow with a soft, green light. Tip flinched but then relaxed as the green light enveloped his leg. Rowan watched, mesmerized, as the swelling went down and the leg straightened. In moments it was healed. Tip tentatively put his weight on it, then stood, shaking his silvery fur. He looked at Rowan, then at the root woman, and gave a soft, grateful yip. A great sense of relief washed over Rowan. He sat on the moss, and Tip curled up beside him, his warm body pressed against Rowan's side. The creatures of the glen brought him food, sweet, dark berries that tasted of summer, and a warm, nutty drink that filled him with a deep, humming energy. They didn't speak much, but their silence was a comfortable, companionable thing. They simply existed together, sharing the peace of the glowing cavern. Orin sat beside him. The world outside grows cold not just from the turning of the seasons, but from forgotten connections, he said. Loneliness is a chill wind, but you, Rowan, you felt the loneliness, and instead of letting it freeze you, you let it guide you to us, and on your way you warmed another. You transformed your solitude into companionship. That is the true magic. That is the fire that never goes out. Rowan understood. The journey had not been about finding a place, but about becoming a person who could carry its warmth. The Embercone had not just lit his path, it had lit something inside him. He spent what felt like a small eternity in the glen. He learned the names of the stars from the moon-feathered owls. He helped the root folk gather glowing lichen. He walked with Orin along the crystal-lit streams that flowed through the cavern, and the old badger shared stories of times when the surface world and the hidden world were closer, when the light was shared more freely. Tip never left his side, his white-tipped ear twitching at every new sound, his presence a constant, warm comfort. But all journeys, even the most magical, have a turning point. Rowan began to feel a pull, not from the Embercone, but from his own heart. He missed his grandmother. He missed the crackle of their own fireplace. He had found a great, wondrous warmth here, but he knew now that his task was to carry a spark of it back home. When he told Orin he needed to return, the old badger nodded, as if he had been expecting it. The glen is always here, in the heart of the woods, in the heart of those who remember, Orin said. You are a keeper now. Your task is not to stay, but to carry the light. He led Rowan back to the entrance of the cave. The great, light-filled tree seemed to pulse in farewell. Tip pressed against Rowan's leg, and when Rowan looked down, he saw not a look of goodbye, but one of companionship. The fox was coming with him. At the cave entrance, Orin gave Rowan a small leather pouch. Take this, it is ember moss. It will always be warm. A little piece of the glen to keep in your pocket. Rowan took the pouch. It was wonderfully warm, like a stone left in the sun. He tucked it away, his fingers brushing against the now dormant Embercone. Its light had faded, its task complete. He stepped through the ivy curtain, Tip at his heels, and back into the winter forest. The world was still and white, but it felt different now. The silence was no longer empty, but peaceful. The cold was no longer biting, but crisp and clean. He knew the way home without needing a light to guide him. The path was in his heart. When he finally saw the golden glow of the cottage windows through the trees, his own heart swelled. He pushed open the door, and the smell of baking bread and the crackle of the fire enveloped him. His grandmother looked up from her knitting by the hearth. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, and she smiled a smile that held no surprise, only a deep and perfect welcome. You're back, she said simply. I'm back, Rowan said. He sat beside her, and Tip curled up on the rug before the fire, his silvery fur painted orange by the flames. Rowan told his grandmother everything, about the guiding light, the silver fox, the hidden cavern, the glowing tree, and the wise, gentle creatures. He showed her the pouch of warm ember moss. She listened, her knitting needles clicking a soft rhythm, her eyes shining. When he finished, she simply reached over and patted his hand. "You found it," she whispered. "The fire inside." Rowan looked at Tip, who was now fast asleep, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. He felt the warm pouch in his pocket. He looked at the fire in the hearth, and he understood that its warmth and the warmth of the great heartwood tree were one and the same. It was the warmth of kindness, of friendship, of a light shared in the darkness. He was no longer a single, separate ember. He was part of the great, enduring fire. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a quiet, steady glow that he knew would burn within him forever. And as the fire crackled its lullaby and the wind sighed a gentle refrain outside, Rowan felt his own eyes grow heavy. The journey was over. The mystery was solved not by grand quests, but by a simple, kind act. He had been transformed as surely as fire transforms wood, not into something else, but into the truest version of himself. With the warmth of the glen in his pocket, a faithful friend at his feet, and his grandmother's love wrapping around him, Rowan closed his eyes and drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, ready for dreams as warm and gentle as the ember light that had guided him home. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient it remembered the first sunrise. Here time moved not in hours, but in the slow, deep breaths of the earth. The sun was a visitor, a golden guest who departed each evening, leaving the realm to its true sovereigns, the silver moon and the tapestry of stars. It was in this nocturnal kingdom that our story unfolds, on a night when the air tasted of damp moss and distant rain. A young hedgehog named Pip, whose spines were still soft at the tips, felt a profound restlessness stirring in his tiny heart. While his family slumbered peacefully in their cozy burrow lined with dried ferns, he lay awake, listening. He was not listening for danger, but for something else, a whisper on the wind, a melody in the silence that called to him. It was the beginning of the season of veils, the time when the forest shed its vibrant autumn cloak and prepared for the long, quiet dream of winter. A melancholy had settled over Pip, a feeling that something beautiful was ending, and he did not know how to let it go. Driven by this unnamed yearning, he crept from the burrow and into the vast, moon-drenched world. The path before him was paved with fractured silver, where moonlight slipped through the canopy of ancient oaks and elms. Each leaf that spiraled down in the gentle breeze was a sigh, a soft exhalation from the trees. Pip soon came to the bank of the whispering stream, a ribbon of liquid darkness flecked with starlight. He knelt, and the water did not merely babble, it spoke. Let go, it murmured over smooth, gray stones. What is held too tightly cannot return. Pip did not understand the water's words, but they settled in his heart like a cool, smooth pebble. He followed the stream's course deeper into the wood, where the air grew thick with magic. Here, the forest floor was a living constellation. Tiny, emerald-green fungi pulsed with a soft, internal light, and clusters of ghost orchids glowed like captured moonlight. A family of fox kits, their fur the color of rust and shadow, tumbled in a clearing, their playful barks echoing softly. They paused as Pip passed, their bright eyes blinking kindly before they resumed their game. It was in a great, starlit clearing that Pip found whom he was unknowingly seeking. In the center stood a tree so monumental it seemed to hold up the sky. Its bark was gnarled and twisted into patterns that looked like wise, sleeping faces, and its branches, now mostly bare, were a latticework against the starry expanse. This was the grandfather oak, the eldest living thing in the elderwood. And perched on a low, thick branch was Seraphina, a great horned owl whose feathers were the color of storm clouds and aged parchment. Her eyes were not merely yellow, they were twin pools of liquid amber, holding the light of countless moons within them. "Your footsteps are heavy with questions, little one," Seraphina said, her voice a soft, rhythmic hoot that vibrated not in the air, but in Pip's very bones. It was the sound of wind through pine needles, ancient and comforting. Pip looked up, his small nose twitching. "Everything is going to sleep," he said, his voice small. "The flowers have closed their faces, the leaves are leaving their homes, and the air is growing cold. It feels like the forest is disappearing. I don't want it to end." Seraphina blinked slowly. "Come," she hooted gently. "Sit with me. Listen." Pip settled at the base of the great oak, his back against the rough, warm bark. As he did, he felt a low, resonant hum, a vibration of immense age and deep, slow thoughts. The grandfather oak was listening, too. "You hear an ending," Seraphina began, "but the elderwood knows only cycles. The trees are not silent, they are speaking a different language now. Can you hear it?" Pip closed his eyes and strained his ears. At first, he heard only the gentle shush-shush of the wind through the few remaining leaves. But then beneath that he heard it, a low melodic creaking, a soft, groaning hum. It was not a language of words, but of feelings. It spoke of deep roots drinking from secret aquifers, of strength gathered in stillness, of dreams of spring waiting patiently in tightly bound buds. "They are telling stories of rest," Seraphina interpreted. "Stories just as important as those of bloom and fruit." Just then, a soft rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle weeping from the sky, each drop a crystal bead. The sound it made as it pattered on the broad leaves of the rhododendrons was a soft, percussive rhythm. It tapped on Pip's own spines with a soothing, ticking sound. The rain spoke its own language as it kissed the moss-covered stones, a language of cleansing and nourishment, promising that life was merely hiding, not departing. "Look," Seraphina whispered, directing Pip's gaze with a tilt of her head. As the rain touched the bioluminescent fungi and the ghost orchids, their light seemed to brighten, drinking the moisture. The entire forest floor began to shimmer more intensely, a phantom galaxy under their feet. From the branches of the grandfather oak, dewdrops caught the moonlight and began to glow like 1,000 tiny lanterns being lit one by one. "The magic does not leave," the owl explained. "It turns inward, it gathers its light to keep the heart of the forest warm through the long dream. What appears to be loss is merely the forest drawing a deep, magical breath, holding it before the great exhale of spring." Pip watched, mesmerized, as the clearing transformed into a cathedral of light and shadow, of soft sounds and quieter magic. The tension in his small body began to ease. The melancholy was not gone, but it was being woven into something larger, something beautiful in its own right. It was the solemn, peaceful beauty of a lullaby. "How do I learn to hear these languages all the time?" Pip asked, his voice filled with wonder. Seraphina rustled her feathers. "By being still, little hedgehog, the busiest ears often hear the least. The stream speaks of release, the rain of renewal, the stones of patience, and the trees of deep, abiding memory. Their wisdom is for those who are quiet enough to listen." She then shared a secret with him. She told him of the Glimmer-Moths, creatures rarely seen, whose wings were dusted with starlight. They were the weavers of dreams for the sleeping plants, and they emerged only on the cusp of the season of veils. "Find them," she said, "and you will understand the purpose of this time." Pip, his heart now light with a new purpose, thanked the wise owl and set off. He journeyed past the chattering stones of the stream, which now seemed to murmur this way, this way. He followed a path of luminous blue moss that glowed only for the kind of heart. The gentle sounds of the forest were a symphony of ASMR, the crinkle of dry bracken underfoot, the distant, hollow call of a frog, the almost imperceptible rustle of a velvet-footed mouse scurrying through a tunnel of ferns. Finally, in a small, sheltered grove where the silver bark of birch trees reflected the moonlight like mirrors, he saw them. The Glimmer-Moths. Dozens of them, floating on the still air. They were no bigger than Pip's paw, and their wings moved in utter silence. From their wings they trailed a fine, shimmering dust that settled on the bare branches, the sleeping flower buds, and the rich, dark earth. Where the dust landed, tiny, dreamlike visions flickered for a second, a memory of a summer bloom, a promise of a future leaf, a shadow of a fruit yet to be. They were not saying goodbye to the growing season. They were tucking it in, wrapping it in a blanket of beautiful dreams to keep it safe until it was time to wake. This was the magic of the season of veils. It was not an end, but a sacred act of preservation. Pip sat there for a long time, watching the silent, gentle work. He felt the last of his restlessness dissolve, replaced by a profound peace. He now understood the language of the cyclical world. The forest was not dying, it was dreaming. And its dreams were as real and as vital as its waking life. With a heart full of this new, gentle wisdom, Pip made his way back to his burrow. The journey back felt different. The forest was no longer a place of melancholy farewells, but a realm of quiet, potent magic. He slipped back into the warm, earthy scent of his home, curling up between his sleeping parents. The soft, rhythmic sound of their breathing was the final, comforting note in the forest's nighttime lullaby. As he drifted into his own dreams, he knew he carried a secret. He had learned to listen to the secret languages of the earth. He had learned that endings are but gentle pauses, that rest is its own kind of magic, and that even in the deepest silence, the world is humming a song of renewal, waiting for the quietest of hearts to hear it. And outside, under the watchful eyes of the stars and Seraphina, the elderwood continued its ancient, beautiful cycle of dream and awakening, holding all its creatures in a cocoon of moonlit peace. Story 9. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a windowpane, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It had been abandoned for cycles beyond counting, its corridors silent, its viewports dark. But deep within its heart, something miraculous was beginning to bloom. It began with a traveler named Kalen, whose homeworld was a planet of perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent light. Kalen's people communicated not with words, but with shifting hues that danced across their skin, a language of color and gentle glow. When Kalen first stepped into the Starlight Haven, his skin was pale silver with nervousness, for he was far from home and utterly alone. He spent his first days restoring power to the station's old systems, not with clanking machinery, but by coaxing dormant light vines to grow along the walls. They responded to his presence, glowing softly and filling the halls with a warm, honey-colored radiance. Not long after, another visitor arrived, a being named Rin, from a world of crystalline forests and singing stones. Rin's body was composed of delicate, interlocking facets that caught and refracted light into tiny rainbows. Her people spoke through harmonic vibrations, a language of resonance that rippled through the air like music. When she first entered the station, she did so cautiously, her facets chiming a soft, questioning note. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Kalen, startled by the sudden musical presence, flushed a bright, alarmed crimson. Rin, interpreting the red as hostility, chimed a sharp, defensive chord. For a long moment they stood frozen in the corridor, one a canvas of worried color, the other a sculpture of wary music. Then Kalen, remembering his people's teaching, when in doubt, offer light, softened his glow to a gentle, welcoming gold. Rin, in turn, recalled her own elder's wisdom. A stranger's song is just an unheard melody. She softened her chime to a low, humming warmth. It was not yet friendship, but it was a beginning. Over the following days, they explored the station together, each helping the other navigate this strange, shared territory. Kaelin showed Rin how the light vines could be encouraged to bloom in patterns that told stories. Rin taught Kaelin how the station's old crystal conduits could be gently tapped to produce soothing, harmonic tones. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a bridge between color and sound. Their greatest collaboration began in the station's central observatory, a vast, dome-ceilinged chamber with a panoramic view of the swirling nebula outside. The room had once been a garden, and though the plants had long since withered, the soil remained rich and waiting. Kaelin and Rin decided to revive it. Kaelin used his knowledge of bioluminescent flora to plant seeds that sprouted into soft, glowing blossoms, flowers that pulsed with gentle light, their petals shifting hue in response to emotion. Rin cultivated crystal shards that grew like plants, branching into delicate structures that hummed in the presence of starlight. Together, they created a garden where light and music lived in harmony. But their differences still sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelin arranged a cluster of blue light moss into what he thought was a clearly grateful pattern, a deep, steady azure meant to convey heartfelt thanks for Rin's help repairing a water recycler. Rin, however, saw the blue and heard only silence where she expected a musical response. In her culture, blue without sound signified sorrow or distance. She retreated to a corner of the garden, her facets dimming. Kaelin noticed her withdrawal, and his own glow flickered with confusion. He approached slowly, his skin shifting to a soft, questioning lavender. Rin chimed a minor key, tinged with confusion. For a time they simply stood there, two beings separated not by malice, but by mismatched meanings. Then Kaelin had an idea. He gently touched one of the singing crystals Rin had grown. It resonated with a clear, pure tone. He then gestured to his own chest, where his glow had settled into a calm, steady gold, the color of friendship in his people's language. He touched the crystal again, and this time Rin understood. She chimed the same tone back at him, while her facets brightened to catch and reflect his golden light. In that moment they realized they could create a new language, one of combined color and sound. Kaelin would glow a certain hue, and Rin would answer with a complementary harmony. Together they began to weave a dialogue more beautiful than either could have created alone. Their garden became a sanctuary, a place of shared quiet and growing understanding. In the evenings they would sit together beneath the observatory dome, watching distant stars bloom and fade in the velvet darkness. Kaelin's glow would soften to the gentle silver of contentment, while Rin's harmonics would lower to a soothing, continuous hum, like a lullaby sung by the universe itself. During one such evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting streaks of light, Rin chimed a sequence of notes that Kaelin had come to recognize as her story melody. He glowed an encouraging amber, and she began, through a combination of resonant tones and the patterns her refracted light cast on the walls, to tell him of her homeworld's belief that shooting stars were the laughter of the cosmos. Kaelin listened, his colors shifting in fascination. When she finished, he responded with his own story, his skin blooming into swirling patterns of green and violet. He told of how his people believed the nebula outside was a great sleeping creature, dreaming the galaxies into being. Rin's facets shimmered as she absorbed the tale, her harmonic hum layering itself gently beneath the colors of his narrative. They learned that kindness needs no translation. When Kaelin seemed tired, his glow fading to a weary gray, Rin would arrange the singing crystals to play a restful, resonant frequency that seemed to recharge his light. When Rin's harmonics grew discordant with frustration over a stubborn growth of dark crystal in one corner of the garden, Kaelin would gently redirect the light vines to shine upon it, encouraging it to clear. One cycle, a minor systems failure caused the station's temperature to drop precipitously. Kaelin, whose body generated its own warmth, barely noticed, but Rin's crystalline form began to contract with the cold, her harmonics growing faint and strained. Without a second thought, Kalen led her to the warmest part of the garden, where the light vines glowed brightest. He positioned himself near her, his own glow intensifying to a warm, rosy orange, radiating gentle heat. Rin's facets slowly warmed, her music returning to its normal, vibrant resonance. In thanks, she did not chime or sing, but simply leaned her cool, crystalline form against him, and in that quiet contact, everything was understood. The final test of their friendship came from an unexpected source. A deep space probe, long thought lost, drifted into range of the station. It was from Rin's homeworld, carrying messages and seeds from her family. The news should have brought joy, but instead, it carried a bittersweet melody. The probe's programming indicated it was on a return trajectory. It could carry her home. Rin's harmonics became a complex, sorrowful song. Kalen's glow dimmed to a muted blue. The thought of separation, now that they had built a world together, was a silent ache in the garden. For 3 days they communicated less, the garden growing quieter, the colors and sounds less vibrant. The easy companionship they had nurtured seemed overshadowed by the impending choice. On the 4th evening, as they watched the twin moons of a nearby gas giant rise in tandem, Kalen glowed a slow, deliberate pattern, a question he had never asked before. It was a sequence of gold and silver, interspersed with the deep blue of the nebula outside. It asked, without words, what makes a home? Rin was silent for a long time. Then she began to chime. It was not a song from her world, nor was it one she had ever chimed before. It was a new melody, woven from the harmonics of the garden's crystals and the memory of Kalen's colors. As she chimed, she used her facets to cast a pattern of light on the wall, a pattern that combined the swirling nebula of Kalen's stories with the star laughter of her own. The message was clear. Home was not a set of coordinates. Home was the space they had built together, the shared language of light and sound, the quiet understanding that transcended worlds. Kalen's glow brightened into a radiant, sunlit gold. Rin's chime rose into a clear, joyful chord. Together they drafted a response to the probe, not a request for passage, but a message of greeting, an invitation for dialogue between their peoples, and a data packet containing the patterns of their garden's growth. They sent it off with a combined wish, that their small sanctuary might one day become a beacon of connection for others. That night, as the station drifted peacefully through the star-dusted void, Kalen and Rin sat in their garden, surrounded by glowing flowers and humming crystals. Kalen's light pulsed in a slow, calm rhythm, the color of deep contentment. Rin's harmonics wove a soft, continuous melody around it, a song of belonging. They watched the stars, silent and together, two friends who had learned that the universe, for all its vastness, grows smaller and warmer when kindness becomes your compass. And in the starlight haven, a garden of light and music flourished, a testament to the truth that friendship is the one language every heart understands. Story 10. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers, but young Leo had only ever heard the comfortable kind. The creak of floorboards settling into their dreams, the murmur of wind through the ivy outside his window, and the soft, rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall. It was a house that held its breath in the daytime and sighed contentedly at night. One rainy afternoon, with the sky the color of pewter and the rain tapping gentle fingers against the window panes, Leo's grandmother asked him to fetch a spare quilt from the attic. "The blue one with the silver stitching, dear," she'd said. "It has a way of making dreams sweeter." So Leo climbed the narrow, twisting staircase, each step groaning softly under his weight, until he pushed open the small, heavy door to the attic. The air there was thick with the scent of cedar and old paper, and dust motes danced in the single slanted beam of gray light from the round window. It was in the furthest corner, tucked beneath a stack of yellowed sheet music and a hatbox that had long forgotten its hat, that Leo found it. Not the quilt, but a small wooden box, no larger than his two hands put together. It was made of dark, polished wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. There was no latch, no keyhole, but when Leo ran his fingers over the smooth lid, it made a soft, musical click and sprang open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Instead of pointing north, its single needle, wrought of what looked like spun silver, quivered and spun in slow, uncertain circles. And instead of the usual directions, the compass face was inscribed with words that seemed to shift and change when he wasn't looking directly at them. He caught glimpses, the heart of the hearth, the forgotten melody, the sigh of the sleepless. Just then, a soft rustling sound came from a nearby stack of leather-bound books. A moment later, a small, spectacled badger in a waistcoat, much too large for him, poked his head out. He blinked his dark, intelligent eyes and adjusted his spectacles. "Ah," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "You found the wandering compass. I was wondering when someone would." Leo, too surprised to be frightened, held out the box. "What does it do?" "It doesn't do anything per se," the badger replied, waddling closer. "It wonders, and its wonders are never idle. My name is Barnaby, by the way, keeper of forgotten footnotes and unfinished chapters." He gestured with a paw to the stacks of books around him. "That compass doesn't point to places on a map. It points to things that are lost, not lost in the world, but lost in here." He tapped his own chest gently. As if on cue, the silver needle stopped its wandering and settled, pointing unerringly toward the attic door. Etched on the compass face, the words now read clearly, the silent song of the grandfather clock. "It seems," Barnaby said, peering at the dial, "it wonders about the clock in the hall." And so Leo's journey began. It was not a journey of miles, for he only had to walk down the attic stairs and into the hallway. It was a journey of courage, for Leo was a quiet boy who preferred the company of corners and shadows. To investigate a mystery, even a gentle one, felt like a very large thing indeed. He carried the compass carefully, Barnaby padding softly beside him. The grandfather clock stood tall and solemn in the hallway, its pendulum swinging with a steady, reassuring tick-tock, tick-tock. But as Leo drew closer, the compass needle began to tremble violently. "It's not broken," Leo whispered, confused. "It's telling perfect time." "Is it?" Barnaby mused, stroking his chin. "Listen more closely, not with your ears, lad, with your wonder." Leo knelt before the great clock, the polished wood of its case warm and familiar. He placed a hand on its side and closed his eyes. Beneath the steady tick-tock, he could feel a faint, sad vibration. A hum of something missing. The clock was keeping time, but it had forgotten its song. Just then, a flash of emerald and sapphire zipped past his ear, accompanied by a cheerful, tinkling chime. A small, plump hummingbird hovered in the air before him, her wings a blur. She wore a tiny cap made from a thimble, with a bright feather stuck in the brim. "Having trouble, dearies," she chimed, her voice like the ringing of tiny, distant bells. "I'm Cordelia, keeper of nectar and notions. I know everything that flits and floats in this house." Barnaby sighed, though not unkindly. "We are attempting to diagnose a case of forgotten music, Cordelia. A serious matter." "Ooh, a song." Cordelia zipped over to the clock and tapped its face with her slender beak. "This old thing, it hasn't sung since the day the last cuckoo fell asleep and forgot to wake up." Leo looked inside the glass-paned door of the clock. There, nestled in the very top, was a small wooden cuckoo, covered in a fine layer of dust. Its eyes were closed. "How do we wake him up?" Leo asked. Cordelia buzzed thoughtfully. He's not just asleep, sweetie, he's lonely. His song was an echo of the joy in this house. It's been too quiet for too long. This was the first challenge. Leo felt a flutter of uncertainty in his own chest. How could he, a quiet boy, fill a house with enough joy to wake a sleeping song? He thought of his grandmother moving through the quiet rooms. He thought of the silent meals and the long, hushed evenings. The house was peaceful, yes, but perhaps it had forgotten how to be joyful. An idea, small and fragile as a soap bubble, formed in his mind. He remembered the stack of sheet music in the attic. He looked at Barnaby and Cordelia. "We need to help it remember," he said. His journey of courage continued, step by small step. He went to the piano in the parlor, its keys the color of old ivory. He picked out a simple, cheerful tune he remembered from school, his fingers clumsy at first. Cordelia, delighted, zipped around the room, her humming wings adding a harmony of their own. Barnaby, in a surprising turn, began to tap his stout foot in a steady, rhythmic beat. Plink, plink, plonk went the piano. Bzzz hum went Cordelia. Tap, tap, tappity tap went Barnaby. It wasn't a grand concert. It was a little stumbling, hopeful noise. But as they played, Leo felt a change in the air. The house itself seemed to lean in, listening. The rain outside softened to a gentle patter, and a log shifted in the fireplace down the hall with a soft, crinkling crunch. When he finished, the hallway felt warmer. Leo looked at the compass. The needle had shifted. It now pointed toward the kitchen, and the words read, "The simmering story of the soup pot." The trio made their way into the cozy kitchen, where a large, copper pot hung beside the hearth. It was quiet and cool to the touch. "This pot," Barnaby declared, after consulting a small, spice-stained notebook he produced from his waistcoat, "has simmered tales of every guest who has ever broken bread at this table, but its story has gone cold." Leo thought of the simple soup his grandmother made, and how it always tasted of comfort. But he also thought of the empty chairs around the table. He went to the pantry and began gathering ingredients, a knobbly carrot, a stout potato, a handful of peas. He wasn't a master chef, but he knew how to chop and stir. As he worked, with Cordelia supervising from the rim of the pot and Barnaby offering historical facts about the origin of the potato, Leo began to talk. He told stories, silly jokes from school, a dream he'd had about flying, a memory of his mother's laugh. He was filling the pot with more than just soup. He was filling it with words and warmth. Soon a rich, savory aroma began to rise, and the pot itself began to emit a faint, contented bubbling sound, a soft blup 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 that seemed to whisper, "More, tell me more." The compass needle shifted again. This time it led them to the library, pointing to the unfinished tale in the wingback chair. The chair in question was by the window, its velvet upholstery worn soft and smooth in just the right places. A knitted afghan was draped over its back, and a single, forgotten bookmark lay on the seat. "Ah," Barnaby said, his voice full of reverence. "This is where the best stories are read, but also where they are dreamed. This chair holds the weight of every tale that was left midway, waiting for an ending." Leo sat down in the chair. It felt like a hug. He picked up the afghan, a riot of colorful squares, and wrapped it around his shoulders. He thought of all the stories that lived in this house, in the books, in the clock, in the soup pot, and in the quiet hearts of its inhabitants. He realized then that the greatest adventure wasn't about finding a magical item. It was about using it to mend the small, silent breaks in the world around you. He didn't need to write a new story. He just needed to continue the one that was already here. He picked up a book from the side table, a simple, well-loved volume of fairy tales, and began to read aloud. His voice was quiet at first, but it grew steadier as he went, weaving through the quiet library, accompanied by the patter of rain, the purring of the old ginger cat who had wandered in to listen, and the soft, rhythmic ticking of the clock in the hall. He read of brave mice and kindly giants, of lost stars and found treasures. And as he read the final page of one particular story about a lonely dragon who found a friend, a wonderful thing happened. From the hallway came a sound they hadn't heard in years. A soft whirring click followed by a cheerful, two-toned call. Cuck-coo, cuck-coo. The little wooden bird had awoken. Its song was not loud or grand, but it was clear and bright, a perfect, joyful note in the symphony of the cozy house. The grandfather clock pendulum seemed to swing with a new, lively energy. Tick-tock cuckoo. Tick-tock cuckoo. Leo looked down at the compass in his lap. The silver needle was still, pointing directly at his own heart. The words on the face now read, simple and clear, the keeper of small, brave things. He understood. The magic was not in the compass itself, but in the wonders it inspired. It had guided him on a journey not through the world, but through his own kindness, his patience in listening, and his courage in sharing his own small voice. Barnaby gave a satisfied nod, and Cordelia did a joyful loop-the-loop in the air, her bells chiming merrily. The ginger cat stretched, his purr a deep, rumbling engine of contentment. Later, as the fire crackled and sighed in the grate and the cuckoo called the hour, Leo's grandmother came in, carrying 2 cups of cocoa. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, and handed one to Leo. "The house feels different tonight," she said softly, settling into the other armchair. "It feels lighter, as if it's remembered how to sing." Leo smiled, sipping the warm, sweet drink. He held the wooden box, now closed, in his hand. The extraordinary secret of the ordinary attic was this: the greatest adventures and the most powerful magic are always hidden in plain sight, waiting for a wondering heart to find them. And as the fire whispered and the clock sang its restored song, Leo knew that this was only the beginning of the wonders he would find, right here, in the cozy, safe embrace of home. Story 11. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny amber star floating upward on the warm breath of the night. Then another followed, and another, until the air above the quiet cottage was filled with drifting lights, each one carrying the scent of cedar smoke and the promise of dreams. A young girl named Lyra watched them ascend, her blanket wrapped snugly around her shoulders. In her palm she held a smooth, gray river stone, worn soft by time and water, a small piece of home her grandfather had given her, cool and comforting to the touch. One particularly bright spark did not vanish into the tapestry of stars above. Instead, it drifted downward, landing softly on the windowsill before her. It wasn't a spark at all, but a tiny creature, no bigger than her thumb, woven from living light. It pulsed with a gentle, golden warmth, and a soft, melodic hum filled the air, like the sound of a distant harp string being gently plucked. It was a Glimmerwing. Without a word, but with a feeling of clear invitation that bloomed in her heart, the Glimmerwing rose again. It floated toward the great, ancient oak at the edge of the garden, where the moonlight seemed to pool thick as cream. Lyra, her curiosity a quiet, insistent drumbeat, slipped from her chair and followed, her bare feet silent on the cool, dewy grass. As she approached the oak, she saw that the moonlight was not just pooling. It was gathering, coalescing into a shimmering, silvery doorway nestled within the tree's gnarled roots. The Glimmerwing hovered at its center, its light beckoning. Taking a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine filling her senses, Lyra stepped through. The world dissolved into a soft, swirling mist, and then reformed around her. She was standing on a pathway of woven cloud, soft and springy beneath her feet, smelling faintly of rain and ozone. All around her towers and spires rose, not of stone or wood, but of cumulus and cirrus, glowing with the soft, internal light of a perpetual twilight. This was the city of Nimbus, a realm built upon the breath of the sky. Bridges of shimmering vapor connected the cloud structures, and gentle, warm breezes carried the sound of wind chimes made of crystallized air. Her guide, the Glimmerwing, pulsed with a brighter light and flew ahead. As they walked, Lyra saw other inhabitants. There were the Zephyrs, gentle beings of moving air who communicated in sighs and whispers that carried the scent of far-off meadows and mountain snow. They brushed against her arms, their touch like the softest silk, leaving a feeling of serene coolness on her skin. Then came the Luminara, tall, slender figures whose bodies were like shifting stained glass, casting fractured rainbows on the cloud paths. They spoke not with words, but with the colors that danced across their forms, a flush of rose pink for greeting, a slow wave of deep blue for contemplation. The Glimmerwing led her to the heart of the city, a vast, open plaza where the cloud spire stood. It was a colossal, swirling pillar of mist that reached up into the star-dusted heavens, and from its apex fell a gentle, silent shower of starlight, each mote of light humming a different, soft note as it descended. This was the Starlight Carillon, the great clock and compass of Nimbus. But something was wrong. The light falling from the spire was dim, flickering uncertainly. The harmonious hum was broken, sounding thin and sad. The Luminara gathered around its base, their colors muted and worried. One of the Luminara, taller than the rest with colors like a deep, twilight sky, approached Lyra. It did not speak but placed a cool, smooth hand, which felt like polished sea glass, on her own. A flood of images filled Lyra's mind. She saw the source of the Carillon's light, the Heartstone, a gem that pulsed with the captured light of 1,000 forgotten constellations deep within the spire. She saw that its light was fading, and with it, the music and stability of Nimbus. The pathways of cloud were beginning to thin, and a deep melancholy was settling over the city. The reason for her journey became clear. She was here to help. The Glimmerwing, understanding the silent communication, pulsed urgently and flew toward a great archway at the base of the spire, an entrance that led not up but down. This was the route of the Cloud City, the path to the Underglimmer. The archway opened not onto stairs, but a gentle, sloping slide of polished moonbeam, cool and smooth as porcelain. Lyra slid down, the air whistling softly past her ears, carrying the scent of old paper and cold stone. She emerged into a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in shadow. But the darkness was not empty. This was the cavern of the silent aurora. Great shimmering curtains of light, emerald, violet, and sapphire, drifted slowly through the air, silent and majestic. They were not like the frantic northern lights of her world. These were slow, thoughtful rivers of color that hummed with a deep, resonant energy she could feel in her bones. The cavern floor was a forest of crystal trees, their leaves tinkling like a million tiny bells when the aural breezes stirred them. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the electric tang of the lights and the mineral scent of the crystals. Here the inhabitants were the chromatreads, large, gentle armadillo-like creatures whose segmented shells were made of mother-of-pearl. They did not see with eyes, but by reading the shifting colors of the aurora with their shells. They communicated by tapping their claws on the resonant crystal floor, creating complex, rhythmic messages that echoed through the cavern. One of them, its shell shimmering with reflected violet light, ambled over to her. It gently nudged her hand with its cool, smooth nose, and then turned, indicating she should follow. They walked through the forest of chiming crystals, the chromatred leading the way unerringly. The Glimmerwing's light was a tiny, brave sun in the immense, colorful gloom. Lyra clutched her river stone, its familiar, solid weight a comfort in this world of ethereal beauty. They came to a place where the aural curtains converged, swirling around a great, still pool of obsidian. In the center of the pool stood a single, perfect pillar of crystal, and within it Lyra could see a soft, pulsing light. It was a fragment, a piece of the fading Heartstone. but the pool was not empty. Slender silver fish with fins like spun glass swam in its depths, and they were the key. The chromatred tapped a specific rhythm on the ground, and the fish began to swim in a complex pattern, their bodies reflecting and amplifying the light of the aurora. They were focusing the energy, weaving it into a coherent beam. The beam of light struck the crystal pillar, and the fragment within glowed brighter, but it was not enough. It needed a catalyst, a memory of true, stable light from another world. Lyra looked down at the river stone in her hand. It was just a stone, but it held the memory of a sun-warmed riverbank, of her grandfather's laugh, of the steadfast, unchanging nature of home. It was an anchor. She stepped to the edge of the obsidian pool and, taking a deep breath, dipped the stone into the dark water. The moment it touched the surface, the water began to glow with a soft, golden light. The memories within the stone, the scent of sun on clay, the feel of cool mud between toes, the sound of rushing water, flowed out into the pool. The silverfish swam faster, their dance becoming a joyous celebration. They gathered the golden light, weaving it with the colors of the aurora, and directed it at the crystal pillar. The fragment of the heartstone flashed, then shone with a steady, warm, golden-white light. It rose from its prison and floated gently into Lyra's waiting hand. It was warm now and pulsed in time with her own heartbeat. Her journey was not over. The chromatred led her to the far side of the cavern, to a doorway that was not a door, but a tear in the fabric of the world, edged in shifting, silvery script. This was the liminal library. Stepping through was like stepping into the silence between two heartbeats. The library existed between dimensions, a place of perfect quiet. Endless shelves stretched in every direction, holding not books, but captured moments, memories, and stories that glowed like captured fireflies. The air smelled of vanilla, old leather, and a clean, static emptiness. The librarians were the quietest, beings of shimmering shadow and gentle hands, who communicated through touch alone. They moved with a profound silence, their fingers brushing against the glowing orbs, reading the stories within. One of them glided toward her, a comforting presence in the profound stillness. It reached out a hand that felt like cool velvet and touched her forehead, then the heartstone fragment in her hand. It understood. It led her through the labyrinth of shelves, the only sound the soft whisper of her own breathing and the rustle of her clothes. They arrived at a central nexus, a round room where the shelves spiraled upward into infinity. In the center was a pedestal, and upon it rested the main body of the heartstone, but it was dull and cracked. The quietest gestured for her to place the fragment she carried. As she did, the golden light from her stone, now infused within the fragment, flowed into the cracks of the larger gem. The light spread, mending the fractures, filling the stone with a brilliant, steady luminescence. The hum that had been so weak in Nimbus returned here, in the silence of the library, as a single, pure, overwhelming note of peace. The stories on the shelves brightened, their lights twinkling like a sky full of awakened stars. The quietest placed a velvety hand on her shoulder, a gesture of profound gratitude that needed no words. Then it led her to a final archway, this one showing the familiar sight of her own garden, the oak tree, and the dying embers of the fire. Lyra stepped back through, the transition as smooth as waking from a deep sleep. She was standing once more on the dewy grass, the river stone cool in her hand. She looked up. The sparks had all vanished, and the sky was a deep, velvety blue, dotted with steady, silent stars. But one star, directly above the ancient oak, shone with a particularly warm and golden light, pulsing softly, in perfect rhythm with the beat of her own heart. She climbed back into her chair, pulling the blanket around her. The adventure was over, but the feeling of it remained, a cozy warmth in her soul, the scent of rain and vanilla lingering in the air, the memory of gentle touches and silent understandings. She had helped a world of light and music find its song again, and in doing so, she had learned that the smallest piece of home, carried close, could be a light powerful enough to mend a star. And as she drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, the last thing she felt was the smooth, familiar weight of the river stone in her hand, a quiet promise that wonder was never far away. Story 12. In the velvet expanse where stars are born like dandelion seeds scattered by a cosmic wind, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet hums and soft, pulsing lights, built long ago by starfarers who had since moved on to other corners of the galaxy. Its viewports were vast, crystalline eyes that drank in the light of swirling nebulae and distant suns. And it was here in this silent sanctuary that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from a world of gentle, rolling harmonies. His name was Orin, and his people, the Melliflu, communicated not with words but with song. His body was slender and graceful, covered in a fine, iridescent down that shimmered with the soft hues of a morning sky. When he was content, he emitted a low, humming vibration, like a cello's warm note played in a quiet room. When he was curious, his skin would ripple with cascading chimes. He had come to the Starlight Haven seeking solitude and the pure, unfiltered music of the cosmos. The second was a creature from a planet of crystalline forests and silent understanding. Her name was Lyra, and her people, the Lumina, spoke through light. Her form was delicate, like spun glass infused with captured starlight, and her emotions played across her surface in washes of color. A soft blue-green glow meant peace, a flicker of gold, excitement, a slow pulse of violet, deep thought. She had arrived at the haven seeking refuge from a solar storm, her own ship's light drive flickering and frail. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Orin, hearing the air displace with a soft whump as Lyra's pod docked, had approached with a melody of greeting, a rising scale of inquisitive, flute-like notes. Lyra, startled by the sudden sound, had flared a brilliant, warning scarlet, her glassy form contracting into a defensive sphere. Orin, interpreting the red as aggression, flinched back, his own melody stuttering into a discordant, worried buzz. For a full cycle of the station's dim day and bright night cycle, they kept to opposite ends of the haven. Orin stayed in the Harmony wing, where the walls were shaped to catch and amplify the subtle vibrations of space. Lyra remained in the prism chamber, where light from 1,000 stars was fractured into rainbows that danced across the floor. The misunderstanding began to unravel over a shared need. The haven's central garden, a place where bioluminescent moss grew in soft carpets and star vines climbed the pillars, was wilting. The automated systems had failed, and the gentle light the plants thrived on was fading. Orin noticed it first. The garden's quiet hum of life was growing faint, its melody becoming a sad, slow dirge. He ventured in, his own humming a tentative attempt to soothe the distressed flora. Lyra, drawn by the shifting light patterns, the moss was glowing a desperate, pulsing orange, entered from the other side. She saw Orin not as a threat, but as a fellow creature concerned for the living things. She extended a slender, crystalline hand, and from her fingertips bloomed a soft, nurturing cerulean light, bathing a patch of moss. The plants beneath her touch immediately responded, their orange panic softening to a relieved green gold. Orin watched, his fearful buzz quieting. He saw her intent not in words, but in the gentle, caring quality of her light. He responded not with a complex melody, but with a single, clear, resonant note of gratitude, a deep sea that vibrated through the floor and made the star vines tremble with pleasure. It was their first true communication. A note and a color. A thank you and a you're welcome. This small success sparked a collaboration. They decided to create a shared shelter within the garden, a place that would combine their natures. They called it the Glimmer-Song Grove. Orin used his knowledge of resonance to gently shape the growing star vines, guiding them to weave together into a domed bower. Lyra, with her control of light, encouraged clusters of luminous fungi to grow along the vines, their glow shifting in time with Orin's ambient humming. Their work was filled with laughter, though neither could laugh in the way the other understood. For Orin, laughter was a burst of staccato, bell-like chimes. For Lyra, it was a shower of shimmering, prismatic sparks. The first time Orin caused a cascade of chimes by accidentally tickling a sensitive root, Lyra was so surprised she erupted in a fountain of gold and silver sparks. Orin, startled but delighted, responded with an even more complex peal of sonic joy. They spent a good while simply setting each other off, the grove filling with a celebration of sound and light that had the plants themselves swaying in happiness. Misunderstandings still occurred, but they became lessons, not walls. One day Orin, trying to be helpful, brought Lyra a nutrient-rich paste his people enjoyed. He presented it with a proud, flourishing melody. Lyra, whose people absorbed sustenance directly from light, had no concept of eating. She looked at the paste, then at Orin, and glowed a confused, murky yellow-brown. Orin, thinking she was disgusted, slumped, his melody fading into a minor key. It was only when Lyra gently took his hand and held it up to a beam of starlight, letting him feel the faint, warm energy she drew from it, that he understood. His melody shifted to one of amazed comprehension, and the murky yellow in Lyra's form cleared into the blue of shared discovery. Their deepest connection, however, was forged in the quiet moments. As the Glimmer Song Grove took shape, they developed a ritual. Each evening, as the station's systems dimmed to simulate night, they would meet in their bower. Orin would settle onto the soft moss, and Lyra would sit beside him, her form casting a gentle, moon-like radiance. They would watch the stars. Orin would listen. He would hear the distant, thrumming birth cries of new suns, the whispering sigh of dying red giants, and the rhythmic, pulsing beat of faraway quasars. He would translate this cosmic symphony for Lyra, not with complex songs, but with simple, single-note hums that mirrored the rhythms of the deep. A slow, deep vibration for a spinning galaxy. A quick, bright trill for a shooting star. Lyra, in turn, would show him what she saw. Her people perceived the emotional resonance of light. She would point a crystalline finger at a particular star, and her body would glow with the feeling it evoked in her. A steady, warm amber for a stable, comforting sun. A wistful, swirling lavender for a lonely pulsar. A joyful, dancing carnival of colors for a vibrant nebula, where new planets were being born. They were learning a new language, one built not on vocabulary, but on shared feeling. It was a language of kindness, of patience, of the simple, profound desire to know and be known. The ultimate test of their friendship came with the Great Silence. A vast, dark nebula drifted between the haven and the galactic core, blotting out the light and sound from a quarter of the sky. For Lyra, it was a void, a place of sensory deprivation that made her glow flicker with anxious gray. For Orin, the silence was deafening, a hollow emptiness that made his own hum feel small and lost. They huddled together in the Glimmer Song Grove, which now felt dim and muted. The usual concert of the universe had been stifled. Orin felt a tremor of fear run through Lyra's crystalline form. He knew he had to bridge this gap, this silence that threatened to separate them. He closed his eyes and did not try to fill the silence with a grand melody. Instead, he focused on the one sound that was always there, the one they had built their friendship upon, the sound of his own heart, steady and true. He began to hum it, a soft, rhythmic, reassuring pulse. I am here. You are not alone. Lyra, hearing that simple, vital vibration, felt her anxiety soften. She looked at Orin, at his earnest face, and she understood. She pressed her cool, smooth form against his warm, downy side. Then she too reached for her most fundamental expression. She let her inner light, the pure, constant glow of her own being, shine forth. It was not a color of joy or sorrow, but simply a soft, white radiance, the light of her existence. And I am here with you. In that moment, the dark nebula outside didn't matter. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the hum of a heart and the glow of a soul. Their shared shelter was not just the vine-woven bower or the glowing fungi. It was the space they held for each other, a sanctuary built from the universal language of kindness. When the nebula finally passed and the stars and their symphonies returned, they did not immediately turn to look. They remained as they were, wrapped in the quiet comfort of their friendship, a bond that had proven it could shine even in the deepest dark and sing even in the most profound silence. For they had learned that while stars and songs and light were beautiful, the most wonderful thing in all the cosmos was the gentle, steady warmth of a friend beside you, sharing the view. Story 13. The village of Stillwater Bend was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary wove together like the threads of a well-loved quilt. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river paused to catch its breath, it was a settlement of cobbled lanes, cottages with mossy roofs, and gardens that bloomed in colors not found on any ordinary palette. The air was often filled with a soft symphony, the gentle chime of crystal wind bells hanging from the eaves, the dependable, deep-toned gong of the old clock tower marking the hours, and the whisper of the rain which fell not in storms, but in a tender, misting spray that made the world seem freshly painted. In this village lived a young woman named Anya, who mended clocks and kept the town's many timepieces in harmonious order. She had a quiet way about her, a stillness that allowed her to notice things others missed, the precise tilt of a gear, the faintest sigh of a spring, and the subtle shifts in the world around her. Her workshop was a cozy nest of ticking and talking, filled with the smells of oil and old wood, and from its one round window she had a perfect view of the heavens at night. It began on an evening when the misty rain had just ceased, and the sky was a deep, clean violet. Anya was winding the great-grandfather clock in the town square when she heard the first murmur. Old Finn, the stargazer, was peering through his brass telescope on the library's widow's walk, his brow furrowed. "The teapot is missing a star," he said, his voice a low rumble of confusion. Anya looked up. The teapot was a small, beloved constellation that poured its starlight over the village each night. It was a fixture, a comfort. And sure enough, when she squinted, there was a dark gap where its cheerful, twinkling light should have been. The next morning, the peculiarities multiplied. Ilara from the bakery brought Anya a scone and a puzzle. "The rain last night," she said, wiping flour from her apron. "It fell upwards for a full minute. I saw it through my window. My fuchsias are now a lovely shade of sky blue, which is pretty, mind you, but peculiar." Anya nodded, her mind already ticking like one of her clocks. She accepted the scone and walked through the village, her senses alert. She heard the gentle plink of water dripping from the clock tower's gutters, but the puddles on the ground were perfectly still. She saw that the sundial in the memorial garden was casting a shadow in the wrong direction. And she felt it, too, a strange, soft tug in the air, as if the world were holding its breath. That afternoon, a town meeting was called in the square, under the benevolent gaze of the clock tower. The rain began again, that soft, misting rain, and everyone gathered under brightly colored umbrellas. "The creek behind my house is flowing backwards," called out the miller. "My shadow walks ahead of me now," added the town crier, looking quite put out. "The lullaby I sang to my babe last night, she sang it back to me this morning, word for word, before she'd even learned to talk," whispered a young mother, her eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and worry. The mayor, a flustered man with a kind heart, wrung his hands. "This is most irregular, most irregular." But Anya simply listened. She heard the fear not as a roar, but as a collection of confused whispers. She felt no menace in the air, only a deep, profound strangeness. This was not a problem of danger, but of understanding. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one sung by the children as they jumped rope in the lane, their voices a sweet counterpoint to the rhythmic slap of the cord on wet cobblestones. When the teapot tips and spills the night, and shadows flee the morning light, find the key where the two rivers run, before the setting of the sun. The children had always sung it, it was just a silly rhyme. But now the words echoed in Anya's mind. When the teapot tips the missing star, shadows flee the morning light, the sundial's errant shadow. The rhyme was a map. She spent the day observing. She saw that the backwards flowing creek and the normally placid river did, in fact, have a confluence, a place where they met just east of the village. According to the rhyme, the key was there. But what key? And to what? This was the first red herring, and a delightful one it turned out to be. Anya went to the confluence, where the water swirled in a most unusual, silent eddy. Reaching into the cool, clear water, her fingers brushed against something smooth and metallic. She pulled out a large, ornate key, made of tarnished silver and inlaid with mother-of-pearl. It was beautiful, but it didn't fit any lock in Stillwater Bend, not the town hall, not the library, not even the old chest in the museum. The key was a decoy, a beautiful piece of the puzzle that didn't solve it. Puzzled but not discouraged, Anya returned to her workshop as the soft rain pattered against the window. The clock tower gonged 5 times, its sound deep and resonant. She looked at her maps of the village, then at her charts of the stars. And then she saw it. The pattern of the missing star from the Teapot constellation, when superimposed over her map of Stillwater Bend, pointed directly to the old clock tower itself. The tower was the heart of the village, its steady chime the heartbeat everyone set their lives by. Anya climbed the spiraling stone steps, the air growing cooler and smelling of ancient stone and dust. In the belfry, the great brass bell hung silent until its next appointed time. But something was different. The great clockwork mechanism, which she herself maintained, was purring. It was a soft, contented sound, not the usual steady tick-tock. And the hands on the 4 clock faces were moving, but ever so slightly backwards. This was the heart of the mystery. Time itself was gently, softly unspooling in Stillwater Bend. Anya sat on the dusty floorboards, listening to the purring gears and the distant sound of the wind bells. She didn't try to force the clockwork back to its normal rhythm. Instead, she empathized with it. What would make the heart of a village want to turn back? Not in panic, but in a slow, gentle rewind. She thought of the backwards flowing creek, the upside-down rain, the children knowing rhymes before they were taught. It was a longing. A deep, collective, unconscious longing for something that was, or almost was. The second clue came from another old rhyme, this one etched into the base of the weather vane on top of the tower, something she'd seen 1,000 times but never truly read. Seek the memory the heart has kept, where the weaver and the shepherd slept. The weaver and the shepherd were 2 other constellations. Anya rushed to her star charts. On the night the strange events began, the weaver and the shepherd had been positioned directly over the old, abandoned village green, a place that was now a forgotten, overgrown corner of the woods, overshadowed by the newer town square. With a lantern in hand, its warm light pushing back the twilight, Anya walked to the old green. The gentle rain had stopped and the world was hushed. The overgrown clearing was dotted with fireflies, their lights blinking like fallen stars. In the center stood a single ancient stone, moss-covered and worn smooth. It was a sundial, the village's original timekeeper, long forgotten. Carved into its base was a final rhyme, almost worn away by centuries of weather. When the new heart forgets the old, and the village story goes untold, the world will gently bend and bow, to remind the now of then and how. And in that moment, surrounded by the chirping of crickets and the soft glow of fireflies, Anya understood. The village had been so busy growing, so comforted by the new clock tower's reliable chime, that it had forgotten its own beginning. It had forgotten the stories of its founding, the tales of the first families who gathered on this very green. The world wasn't breaking, it was remembering. It was reaching back to gently tug on the sleeve of the present, whispering, "Don't forget this part." The backwards time, the missing star, the shifting colors, they were all symptoms of a village soul trying to reconnect with its past. The key she found wasn't for a physical lock, but for the lockbox of memory. The red herring had led her to a beautiful truth, that the past was not a locked door, but a treasure waiting to be rediscovered. She returned to the town square where everyone had gathered again, their faces lit by lantern light, the misty rain beginning once more with a soft, sighing sound. "There's nothing to fear," Anya said, her voice calm and clear, carrying over the gentle plink of the rain. She told them of the old sundial, the forgotten green, and the rhymes. She explained that the village itself was dreaming of its own history. "The teapot didn't lose a star," she said, pointing to the sky. "It tipped it out to light our way to the past." A wonderful change came over the people of Stillwater Bend. The fear melted away, replaced by a warm, curious wonder. The next day, led by the oldest among them, the whole village went to the overgrown green. They cleared the weeds and uncovered the sundial. They brought picnics and blankets. And as the day wore on, the elders began to tell stories, tales of the first harvest, of the great friendship between the millers and the bakers' founding families, of how the constellation of the teapot got its name from a legendary kettle that never ran empty. As the stories were shared, laughed over, and absorbed, the peculiar happenings began to gently reverse themselves. The creek resumed its normal course. The fuchsias slowly blushed back to their original pink. And that evening, as the community sat together on the old green, sharing food and memories under the emerging stars, a collective sigh seemed to pass through the valley. The clock tower chimed, its tone now perfectly steady and true. The gentle rain fell downwards once more, its patter a soft drumbeat on the leaves. And high above, the teapot constellation was whole again, its complete, cheerful shape pouring starlight over the reunited village, its light seeming brighter and warmer than ever before. The mystery was solved not with a wrench or a will, but with listening, with empathy, and with the simple, powerful act of remembering together. Stillwater Bend had not lost anything. It had found a part of itself it never knew was missing. And as the villagers walked back to their cottages that night, the sounds of the wind chimes and the distant, comforting gong of the clock tower wrapped around them like a blanket. They knew they were closer, their story richer, their home more deeply rooted than ever before. And in the cozy quiet of the night, the heart of the village beat in perfect, peaceful time, a rhythm woven from both the past and the present, promising sweet dreams and a brighter tomorrow. Story 14. In the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrendered completely to the velvet night, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. Here moonlight did not simply fall. It pooled in silver puddles between gnarled roots, it dripped from pine needles like liquid mercury, and it wove itself into the very fabric of the air, a visible, breathing magic. The forest was never truly dark, for when the moon climbed high, a second, softer illumination awoke. Tiny fungi nestled in the crooks of trees pulsed with a gentle green light, will-o'-the-wisps bobbed lazily over bogs like lost stars, and the very moss covering the stones seemed to drink the moonlight and radiate it back as a faint blue shimmer. It was in this realm of whispers and soft light that a young fox, the color of autumn rust with eyes like polished river stones, made his home. His name was Rowan, and he carried a quiet unease in his heart, a sense that he was missing a piece of a song everyone else could hear. For in Lumenwood everything spoke. It was not a language of words, but of sensation and sound, the secret, ancient tongue of the wild. The trees conversed in the rustle of their leaves, a slow, patient gossip about the passing centuries. On this particular night, a soft breeze swept through the canopy of the great oaks and ancient elms, and it carried a message. As I rest, as I change is coming. The sound was a natural ASMR, a gentle susurration that trickled down Rowan's spine, calming yet stirring. It spoke of the turning wheel, of the season preparing to shift from the vibrant energy of late summer to the quiet contemplation of autumn. Following the sound, Rowan trotted to the edge of the whispering stream. This was no ordinary brook. Its water, clear as polished glass, did not merely babble, it sang in crystalline notes. Over smooth, moon-washed stones it flowed, each obstacle creating a unique pitch, a high plink here, a low gurgle there, a melody that was endlessly new and eternally the same. Rowan dipped his nose to the water, and the stream's song shifted, greeting him. Welcome, little one. Your heart is troubled. Its rhythm is out of sync with ours. How can I find the rhythm? Rowan asked, his voice a soft bark that was swallowed by the forest's vastness. The stream did not answer with words, but its song changed again, directing his gaze upstream, toward the heart of the wood, where the oldest and wisest of them all resided. It was a direction, a suggestion woven in water music. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Rowan began his journey. He moved past stones that were not silent. When his paw brushed against a particularly large, moss-covered granite stone, he felt a deep, resonant hum, a vibration of immense age and stability. It was a feeling more than a sound, a bass note in the symphony of the forest that said, I am here. I remember. Be still, and you will remember, too. His path led him through a grove where the bioluminescent wonders were at their most brilliant. Ghost orchids glowed with a pearlescent light, and colonies of glowworms had spun constellations across the underside of a fallen log. The air itself seemed to sparkle with drifting motes of pollen that caught the moonlight. In the center of this grove lay a starlit clearing, a perfect circle where the trees leaned back as if in reverence, allowing a direct view of the star-strewn sky. The clearing was carpeted in soft, silver-tipped clover that released a sweet, sleepy fragrance when crushed. And there, perched on a low, smooth branch of the grandfather oak, the oldest tree in the forest, was the elder. He was a great gray owl, so ancient his feathers were edged in what looked like frost. His name was Nocturne, and his eyes were twin pools of bottomless, gentle wisdom. He did not turn as Rowan approached, but the forest seemed to grow quieter, the stream's song fading to a distant hush, the wind pausing its whispers. The stream's song led me here, Rowan began, his voice small. Nocturne swiveled his head slowly, a movement so fluid it seemed impossible. The stream sings what the stones hum, and the stones hum what the wind whispers, and the wind whispers what the stars decree, he said, his voice not a hoot, but a low, resonant vibration that felt like velvet against the ears. You are hearing the song of the turning, the season prepares to rest. But I don't understand it, Rowan confessed, settling on the soft clover. I feel a pull to be busy, to gather, to run. The song says to be still. It feels wrong. A soft patter began then, a gentle rainfall that was not a storm, but a blessing. Each drop that landed on the broad leaves of the surrounding plants created a soft plip, and the collective sound was a soothing, rhythmic percussion. The rain kissed Rowan's fur, cool and clean, and the scent of wet earth and petrichor rose around them, deeply calming. Watch, Nocturne said softly. As the rain fell, a remarkable thing happened. The bioluminescent fungi brightened, drinking the moisture, their green light intensifying until the grove was bathed in an emerald radiance. The moss on the stones seemed to sigh with pleasure, its blue glow pulsing softly. The rain does not ask the moss to stop glowing, Nocturne murmured, the sound of his voice blending with the rainfall. It asks it to glow differently. It asks the stream to sing a little louder and the leaves to begin their slow release. This is not an ending, little fox. It is a change of breath. The forest is inhaling the energy of summer, and now it prepares for the long, slow exhale of autumn, which will lead to the deep, dreaming breath of winter. He gestured with a wing toward the grandfather oak. Listen. Rowan pressed his ear to the massive, rough bark of the tree. At first, he heard only the rain. Then deeper he felt it, a slow, rhythmic pulse, like a gigantic, sleeping heart. Thump, 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 it was the heartbeat of the forest itself, steady and unconcerned with haste. The tension you feel, Nocturne continued, is your own rhythm fighting the greater one. You are a note meant to be played in the summer movement, full of staccato runs and leaps, but the symphony has many movements. The next is adagio, slow, gentle, rich with its own meaning. You must learn to play your note within it. As if on cue, a single leaf, tinged with the first blush of gold, detached from a high branch and began its slow, spiraling descent. It didn't fall, it danced. It waltzed on the air currents, turning and twisting, a final, beautiful performance before coming to rest on the surface of a puddle in the clearing. The puddle, now holding a captured moonbeam and the golden leaf, looked like a work of art. The leaf does not fear its fall, the owl said. It trusts the cycle. It knows that its rest on the earth will nourish the roots which will someday beckon forth new leaves. Rest is not idleness. It is renewal. It is the quiet magic where the next beginning is woven. Rowan watched the leaf float, and something in his own restless heart began to settle. The gentle percussion of the rain, the deep hum of the stone beneath his paws, the slow, patient heartbeat of the tree, and the soft, glowing light all around him wove a tapestry of peace. The secret language of the forest was not a puzzle to be solved, but a state to be felt. It was their acceptance of cycles, the wisdom of rest, the beauty of a slow, deliberate exhale. He spent the rest of the night there in the clearing, with the wise owl a silent, comforting presence. He watched the stars wheel slowly overhead, their light filtered through the gentle rain that had now softened to a mist. He listened to the wind return, its whispers now making sense. Let go slow down dream. When the first hint of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, the nocturnal creatures retreated, and the forest's daytime voices began to stir. Rowan felt different. The frantic energy was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant calm. He understood now that his purpose was not just to run and hunt, but also to be still and listen, to be a part of the forest's breath. He thanked Nocturne not with words, but with a deep, respectful bow of his head. The owl simply blinked slowly, a gesture of profound understanding and farewell. Rowan's journey back was different. He did not rush. He paused by the whispering stream and found that its song now seemed to include a melody he recognized, his own newfound peace reflected back at him. He brushed against the mossy stone and felt its hum not as an alien vibration, but as a familiar, grounding comfort. He found a sun-dappled spot near his den, where the last of the night's rain dripped from the leaves in a soothing, sporadic rhythm. Plink, plink, plop. He curled up, his rust-colored fur blending with the fallen leaves. He was no longer fighting the cycle, he was embracing it. He was ready for the gentle exhale of autumn, for the soft decay that promised future bloom, for the long nights filled with starlight and the quiet music of a world at rest. And as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the ancient forest of Lumenwood sang its lullaby around him. The wind in the pines, the distant chuckle of the stream, the deep, silent knowledge of the stones, and the gentle, glowing promise that after every rest, without fail, comes a renewal. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between silver-trunked trees and moon-petal flowers, lay the village of Stillwater Hollow. Here the days were measured not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the sundial tower, and the nights were painted with starlight that danced to the rhythm of wind chimes hanging from every eave. The villagers, a quiet folk with kindness in their hearts and moss-grown boots on their feet, lived in harmony with the woods and the gentle magic that flowed through it like a hidden stream. One evening, as the sky deepened from lavender to twilight blue, a soft murmur began to ripple through the village. The first to notice was a young baker named Rowan, who often stayed up late to watch the stars appear while his bread dough rose. He noticed with a quiet gasp that the constellation known as the Weaver's Loom, a pattern of 7 bright stars that formed a delicate shuttle, was missing one of its lights. The next night, another star from the same constellation had vanished, leaving a small, dark gap in the heavens. Soon, the whole village was abuzz with the peculiar happening. The missing stars were not just any stars. They were the ones that, according to legend, helped weave the dreams of the forest creatures and kept the colors of the dawn vibrant. Without them, the villagers noticed subtle changes. The morning light seemed a little paler, the dreams of the children less vivid, and the night-blooming flowers, which usually glowed with soft luminescence, now flickered uncertainly. Rowan, a young man with a quiet mind and a talent for noticing small details, decided he would uncover the mystery. He was not the strongest or the fastest in the village, but he had a way of listening, to people, to the wind, to the rustle of leaves, that often revealed what others missed. With a warm loaf of honey oat bread in his pack and a lantern that cast a gentle golden light, he set out into the whispering woods. His first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village elders often sang to the children at bedtime. When the loom loses a thread, and the silver light has fled, seek the map the moon once read, where the backwards river runs through bed. Rowan pondered these words as he walked, the soft crunch of pine needles under his boots and the distant chime of the sundial tower drifting through the trees. He knew of the backwards river, a stream that flowed uphill toward the glimmering peaks, but he had never heard of a map the moon had read. His path led him to the home of Alara, the oldest mapmaker in the village, who lived in a cottage surrounded by gently tinkling wind chimes made of carved cedar and sea glass. Alara welcomed him in, her eyes twinkling like the stars that were now missing. She unrolled a fragile, yellowed parchment, the Starlight Atlas she called it, which showed the constellations not as patterns in the sky, but as pathways on the earth. "Look here," she said, her finger tracing a dotted line that wound through the woods. The Weaver's Loom stars align with the 7 whispering stones, ancient markers hidden deep in the forest. If the stars are disappearing, perhaps the stones hold the answer. Thanking her, Rowan followed the map toward the stones. The woods grew thicker, the air cooler, and the gentle sound of a light rain began to patter on the leaves above. As he walked, he noticed something odd. The rain, where it touched certain mossy rocks, seemed to ripple backwards, droplets rolling upward toward the sky. Was this another clue, or simply the strange magic of the woods? When he reached the first whispering stone, a tall, smooth monolith covered in glowing lichen, he found it humming softly. Placing his hand on it, he felt a faint vibration and heard a whisper, like a distant memory, "The thief seeks not to steal, but to remember." Puzzled, Rowan continued to the second stone, and the third. At each one he found small, puzzling signs, a patch of flowers that changed color from blue to gold as he approached, a nest where a family of songbirds sang a melody in reverse, and a footprint that seemed to glow with a soft, silvery light. These felt like red herrings, misleading clues, but each one filled him with wonder rather than worry. At the fourth stone, he met a flustered badger named Barnaby, who was digging frantically near the roots of an old oak. "My pocket watch," Barnaby exclaimed. "It's running backwards. I dropped it this morning, and now I can't tell if it's time for tea or time for bed." Rowan helped him find the watch, and as they sat together sharing a piece of honey oat bread, Barnaby mentioned something curious. "You know, last night I saw a shimmering light near the backwards river. I thought it was a firefly, but it was much brighter, almost like a tiny star." Following this new light, Rowan made his way to the backwards river. The water flowed upward with a soft, gurgling melody, and along its banks he found more of the color-changing flowers and a trail of silvery dust that sparkled in the lantern light. He also discovered a small, forgotten nursery rhyme carved into a stone tablet half hidden by ferns. Follow the dust of forgotten dreams, where the silent guardian gleams, not to take but to restore what was lost forevermore. The words echoed what the whispering stone had said. The thief seeks not to steal, but to remember. Rowan felt he was getting closer. The silvery dust led him away from the river, up a narrow path to a hidden grove he had never seen before. There, in the center of the grove, stood a creature he had only heard of in stories, a young starheart, a deer with antlers that glowed like captured starlight. And nestled in the curve of its antlers were the missing stars, shimmering softly. The starheart looked at Rowan with large, sorrowful eyes. It wasn't stealing the stars, it was holding them, protecting them. Rowan approached slowly, his heart open, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Why have you taken them?" he asked. Through a soft, wordless understanding that passed between them, Rowan learned the truth. The star heart was the last of its kind, a guardian of the stars' memories. Its herd had once danced across the sky, weaving dreams and painting dawns, but over time the villagers had forgotten to look up, too busy with their daily lives. The stars, feeling unseen, had begun to fade. The star heart had gathered them to rekindle their light, to help them remember their purpose, and to help the villagers remember the magic above them. But in doing so, it had unintentionally dimmed the dreams and colors of Stillwater Hollow. Rowan sat beside the star heart, sharing the last of his bread as the gentle rain pattered around them, and the wind chimes of the distant village sang their soft song. He understood now. This was no theft, it was a plea for connection. He returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square, under the night sky. He told them of the star heart, of the fading stars, and of the forgotten magic. He showed them the old nursery rhymes and the Starlight Atlas, not as mere curiosities, but as reminders of their bond with the world above. That night the villagers did something they hadn't done in years. They brought out blankets and cushions, hot cider and sweet cakes, and lay under the stars, telling stories, singing songs, and simply watching the constellations drift by. Rowan led the star heart into the village, and as the people gazed upward with wonder, the stars on its antlers began to shine brighter than ever before. One by one they floated back into the sky, slotting perfectly into the weaver's loom, now burning with renewed brilliance. The next morning the dawn broke in a symphony of colors, deeper violets, brighter golds, and softer pinks than anyone could remember. The night-blooming flowers glowed steadily, and the children awoke with dreams of flying among the stars. The star heart, no longer alone, visited the village often, its antlers gleaming in the starlight. The villagers, in turn, made a new tradition. Every full moon, they would gather under the sky to share stories and gratitude, their hearts intertwined with the magic above and around them. And as for Rowan, he returned to his bakery, where the warm scent of bread mingled with the gentle chime of the tower and the soft whisper of the wind. He knew that some mysteries are not meant to be solved with fear or haste, but with patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen, not just with ears, but with the heart. That night, as you drift to sleep, remember the star heart and the people of Stillwater Hollow, and know that even the smallest light, when cherished, can help weave the most beautiful of dreams. Story 16. The fire crackled in the hearth, its light dancing across the room like ancient memories given form. In its flickering glow, a young woman named Cora sat with a worn wooden box on her lap, tracing the faded carvings of stars and vines that adorned its surface. She had found it that afternoon in the attic, tucked away beneath generations of forgotten things, and something about it had called to her, a whisper from the past she couldn't quite hear. Her grandmother, Ilara, had passed the moon before, leaving behind a quiet house full of quiet things. Cora felt unmoored, as if a vital thread connecting her to the world had been severed. The house, once filled with the scent of baking bread and the sound of her grandmother's humming, now felt still and silent. The box was locked and no key could be found. As Cora turned it over in her hands, the firelight caught a hidden seam. With a gentle press, a small, secret drawer slid open, revealing not a key, but a single, tarnished silver spoon and a slip of paper, brittle with age. On it, in her grandmother's elegant script, were the words, "The roots remember what the branches forget." That night, Cora fell into a deep and dream-filled sleep. She stood in a forest she somehow knew, though she had never been there. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the light was the soft gold of a perpetual autumn afternoon. A woman was sitting on a fallen log, her hands busy with a spindle, drawing thread from a cloud of raw wool. She had Alara's kind eyes, but her hair was a dark, wild cascade, and she wore clothes of a simpler time. "You've come," the woman said, her voice the rustle of leaves. "I am Leora. I have been waiting." "Waiting for what?" Cora asked. "For you to find the way in," Leora replied, her fingers never ceasing their work. "The box is the door, the spoon is the key." In my dream, the spoon was a key. Cora murmured, half to herself. Leora smiled. "It is all a dream, child, and it is all real. Listen." And from the woods around them, a soft, humming melody began to rise, a lullaby Cora felt she had known her whole life, though she could not recall its words. It was a tune of comfort, of coming home. "Sleep, little sapling, sleep so deep. While the ancient vigil the roots will keep. The stories are woven in trunk and in leaf, and slumber will bring you a gentle relief." When Cora awoke, the first light of dawn was painting her walls in hues of rose and gray. The wooden box sat on her nightstand, and the silver spoon lay beside it. Remembering her dream, she picked up the spoon. It felt warm in her hand, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. She touched its bowl to the box's keyhole. There was no click, no mechanical sound, but the lid simply sighed open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not a collection of jewels or documents, but a constellation map, drawn on what felt like lambskin. The stars were connected not with simple lines, but with intricate, embroidered threads of silver and gold, forming pictures of beasts and heroes, trees and rivers. And in the center was a single bright star, labeled with a name she did not recognize, Alban. That evening, with the box and map on the rug before the fire, Cora fell asleep again. This time she stood on the shores of a vast, calm lake whose surface was a perfect mirror of the star-strewn sky above. A man was mending a fishing net, his movements slow and practiced. He looked up, and his face was weathered but gentle. "Alban," Cora ventured. He nodded. "You read my name in the stars. I am your thrice-great-grandfather. This," he said, gesturing to the lake and the sky, "is the mirror of memory. We have all gazed into it." "What am I supposed to see?" Cora asked. "Not see," he corrected softly. "Listen." And from the water, as if the stars themselves were singing, came the same lullaby, but now with words that Alban sang in a low, clear voice. "The roots run deep to the stories old, of courage forged and love grown cold, of mended fences, of hearts made bold, a family saga waiting to be told." As he sang, the surface of the lake shimmered, and a story unfolded within it. Cora saw Alban as a young man, leaving his home in the mountains, his heart full of sorrow after a bitter argument with his own father. He had carried that regret with him to a new land, to the very house where Cora now slept. He had planted an apple tree in the backyard, a sapling from his homeland, a silent apology to a father he would never see again. "The tree," Cora whispered, waking with a start. She rushed to the window. In the moonlight, the old, gnarled apple tree in the garden stood, its branches bare for winter. She had played under that tree her whole life, never knowing its story. The next day she searched through her grandmother's old recipe book, looking for something, though she didn't know what. Tucked between a recipe for blackberry jam and one for honey cakes, she found another slip of paper. It was a recipe, but not for food. It was titled Remembrance Tea. The ingredients were simple: apple blossoms from the ancestral tree, a spoonful of honey, a sprig of thyme from the garden, and water from the well. The instructions said to brew it by the light of the full moon, and to sip it while holding the silver spoon. The moon was full that very night. Cora gathered the ingredients: dried apple blossoms from a jar in the pantry, honey from a local farm, thyme from the frost-kissed garden. She brewed the tea in her grandmother's old earthenware pot and poured it into a cup. Holding the warm silver spoon, she took a sip. The taste was a memory. It was the taste of her grandmother's kitchen, of sunshine on apple leaves, of cold, clear well water, and of something else, something ancient and sweet. She felt a warmth spread through her, not just from the tea, but from a connection that spanned time. She closed her eyes and was no longer in her kitchen. She was in a small stone cottage. A woman was singing the lullaby to a child in a cradle, rocking it with her foot. This was Leora again, but younger. The child was Albin. As she sang, she was embroidering a blanket, the very same pattern of stars and vines that was on the wooden box. Sleep, my dear heart, and do not weep. The promises we sowed, the roots will keep. Though journeys may lead you far and wide, this thread of love will be your guide. Leora looked up, not at the child, but directly at Cora. He carried his father's anger and his father's regret. It is a heavy burden, but the tree he planted was an act of love. That is the true heritage, not the anger, but the love that seeks to mend. Cora understood. The heirloom was not the box or the map or even the spoon. They were just vessels. The true heirloom was the stories, the memories, the acts of love and mending that were passed down. The roots of her family tree were not just names and dates. They were these moments of courage, these gentle resolutions, these whispered lullabies. She returned to the present, the taste of the tea still on her tongue. She looked at the constellation map. She now saw that the stories were all there, woven into the stars. Albin's journey, Leora's weaving, her own grandmother Ilara baking bread for the whole neighborhood, a quiet act of love that had defined her life. She took the silver spoon and the map and went outside, standing under the apple tree. The winter air was cold, but she felt a profound warmth. She touched the rough bark of the tree, Albin's apology, now a home for birds and a canopy for generations of children. She began to hum the lullaby, the melody now complete in her heart. And as she hummed, she made a promise, an action to add to her heritage. She would learn to bake her grandmother's honey cakes. She would tend the garden. She would tell these stories first to herself, and then, perhaps one day, to others. The roots remember, the branches may grow, but the love that was planted will always bestow. A light in the darkness, a path you can know. A soft, gentle ending, a comforting glow. Back inside, by the dying embers of the fire, Cora closed the wooden box. It was no longer a mystery to be solved, but a treasure to be cherished. She finally understood her grandmother's favorite saying, the one now written on the slip of paper she kept in her pocket. The roots remember what the branches forget. She was a branch, but now she remembered. And in that remembrance, she found she was no longer unmoored. She was deeply, comfortingly rooted, connected to a past that lived not in objects, but in the quiet, kind, and continuing actions of love. The fire sighed its last, and in the peaceful darkness, Cora slept, dreamlessly and deep, cradled in the arms of her family's long, gentle memory. Story 17. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to sway in time with the whispered rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind murmured through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the sleeping world. But within the warm circle of firelight, a story waits to be told, a story about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and the gentle glow that connects them all. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, there lived a boy named Rowan. He was a quiet child, with a heart that listened more than it spoke and eyes that noticed the small, secret things others often missed. His world was one of soft footsteps and solitary thoughts, and he often felt as though he were on the outside of things, looking in at a world that moved a little too quickly for his quiet soul. Rowan possessed a peculiar and secret ability. When he felt a deep, true emotion, a surge of kindness, a spark of wonder, or the warm bloom of contentment, his hands would glow with a soft, amber light. It was a light that reminded him of the embers deep within the hearth, holding warmth long after the flames had died down. He called it his ember glow, and he kept it hidden, tucked away beneath his sleeves, a secret warmth against his skin. One afternoon, as the autumn sun cast long, golden fingers through the forest, Rowan was gathering kindling. He liked the crisp scent of the air, and the way the fallen leaves crunched softly under his boots. It was on this walk, deep in a part of the woods where the trees grew close and friendly, that he found a small, silver leaf. It was not like any other leaf he had seen. It shimmered with a light of its own, even in the deep shade, and when he touched it, it felt unnaturally warm. As he held it, a feeling of profound curiosity, pure and bright, filled his chest. Unthinkingly, his hands began to glow, the ember light pulsing softly. The silver leaf responded. It quivered in his palm, and then, as if it were a key turning in a lock he hadn't known was there, the air before him shimmered. The trunk of the great, gnarled oak tree he stood beside seemed to soften and part, revealing a path that had not been there a moment before. Hesitantly, Rowan stepped through. The world on the other side was one woven from twilight and starlight. The air was warmer, filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers and damp earth. Giant, luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green radiance, and fireflies the size of sparrows drifted lazily through the air, their light a steady, golden pulse. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden world nestled deep within the heart of the ordinary forest. For a long while, Rowan simply stood and breathed it in. The peace of this place settled over him like a warm blanket, and his ember glow shone a little brighter, illuminating the path at his feet. He walked forward, his footsteps silent on the mossy ground. He soon came to a clearing where a small, slow-moving stream gurgled over smooth, dark stones. And it was there he saw her. A creature was hunched by the water's edge, trying to reach for something just beneath the surface. She was about his size, with skin the color of birch bark and hair like a cascade of fine, silken moss. Large, luminous eyes, the color of violets, were narrowed in frustration. Her long, slender fingers were just an inch too short to grasp a smooth, milky white stone that lay on the stream bed. "Hello," Rowan said, his voice barely a whisper. The creature started, turning her wide eyes upon him. She didn't seem frightened, only curious. "You are not from the Glimmerwood," she stated, her voice like the rustling of leaves. I found a path," Rowan said, holding up the silver leaf. "My name is Rowan." "I am Phelan," she replied. She gestured to the stream. "The lullaby stone, it has fallen and the stream's song is fading. Without its music, the Glimmerwood cannot truly sleep, and the light of the fireflies grows dim." Rowan looked at the stone, then at his own hands. An impulse of pure, uncomplicated kindness swelled within him, a desire to help this strange, beautiful creature and her fading world. His hands glowed, a warm, steady light that pushed back the encroaching twilight of the clearing. Phelan's eyes widened further, not in alarm, but in wonder. "The ember glow," she breathed. The stories are true. Without another word, Rowan knelt by the stream. The water was cool, but as he reached into it, his glowing hands seemed to make the water part slightly, as if respecting the warmth they carried. His fingers closed around the smooth, cool surface of the lullaby stone. As he lifted it from the water, a single clear, bell-like note rang out, so pure it seemed to cleanse the very air. He handed the stone to Phelan. She took it reverently and placed it back upon a small pedestal of woven roots at the water's edge. Immediately the stream began to hum, a soft, complex melody that wove through the trees, a lullaby for the hidden world. The fireflies nearby brightened, their golden light growing stronger and more cheerful. "You have helped us," Phelan said, turning to Rowan. "The Glimmerwood remembers kindness. Will you walk with me? There is a mystery here, and your light may be the key to understanding it." And so began an unexpected friendship that warmed Rowan's quiet heart. Over the next few days he would return to the Glimmerwood, each time finding the path with his silver leaf and his ember glow. He and Phelan walked together through the twilight forests and across meadows of glowing flowers. She showed him libraries where stories were stored in crystallized dewdrops, and groves where the wind played melodies through leaves of finely spun glass. But Phelan was troubled. "The heart of the wood," she explained one evening as they sat by the now humming stream. "It is the source of all light and music in our world. It is a great crystalline tree that pulses with a soft inner fire, but its light has been fading for many turnings of the moon. The fireflies dim, the stream's song weakens, and a deep, unspoken sadness settles over everything. We do not know why." Rowan listened, his heart aching for his friend and her beautiful world. His ember glow flickered in sympathy. What can be done? "The old tales speak of a harmony," Phelan said softly. "A resonance between the inner light of a kind heart and the heart of the wood itself. But no one in the Glimmerwood possesses such a light anymore. Our lights are cool and constant, like the moon. We need a light that is warm and living, like the sun, or a hearth." She looked meaningfully at his hands. The mystery unfolded slowly, like smoke patterns curling in the night air. Rowan realized his journey was not just one of discovery, but of transformation. He was being changed as surely as fire transforms wood, from a quiet, solitary boy into someone whose inner light could mend a broken world. It was a daunting thought. His glow was a small, personal thing. How could it possibly help something as vast and ancient as the heart of the wood? One night the Glimmerwood grew so dim that the fireflies could barely illuminate the path ahead. A deep chill had settled in the air, and the stream's lullaby was a faint, sorrowful whisper. "It is time," Phelan said, her voice trembling. "We must go to the heart. Will you come with me, Rowan?" He nodded, his throat tight. He was afraid. What if his light wasn't enough? What if he failed? But looking at Phelan's trusting, hopeful face, he felt a new emotion bloom within him, not just kindness, but courage. It was a steady, determined flame, and it made his ember glow burn brighter and more steadily than ever before. They traveled to the center of the Glimmerwood, to a cavern hidden behind a waterfall that fell in silent, silver threads. Inside, the air was still and reverent. And there it stood, the heart of the wood. It was a magnificent tree, its bark like polished obsidian, and within its transparent core a fire should have been blazing. But now it was only the faintest, slowest pulse of amber light, like the last ember in a dying fire. The gathered creatures of the Glimmerwood folk with moth-like wings, others with fur of shimmering moss, all with eyes full of a deep, weary sadness, watched as Rowan and Phelan approached. "What must I do?" Rowan whispered. "The old song says you must share your light," Phelan replied. "But you must not give it all. You must find a way to let it resonate, to make its song match the wood's song." Rowan walked forward until he stood before the great crystalline tree. He placed his hands upon its cool, smooth surface. He closed his eyes and thought of all the things that made his heart feel warm. He thought of the crackle of the fire in his cottage hearth. He thought of the crunch of autumn leaves. He thought of the wonder of finding the silver leaf. He thought of Phelan's friendship, of her trust in him. He poured all of these feelings, these small, authentic moments of connection and joy, into his ember glow. He didn't try to force it or make it grand. He simply let it be what it was, the honest, gentle light of his own heart. His hands blazed with a warm, golden light. For a moment, nothing happened. Doubt crept in and his light flickered. But then he felt it, a faint, answering pulse from deep within the tree. It was a heartbeat, slow and weak, but it was there. He focused not on pushing his light out, but on listening to that heartbeat, on matching his own inner rhythm to the ancient rhythm of the wood. It was a quiet, intimate moment. There were no grand gestures, no shouted words of power. It was just a boy sharing the warmth of his spirit with a world that had grown cold. His ember glow and the heart's pulse began to beat as one. A soft, resonant hum filled the cavern, the same note that had come from the lullaby stone, but infinitely deeper and more powerful. The faint ember within the tree began to brighten. It grew from a spark to a flame, from a flame to a steady, roaring fire that filled the crystalline trunk with brilliant, life-giving light. The light exploded outwards, not in a violent blast, but in a gentle, warm wave that flowed through the entire Glimmerwood. Outside the cavern, the fireflies burst into dazzling constellations of gold. The stream's lullaby swelled into a joyous, full-throated song. The mushrooms glowed with renewed vigor, and the very air grew warm and sweet again. Rowan lowered his hands, his ember glow settling back to its usual, gentle pulse. He was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes after a job well done. He turned to see Phelan and all the creatures of the Glimmerwood watching him, their eyes no longer sad, but filled with a gratitude so profound it needed no words. Phelan stepped forward and took his hand. Her touch was cool, like moss after rain. "You have not just saved our world, Rowan," she said softly. "You have reminded it how to shine. Your light was never about its size, but about its truth. A steady, true flame can reignite even the greatest of fires." Rowan understood then. His quiet nature wasn't a weakness, it was the source of his strength. His ability to listen, to feel deeply, to be a steadfast friend, these were the fuels for his inner light. His journey had transformed him from a boy who hid his light to one who understood its purpose. He visited the Glimmerwood many times after that. The silver leaf remained his key, and Phelan remained his dearest friend. He learned that the two worlds were forever linked, and that his own heart was the bridge between them. He no longer felt like an outsider looking in. He had a place, a purpose, and a friendship that warmed him from the inside out. And so, as the fire in our own hearth begins to sink into a bed of glowing embers, remember Rowan's story. Remember that within each of us there is a gentle light, an ember glow of our own. It may be fueled by kindness or courage or the quiet joy of friendship. It may not always be a blazing sun, but a steady, warm hearth fire is just as precious. It is a light that can guide us through dark forests, help us solve gentle mysteries, and forge bonds that warm the heart. The world outside is dark and quiet now. The wind continues its soft lullaby, and the stars are like distant fireflies in the velvet sky. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let the memory of the Glimmerwood's restored song be the melody that carries you into dreams. Your own heart, steady and true, holds all the light you need for the journey ahead. So close your eyes, dear listener, and rest. The night is warm, the world is safe, and sleep is waiting to welcome you with open arms. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23, Story 24, Story 25, 26, Story 27, Story 28, Story 29, Story 30, Story 31, Story 32, Story 33, Story 34, Story 35, Story 36, 37, Story 38, Story 39, Story 40, Story 41, Story 42, Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47, Story 48, Story 49, Story 50, Story 51, Story 52, Story 53, Story 54, Story 55, Story 56, Story 50, Story 58, Story 59, Story 60, 61, Story 62, Story 63, Story 64, Story 65, Story 66, Story 67, Story 68, Story 69, Story 70, Story 71, Story 72, Story 73, Story 74, Story 75, Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80, Story 81, Story 82, Story 83, Story 84, Story 85, Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89, Story 90, Story 91, Story 92, Story 93, Story 94, Story 95, Story 96, Story 97, Story 98, Story 99. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was a place of whispers and echoes, where the house itself seemed to breathe softly through the floorboards. A young boy named Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his mother, but the task had quickly been forgotten in the quiet thrill of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spines of leather-bound books and the cool, smooth surface of a porcelain wash basin. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt the color of faded violets, his knuckles knocked against something solid and wooden. He carefully pulled it free. It was a box no larger than a loaf of bread, carved from a dark, rich wood. There were no obvious hinges or latch, just the intricate image of a compass rose on its lid, the points of which were inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Leo ran his thumb over the carving. Click. The softest of sounds, like a sleeping sparrow shifting on its branch. The lid lifted a fraction. His heart beat a gentle, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He opened it fully. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any he had seen in books or shops. Its casing was brass, worn smooth and warm with age. The needle, rather than pointing north, quivered and spun in a slow, lazy circle. And instead of the usual letters, the points of the compass were marked with tiny, exquisite symbols. A teardrop, a laughing mouth, a closed door, a single star, and a small, bright flame. As Leo lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle gave a decisive shiver and settled, pointing directly at the symbol of the closed door. A soft, clear chime, like that of a distant church bell, resonated from the compass itself, a single pure note that hung in the dusty air. Chime. It was then he noticed the first of the helpers. Curled in a wicker basket nearby was a large ginger cat, its fur the color of autumn leaves. It opened one golden eye, which fixed not on Leo, but on the compass in his hand. "It's been quiet for a long time," the cat said, its voice a low, rumbling purr. It stretched, a slow, luxurious movement. "I am Rowan, that," it added, nodding its head toward the compass, "is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places, you see, it points to feelings." Leo stared, too astonished to speak. "The door," Rowan purred, "usually means something is locked away. A fear, a memory, a piece of one's self." The cat patted over and rubbed its head against Leo's knee, a comforting, grounding weight. "The compass has chosen you for a journey, but the distance you will travel will be measured in courage, not in miles." Just then a tiny, squeaky voice piped up from a hole in the baseboard. "Did someone say journey? I do love a good itinerary." A small, bright-eyed mouse, wearing a minuscule helmet fashioned from a silver thimble, scurried out and stood on its hind legs, whiskers twitching with excitement. "I am Pip," the mouse declared. "Official scout and cartographer of the Between Places. That compass is a tricky bit of work. Are you its new keeper?" Leo, finding his voice at last, managed a whisper. I think so." "Splendid," squeaked Pip. "Then we haven't a moment to lose. A closed door is a dreadful thing. It blocks the drafts and keeps out the starlight. Which way is it pointing?" Leo showed them. The needle remained steadfastly fixed on the tiny carved door. Rowan's purr deepened. "Then we follow. The journey begins not out there, but in here." The cat gently tapped a paw against Leo's chest. And so, holding the softly chiming compass, with a purring cat at his heels and a mouse perched on his shoulder, Leo took a step forward. He didn't walk toward the attic door, but toward the darkest, most cluttered corner, where shadows gathered thick as velvet. As he moved, the world around him seemed to soften and shift. The stacks of old newspapers blurred into a forest of whispering ferns, their fronds rustling with a sound like turning pages. The trunk full of winter coats became a great, mossy boulder, and the single round window now showed a sky full of swirling, lavender-tinged clouds. They were walking through a landscape woven from the attic's own essence, a cozy, quiet world that felt both strange and deeply familiar. The air smelled of rain-soaked earth and old books. In the distance, the gentle plink, plink of water dripping into a puddle echoed like a slow melody. "The compass shows the path through your own heart," Rowan explained, his voice a soft rumble beside Leo. "The challenges are yours alone to face, but you do not face them alone." After a time, the path led them to the base of a great, gnarled oak tree, its trunk so wide Leo couldn't see around it. And there, set right into the ancient bark, was a door. It was made of dark, polished wood, banded with iron, and it was very firmly shut. The compass needle pointed directly at it, and the soft chime grew slightly more insistent. Chime, chime. This was the challenge. The locked-away thing. Leo reached out and tried the iron handle. It didn't budge. He pushed with all his might, but the door was as immovable as the tree itself. A stubborn one," Pip chirped from his shoulder. "No keyhole either, a puzzle." Leo felt a flicker of frustration, and with it, a chill seemed to seep from the door. He shivered. "Patience, little keeper," Rowan murmured, curling his tail around Leo's ankles. "A door locked by fear cannot be opened by force. What is it you are afraid of?" Leo looked at the imposing door. He thought about the reason he'd been so eager to hide in the attic that afternoon. A new school. New faces. The terrifying prospect of walking into a room full of strangers. He had locked that fear away, trying to ignore it, hoping it would vanish. But here it was, a solid, unmovable door in the landscape of his heart. "I'm afraid of being alone," he whispered, the confession hanging in the quiet air. As soon as he spoke the words, the iron bands on the door seemed to gleam less coldly. "Ah," said Pip, nodding sagely. "A very common lock, but it has a very simple key." The mouse scampered down Leo's arm and stood before the door. "You must offer it a gift of kindness." "Kindness to a door?" Leo asked, bewildered. "Kindness to the fear itself," Rowan corrected gently. "A fear that feels seen and understood is a fear that begins to lose its power." Leo thought for a moment. Then he sat down, his back against the great tree, right beside the door. He didn't try to open it. He simply sat there, holding the warm brass compass in his lap. He imagined the fear behind the door not as a monster, but as a small, shivering version of himself. He sent thoughts of comfort toward it. He imagined sharing his lunch with that lonely boy, telling him a funny story, sitting with him in silence so he wouldn't have to be alone. He poured all the kindness he wished for into that silent offering. For a long while, nothing happened. The only sounds were the rustle of the fern forest, the distant plink of water, and Rowan's steady, rumbling purr, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Pip sat quietly on his knee, his tiny helmet gleaming. Then a new sound joined the symphony. A soft, warm, golden light began to spill from the seam around the door. It was the color of honey and candle flame. And with the light came a sound, a deep, resonant thrum like the string of a cello being gently plucked, a sound of deep contentment. Thrum. The iron bands glowed with a gentle warmth. Leo, acting on an impulse of pure kindness, reached out and laid his palm flat against the wooden door. It was no longer cold and forbidding, but warm like something alive. With a sigh that seemed to come from the roots of the great tree itself, the door swung inward, not with a jarring bang, but with a soft, whispering creak. There was no monster behind it. There was no dark, terrifying space. Instead, the doorway framed a scene of perfect, cozy safety. It was a small, circular room, lined with books, with a soft rug and a fireplace where friendly flames crackled and danced. In the center of the room stood a small version of himself, no longer shivering but smiling, holding out a hand in welcome. The compass in Leo's hands grew warm. He looked down. The needle was spinning joyously before settling on a new symbol, the single bright star. The chime it made now was clear and triumphant, a little shower of musical notes. Chime, chime, chime. "You see," purred Rowan. "You were never alone, you just had to find the part of you that knows how to be a friend." Pip did a delighted little jig on his knee. The door was never a barrier, it was an invitation. The landscape around them began to soften and blur, the fern forest fading back into stacks of newspapers, the mossy boulder resolving once more into an old trunk. Leo found himself sitting back in the dusty attic, the late afternoon sun painting everything in hues of gold. The carved box sat open on his lap, the heartstone compass resting inside, its needle now still and peaceful. Rowan the cat was curled beside him, purring contentedly, and Pip the mouse was nowhere to be seen, though a faint, cheerful squeak from the baseboard suggested he was already planning the next adventure. Leo hadn't traveled any physical distance at all, yet he felt as if he had crossed a vast and important territory within himself. The fear was still there, he knew, but it was no longer a locked door. It was a quiet room inside him, a place he could visit with kindness whenever he felt the chill of loneliness. He carefully closed the lid of the wooden box, the soft click a perfect full stop to the story. The attic was quiet once more, filled only with the peaceful sounds of a settling house and the gentle rhythm of his own, much lighter heart. He knew with a certainty that warmed him more than any fireplace that whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, he carried within him a compass that would always guide him home to his own courage and the memory of friends found in the most unexpected of places. In a quiet corner of a little house nestled between whispering pines, there lived a boy named Leo. His home was a place of soft edges and gentle sounds, where the floorboards creaked like sleepy crickets, and the curtains sighed with every breath of wind. On evenings when the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Leo would often find himself drawn to the attic, a realm of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight and secrets waiting to be found. One such evening, as rain tapped a lullaby on the roof, Leo climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. The air smelled of cedar and forgotten stories. In the far corner, behind a trunk draped with a quilt stitched by his great-grandmother, he discovered a small wooden box. It was no larger than his hand, carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. When he lifted the lid, a soft melody began to play, tinkling like ice crystals in a winter sun. This was no ordinary music box. As the notes spilled into the air, they seemed to weave shapes, faint, shimmering images of a path through a forest Leo had never seen. Hesitant but curious, Leo reached out a finger to trace the glowing notes. At his touch, the attic seemed to melt away, and he found himself standing at the edge of a twilight wood. The music box rested in his palm, still playing its gentle tune. This was not a journey of miles, but one of heartbeats and bravery, a quest to unlock the box's final secret, which could only be revealed by facing his own fear of the unknown. The path before him was carpeted with moss that muffled his steps, and the trees arched overhead like protective arms. Fireflies blinked in the deepening blue, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed softly, as if calling him forward. Leo's courage felt as fragile as a cobweb, but he took a step, then another, guided by the music. Before long, he encountered his first helper, a badger named Barnaby, who was busily organizing a collection of acorns by size and shine. Barnaby had a voice like gravel being gently shifted, and he spoke in precise, measured sentences. "Ah," he said without looking up. "You've come for the Whispering Key, I presume. It's been misplaced for an age. Terribly inconvenient." Barnaby explained that the music box held a song of healing, but it could not be completed without the key, which had been lost to fear. Leo's challenge was not to find the key in some far-off land, but to learn the patience to listen for its whisper. As they walked, Barnaby pointed out clues, a leaf that trembled in a particular way, a stone that hummed when the music box played a certain note. But Leo, eager to finish, rushed ahead, missing the subtle signs. It was then they met Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of autumn oak leaves. Pip's voice was a cheerful twitter, and she had a habit of finishing others' sentences. "Oh, you're going too fast," she chirped. "The key isn't in a hurry, no siree. It's in the quiet moments, like when you watch a spider spin her web, patiently, patiently." With Pip flitting beside him, Leo tried to slow down. He noticed how the air tasted of damp earth, and how the distant bell grew clearer when he breathed deeply. Yet, frustration nibbled at him. The path seemed to loop back on itself, and the shadows lengthened. Just as doubt began to cloud his heart, a soft purr rumbled from a hollow log. Out stepped a cat with fur as silver as moonlight. Her name was Seraphina, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless starry nights. Her voice was a low, soothing hum. "Courage, little one," she said, "is not the absence of fear, but the kindness we show ourselves when we are afraid. Sit with me a while." Seraphina led Leo to a cozy clearing where mushrooms glowed with a soft light, and the ground was cushioned with pine needles. Here the sound of the forest wrapped around them like a warm blanket, the rustle of leaves, the purr of the cat, the steady rhythm of Leo's own breathing. Seraphina taught him that the Whispering Key responded to gentleness, not force. "When you are still," she murmured, "you will hear what the world is trying to tell you." Leo closed his eyes, letting the music box's melody blend with the forest's whispers. He thought of the attic, of rainy evenings, and the love stitched into that old quilt. He remembered times he had been patient, waiting for a seedling to sprout or for his grandmother's stories to unfold. In that moment of quiet kindness to himself, a faint tinkling sound emerged from under a nearby fern, not from the box, but from the air itself. It was the whispering key, shimmering into being, a tiny, crystalline thing that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. With the key in hand, Leo returned to the music box. As he turned it, the melody swelled into a complete song, and the shimmering path solidified into a bridge of light leading back to the attic. The forest faded, but its peace remained. Leo found himself once more surrounded by trunks and treasures, the music box now silent but warm in his grasp. He realized the journey had been within him all along, a map of his own courage, drawn with patience and kindness. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the attic felt more like a sanctuary than ever. The rain had softened to a drizzle, and the fireflies outside his window seemed to wink in approval. He knew that ordinary places held extraordinary magic for those brave enough to listen, and that the gentlest adventures often leave the deepest marks. And in the quiet of the night, the distant bell chimed once more, a sweet promise that courage, like a cozy room, is always there to welcome you home. In the velvet of space, where stars hung like scattered diamonds on a tapestry of deepest indigo, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. It was a place the star charts had overlooked, a little haven of tranquility far from the bustling space lanes. And upon this moon, nestled within a crater that cupped it like a protective palm, was a garden. This was no ordinary garden. It was the shared sanctuary of two beings from worlds so distant from one another that their sons would have been strangers. The first was a creature from the crystalline world of Xylos. His name was Kalen, and his body was composed of shifting, translucent plates that caught the light of the twin moons and fractured it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. He did not speak in words, but in color. A soft, pulsing amber meant contentment. A flicker of cerulean blue was a question. A warm, steady glow of rose pink was his laughter. He communicated his entire world through this silent, luminous symphony. The second was a being from the gaseous world of Etheria. Her name was Lyra, and she was a creature of soft light and softer sound. Her form was nebulous, a gentle, humanoid-shaped constellation of swirling pastel hues that shifted with her mood. She spoke in harmonies, a delicate whisper-soft hum of curiosity, a resonant chord of joy, a minor-key melody of sorrow. Her very presence was a lullaby. Their meeting had been one of cosmic chance. Kalen's small exploratory pod had malfunctioned, its guidance systems charmed by the moon's strange, gentle magnetic field. Lyra, a solitary surveyor of nebulae, had been drawn by the same quiet power. They had found each other not with alarms or weapons, but with a tentative, shared wonder. Kalen had flashed a pale, questioning silver. Lyra had answered with a chime like a distant bell. Their shared shelter was the heart of the garden. It was a grotto formed from living crystal that grew from the moon's very soil. The walls were not cold and hard, but warm to the touch, thrumming with a low, peaceful energy. They had cultivated the space together. Kalen, with his delicate, crystalline fingers, had coaxed forth phosphorescent fungi that clung to the ceiling, casting a soft, mushroom light over everything. Lyra, with her ethereal touch, had nurtured floating seed pods that released gentle chimes when the air currents shifted, filling the grotto with a constant, quiet music. In the center was a small pool of impossibly clear water, which reflected not just the grotto's light, but the star field above, so that to sit beside it was to be suspended between two heavens. Their days were a dance of discovery, filled with misunderstandings that were never frightening, only endearing. One afternoon, Kalen was meticulously arranging smooth, black stones around a new patch of starlight moss. He worked with a quiet focus, his plates shifting to a steady, emerald green of concentration. Lyra, wanting to help, drifted over and began to hum a complex, beautiful melody, a traditional Etherian song of growth. To her, this was the most helpful thing she could do. Her music was meant to encourage life. But to Kaelin, the sudden, intricate harmony was a distraction. On Xylo's deep focus was a communal silence, a shared wavelength of thought. This beautiful noise felt like someone was shining a bright, chaotic light in his eyes while he was trying to read. His plates flickered with a confused, sputtering orange. Lyra saw the orange, and her melody faltered. Orange, to her, was the color of a dying star's final flare, a sign of distress and endings. A sad, warbling note escaped her. Had she heard him? Seeing her light dim and her music turn sorrowful, Kaelin understood the misunderstanding. He quickly pulsed a soft, reassuring gold, the color of a Xylosian sunrise of all is well. Then he slowly, deliberately, picked up one of the black stones and held it out to her. He flashed a simple, patient green, then pointed to the moss, and then back to the stone. Lyra's form brightened. She understood. He needed quiet hands, not a singing heart. She reached out with a wisp of light and took the stone, her form chiming a single, clear note of apology and understanding. They spent the rest of the afternoon working in a new kind of harmony, Kaelin arranging in colorful silence, Lyra placing stones with soft, chiming precision. They had learned that her help and his focus were just different words for the same caring intention. Another time, Kaelin had prepared what he thought was a grand feast. He had gathered the most radiant, multi-hued minerals he could find, arranging them on a broad, flat leaf in a stunning mosaic of color. To him, this was a celebration of beauty and friendship, a meal for the senses. Lyra had drifted over, her form swirling with happy, eager pinks and yellows. But when she saw the offering, her light flickered in confusion. She hummed a questioning scale. On Etheria, sustenance was drawn from light and sound. These beautiful, inedible crystals were like being offered a painting to eat. Kaelin, seeing her confusion, flashed a mortified violet. He had offered his greatest treasure, and it was useless to her. For a moment, his light dimmed almost to gray. But then Lyra understood. This wasn't about food. This was a gift. It was his way of saying, "You are beautiful to me." Her entire being swelled with a warm, rose-gold light, and she began to hum the most grateful, loving melody she knew, the symphony of a grateful heart. She didn't touch the minerals. Instead, she floated around the display, her music causing the crystals to vibrate and chime in sympathy, turning his static art into a living, singing performance. Kaelin's plates ignited in a brilliant, joyful crimson, the color of deep appreciation. They had learned that the greatest gifts are not what you need, but what the other wishes to give. Their favorite time was the quiet hour when the moon's rotation brought a perfect, unobstructed view of the silken nebula. They would sit side by side on a smooth, warm crystal bench at the edge of their pool, watching the cosmic clouds of violet and gold swirl in their eternal slow-motion dance. There were no colors flashed, no melodies hummed. In these moments they communicated in something purer, a shared, empathic quiet. Kaelin would let his mind grow still, projecting not specific colors, but a general feeling of warmth and safety, a deep, wordless contentment that seeped into the very air around them. Lyra would respond not with song, but by letting her light pulse in time with his feeling, a gentle, rhythmic glow that mirrored the peace in his heart. They would watch the stars being born in the nebula's heart and feel the vast, quiet friendship of the universe itself holding them. One evening, as they watched, a particularly bright star in a distant cluster began to flicker erratically. To Kaelin, it was a fascinating light show, a puzzle of physics. His plates shimmered with curious, analytical silver and blue. But Lyra grew still. Her light, usually so fluid, seemed to solidify into a somber, steady amethyst. A single pure, mournful note hung in the air, so full of sorrow it made the crystal walls of their grotto vibrate in sympathy. Kaelin turned, his own light dimming with concern. He pulsed a soft, questioning gold. Lyra didn't respond with a complex explanation. She simply let the feeling flow from her, a deep, ancestral grief. On Ethuria, such a flicker was the death song of a star, an event mourned across their entire species. It was a loss of light, of music, of an ancient companion in the dark. Kalen received this wave of empathy, and his analytical colors vanished, replaced by a deep, compassionate violet. He didn't see a dying star, he saw his friend's sorrow. Slowly, he reached out a crystalline hand. Lyra, her form still heavy with sadness, extended a wisp of light to meet it. Where they touched, there was no solidity, only a sensation of warmth and understanding. Then, Kalen had an idea. He focused, and from his core, he began to pulse not a single color, but a slow, repeating sequence. It was the same sequence of colors he had seen the star emit in its final moments, a brilliant white, a deep red, a flash of gold. He was replaying its last dance. But he was infusing each color with a new feeling, not an ending, but a tribute. The white was a memory of its brilliance, the red a celebration of its long life, the gold a promise that its light would travel on forever. Lyra watched, her amethyst glow softening. She understood. He was not dismissing her grief, he was sharing it and transforming it. He was showing her that an ending could also be beautiful. A new harmony rose from her, not mournful but grateful, a lullaby for a sleeping giant. Together they sat, one painting the star's story in light, the other singing its soul to rest, their shared shelter a tiny cathedral of comfort in the immense, silent night. The star finally winked out, leaving a tiny, dark patch in the tapestry. But in the grotto there was no darkness. Kalen glowed with a soft, steady light, the color of enduring friendship. Lyra hummed a quiet, peaceful melody, the sound of a heart that has been understood. The gap between their worlds, their languages, their very natures, had been bridged once again, not by technology or force, but by the simple, universal language of a kindness that asked for nothing and gave everything. And in their cozy crystalline cave, with the chime seeds singing softly and the star-filled pool shimmering below, two friends from different suns watched the universe together and found it was a little less lonely and infinitely more kind. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the Babbling Brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. "HMPH," Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, They were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look. He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient it remembered the first whispers of wind and the earliest tears of rain. Here time moved not in hours, but in the slow, deliberate breaths of the land. The sun was a distant, golden memory by day, but by night the forest truly awoke, bathed in the soft, silver light of a watchful moon. It was on such a night, under a sky embroidered with countless stars, that a young fox named Rowan found himself unable to sleep. A restless energy hummed in his paws. He was a creature of the dusk, his coat the color of burnt amber and his eyes holding the last embers of daylight. Leaving the warmth of his den, he padded softly into the clearing behind his home, a place where the moss was thick and velvety, and the air smelled of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. He was not alone. All around him, the nocturnal world was conducting its silent, graceful symphony. Fireflies, like living embers, drifted in languid patterns, casting shifting constellations upon the dark tapestry of the forest floor. The gentle plink of dew falling from the broad leaves of ferns provided a soft, rhythmic percussion. From high above came the rustle of leaves, a sound like a mother whispering lullabies to the sleeping earth. It was the secret language of the trees, a language Rowan yearned to understand. A soft chittering sound drew his attention. A small, sleek pine marten, her fur dark as polished obsidian, scampered down the trunk of a great oak. "You are restless tonight, little fox," she said, her voice a gentle murmur. Her name was Lyra, and she was a keeper of the forest's moonlit paths. "The forest speaks," Rowan replied, his voice hushed with awe. "The trees sigh, the stream hums, and the stones, I think the stones are dreaming, but I cannot understand their words." Lyra nodded, her bright eyes knowing. "The languages are old, older than the oldest root. They are not heard with ears alone, but felt with the heart. Come, there is one who might help you listen." She led him away from the clearing, along a path only she could see, woven from moonbeams and shadow. They walked in silence, the only sounds the soft crush of pine needles underfoot and the distant, melodic babble of a brook, a sound that seemed to cleanse the very air. They passed stones covered in a plush carpet of moss, each one seeming to pulse with a deep, silent warmth. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with an ethereal blue-green light that illuminated their way, casting long, dancing shadows. Soon, they arrived at the base of the grandmother tree. She was the eldest being in the elderwood, an oak so vast that a dozen foxes could have hidden in the hollow of her trunk. Her bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and ridges, and her branches, like ancient arms, stretched up to cradle the moon. High in those branches, nestled in a crook where the wood was smooth and worn, sat a great horned owl. His feathers were the color of storm clouds and ash, and his eyes held the deep, timeless calm of a twilight sky. This was Corvus, the watcher of the wood. He did not speak at first. He simply watched Rowan and Lyra approach, his head tilted in quiet contemplation. The only sound was the gentle whoosh of the night wind weaving through his feathers. "Grandmother Oak feels your unease, little one," Corvus finally said, his voice a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. It was not a sound that traveled through the air so much as it vibrated through the soul. "And the stream has carried the taste of your confusion." Rowan looked up, his heart pounding a soft, frantic rhythm against his ribs. "I want to understand," he whispered. "I can hear them, but I cannot understand." Corvus blinked slowly. "To hear the language of the rooted ones, of the flowing ones, and the stone dreamers, you must first learn the language of silence. You must learn to be still, not just in your body, but in your spirit. The forest does not shout its wisdom. It breathes it." He gestured with a wing towards a large, flat stone near the base of the grandmother tree, one that was warmed by some deep, inner magic. "Sit, listen, do not try to translate, just receive." Rowan settled onto the stone. At first he heard only the familiar night sounds, Lyra's soft breathing, the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the nearby stream. He strained, trying to force meaning from the noise, but it remained just that, noise. Frustration began to prickle at him. Then Corvus spoke again, his voice blending seamlessly with the environment. "Listen to the rain beginning to fall." Rowan hadn't even noticed the first drops. They started as a gentle patter on the broad leaves above, a sound like 1,000 tiny drumbeats. Then it grew into a soft, steady hiss as the rain fell through the canopy, a soothing veil of sound that washed over everything. As it fell, a change began to occur. The bioluminescent fungi brightened, their glow intensifying as if drinking the moonlight-infused rain. The moss on the stones seemed to swell, becoming even more lush and vibrant. "This is the season of quenching," Corvus murmured. "The time when the forest drinks deeply and prepares for the quiet sleep of winter. The trees are speaking of storing strength. Their roots are drinking the words of the rain, sending messages deep into the earth. Can you feel it?" Rowan closed his eyes. He stopped trying to listen with his ears and instead opened his heart. He felt the vibration of the rain through the stone he sat upon, a deep, resonant hum. He felt the sigh of the grandmother tree as her leaves were washed clean, a sensation of profound relief and gratitude. He felt the stream's song change from a cheerful babble to a deeper, more powerful chant as it was fed by the new water. It wasn't words, not in the way he knew them. It was feeling. The feeling of strength, of cleansing, of quiet preparation. "I feel it," Rowan breathed, his own restlessness beginning to ebb away, replaced by a sense of profound peace. "Good," Corvus said. "Now open your eyes." Rowan did. The forest was transformed. The rain had intensified the magic. The air sparkled with droplets caught in the moonbeams, and the entire clearing was awash in the soft, pulsating light of the fungi and the steadfast silver of the moon. It was a cathedral of light and shadow, of sound and silence. "The stream has a story for you," Lyra said gently, nudging him towards the water's edge. Rowan approached the stream. Its waters were dark and clear, flowing over smooth, round stones that glistened in the magical light. He knelt, and as the rain fell around him, he placed a paw upon the surface of the water. A jolt, not of electricity, but of pure understanding, shot through him. The stream was not just water, it was a memory. It carried the taste of the high mountain snows, the laughter of the highland springs, the secrets whispered by the roots of 1,000 trees. Its babbling was a story of journey and connection, of constant change and eternal flow. It told him that to be restless was not wrong, for all things move, but to find peace, one must move with purpose, like the water, carving its path with gentle, persistent grace. He then turned to a large, moss-covered stone beside the stream. He pressed his forehead against its cool, damp surface. Here, the feeling was different. It was slow, deep, and immensely patient. The stone dreamed of fire and ice, of ages when it was part of the mountain itself. Its language was one of endurance, of stillness, of holding fast through all seasons. It taught him the wisdom of waiting, of being an unmoved anchor in a flowing world. Finally, he looked up at the grandmother tree. He didn't need to touch her, her presence enveloped him. Her rustling leaves spoke of cycles, of buds bursting forth in spring, of providing shade in summer, of releasing leaves in a blaze of color in autumn, and of standing bare and brave in winter. She spoke of the deep, hidden network of roots that connected all trees in the forest, a web of silent support and shared nourishment. She taught him that no one is ever truly alone, that strength is found in community, and that every ending is a preparation for a new beginning. The rain began to slow, fading back into a gentle patter, and then into silence. The clouds parted and the moon shone down, brighter than ever, upon the glistening, peaceful world. Rowan turned to Corvus, his eyes clear and calm. "They aren't separate languages," he said, wonder filling his voice. "The rain's rhythm, the stream's song, the stone's dream, the tree's sigh, they are all one song, the song of the elderwood." The great owl dipped his head in a slow, approving nod. A soft, feathery sound escaped him, a sigh of contentment. "You have listened well. The greatest wisdom is not in knowing all the answers, but in understanding how to listen for them. The forest will always speak to those who have a quiet heart." Lyra chittered softly in agreement, weaving a figure eight around Rowan's legs in a gesture of friendship. Rowan felt the last vestiges of his restlessness melt away, replaced by a deep, abiding connection to the world around him. He was part of this symphony, this endless, gentle cycle of rest and renewal. He understood now that his own restless energy was simply a season within him, a small, personal spring preparing for a summer of growth. He bid a quiet good night to Corvus and Lyra, and turned back towards his den. The path home seemed different now. He heard the forest not as a cacophony of mysterious noises, but as a continuous, comforting conversation. The wind in the pines was a lullaby. The final dripping of rainwater from the leaves was a soft, rhythmic blessing. The world was alive with a gentle, whispering magic, and he was woven into its very fabric. As he curled up in the warmth of his den, the scent of rain-washed earth and damp moss lingering in the air, he felt a profound sense of comfort and resolution. The moonlight filtered through the entrance, painting a silver path on the ground beside him. Outside, the elderwood breathed its slow, ancient breath, its secret languages no longer a mystery, but a soothing, eternal presence, guarding his dreams until the dawn. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemone stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalen, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. "None listen." The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire, from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. "You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness." As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. "The sea isn't hungry," he declared. "It's grieving." He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. "That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it?" Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. "It sought the heart's true harbor." Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willow Brook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling, with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. In a quiet valley tucked between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young woodcarver named Rowan. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, its stone chimney almost always breathing a soft, gray plume into the sky. Rowan was a quiet soul, his hands more comfortable with the grain of wood than with the words of people. He spent his days carving small animals and useful things, spoons, bowls, and little trinkets that held the warmth of his careful touch. But of late, a strange restlessness had settled in Rowan's heart. It was a quiet ache, a feeling that something was missing, though his life was simple and good. Each evening, as he sat by his own crackling hearth, he would look into the flames and feel a longing he could not name, a pull towards something just beyond the edge of his understanding. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the tree-teens and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Rowan decided to walk deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and hidden beginnings. He carried with him a small lantern, its light a warm, bobbing companion in the growing dusk. As he walked, the world seemed to soften and change around him. The familiar path gave way to less trodden ground, where ferns curled like sleeping creatures and moss clung to stones in velvety blankets. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so old, it seemed to hold the memory of the world in its bark, that Rowan saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of hearth embers, emanated from a hollow in the tree's trunk. Curiosity, gentle but persistent, drew him nearer. He knelt, setting his lantern aside, and reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, like a stone left in the sun. He drew it out. It was a small, oval object, no larger than his thumb. It looked like a polished river stone, but it held within it a deep, inner light that pulsed rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he held it in his palm, a sense of profound calm washed over him. The restlessness in his own heart quieted, soothed by the gentle thrum of the stone. He knew with a certainty that felt older than the oak itself, that this was no ordinary thing. He called it a glow ember. For a long time, Rowan simply sat there, cradling the glow ember in his hand. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a soft, rosy gold that made the shadows dance in friendly patterns. The forest, which had moments before felt vast and unknowable, now felt like a comfortable room. He decided to take it home, a secret treasure to keep by his hearth. But as he stood to leave, a sound gave him pause. It was a soft, melodic chirping, filled with a note of distress. It came from further within the forest, in a direction he rarely ventured. Holding the glow ember before him, its light now seeming to push back the darkness with a will of its own, Rowan followed the sound. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the emerging stars. The glow ember's light became his guide, casting a path of warm light at his feet. The chirping grew louder, more frantic. Finally, he pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and stepped into a small clearing. There, trapped in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. But it was unlike any fox Rowan had ever seen. Its fur was not red or gray, but a deep, dusky silver, and its eyes, wide with fear, shone with their own faint, amber light. It was struggling against the thorns, each movement only tightening their grip. "Hush now, little one," Rowan said, his voice a soft murmur. "I won't harm you." He approached slowly, holding out his empty hand to show he meant no ill intent. The fox stilled, watching him with intelligent, wary eyes. Rowan set the glow ember carefully on a nearby stump, where its light pooled around them like liquid gold. Then, with the patience his woodcarving had taught him, he began to carefully work the brambles apart, his fingers deftly avoiding the sharp thorns. It took time. The night deepened around them, the only sounds the rustle of leaves, Rowan's soft breathing, and the occasional whimper from the fox. But finally, with a last gentle tug, the fox was free. It scrambled back, shaking its silver coat, and then turned to look at Rowan. The fear in its eyes had been replaced by a deep, thoughtful curiosity. It did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step forward, then another, until it stood before the stump where the glow ember rested. It nudged the stone with its nose, then looked up at Rowan and chirped again, but this time the sound was different, a questioning, grateful trip. Rowan smiled. "You're welcome," he said softly. The fox sat down, curling its brush-like tail around its paws, and seemed to settle in as if it had always belonged there. Rowan retrieved the glow ember and sat on the mossy ground, leaning against the stump. The fox crept closer until it was nestled against his side, a warm, silvery weight. Together they sat in the quiet clearing, illuminated by the gentle pulse of the magical stone. Rowan's earlier loneliness felt like a distant memory. He must have dozed off, for when he opened his eyes, the first pale light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The fox was gone, but nestled in the moss where it had been lying was a single, perfect feather, the color of moonlight. Picking it up, Rowan felt a strange connection, a thread of friendship that stretched out into the sleeping forest. He placed the feather carefully in his pocket beside the glow ember and began the walk home, his heart feeling lighter than it had in seasons. This became the beginning of a new ritual. Each evening, Rowan would venture into the forest with his glow ember. And each evening, the silver fox would find him. They did not speak in words, but in a language of shared silence, gentle nudges, and the comfortable understanding that exists between true friends. Rowan learned the fox's favorite paths, the clearings where moonlight pooled like water, and the hidden thickets where the sweetest berries grew. The fox, in turn, seemed to understand Rowan's quiet nature, his love for the simple, deep magic of the world. One night, as a full moon hung heavy and silver in the sky, the fox led him on a different path. It was a trail Rowan had never noticed, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a mossy rock face with a sound like endless, gentle applause. The fox slipped behind the water, and Rowan, holding the glow ember high, followed. On the other side was not more forest, but a cavern. The air within was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. And the cavern was not dark. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor were studded with thousands of glow embers, all pulsing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Their combined light was a breathtaking warm gold that illuminated wonders Rowan could never have imagined. Flowers made of crystalline light, pools of water that shimmered with captured starlight, and fungi that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. This was the Emberhold, a hidden world nestled in the heart of the mountain. The silver fox chirped proudly and trotted ahead, its fur reflecting the magnificent light. It was here that Rowan met the others. They were creatures of gentle magic, a badger with fur like polished jet and eyes that held the wisdom of deep earth, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the glowing stones, and an old owl who perched on a crystalline outcrop, its feathers the color of aged parchment. They were not startled by his presence. They looked at him and at the glow ember in his hand, and nodded in quiet welcome. They had been expecting him. The owl, who the fox indicated was the elder of this place, spoke not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the history of the Emberhold, how the glow embers were the heart light of the mountain itself, stones of comfort and connection that nurtured all life in the forest. He saw that they were fading. The great rhythm of their light was slowing, their warmth dimming. The world outside was forgetting the old, quiet magics, and the Emberhold was slowly falling into a slumber from which it might not wake. The fox nuzzled his hand, the one that held his own glow ember. The image in his mind changed. He saw that his stone was a keystone, one of the first and brightest. Its rediscovery had been a sign of hope. But one stone was not enough. The harmony of the Emberhold depended on a song that needed to be played on the heartstone, the very first ember, which had gone silent long ago. A gentle mystery unfolded before him. The heartstone was not lost, but sleeping somewhere within the vast caverns of the Emberhold. It needed to be found, and its song needed to be reawakened by a heart that understood both stillness and connection. The creatures of the Emberhold, for all their magic, were bound to this place and could not wake it. They needed a bridge, a friend from the world outside. Rowan felt the weight of the task settle on him, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The restlessness he had felt by his hearth had been a calling, a pull toward this moment. He looked at his friends, the silver fox, the wise badger, the gentle rabbits, the ancient owl, and he nodded. He would help. The following days and nights were a time of quiet seeking. Rowan explored the beautiful, sprawling caverns of the Emberhold with his companions. The fox was his constant guide, its cheerful chirps echoing in the vast spaces. They discovered rooms where the glow embers pulsed in different colors, creating symphonies of light. They found libraries of glowing lichen that told stories in patterns of light and shadow. They rested by the star pools, eating sweet, glowing berries that tasted of moonlight and peace. Yet the heartstone remained elusive. Rowan began to understand that it would not be found by frantic searching. It would be found by listening. So he began to sit in silence in different parts of the cavern, holding his own keystone, feeling its pulse and trying to feel for an echo, a deeper song hidden beneath the beautiful harmony. During one of these moments of deep quiet, Sitting in a small grove of light blossoms, he felt a tug, a faint, discordant thrum that was out of sync with the rest of the Emberholt. It was a note of deep loneliness. He opened his eyes and saw the silver fox watching him, its head cocked. It had felt it too. They followed the feeling, a thread of sorrow woven into the song of light. It led them down a narrow passage they had passed many times before, thinking it a dead end. But this time, urged by the faint pulse of wrongness, Rowan pressed his hand against the wall. To his surprise, it shimmered and became insubstantial, like a curtain of mist. On the other side was a tiny, secluded chamber. And in its center, on a pedestal of pure crystal, sat the Heartstone. It was larger than the others, and its light was not a warm gold, but a dull, weary gray. It pulsed slowly, painfully out of rhythm with the vibrant life of the Emberholt. It was surrounded by a palpable aura of deep sleep and profound isolation. Rowan approached it slowly, his own keystone glowing brightly in his hand, beating in a quick, anxious rhythm. He understood now. The Heartstone wasn't broken, it was lonely. It was the source of all connection, and in its solitude, it had forgotten how to connect to anything else. He did not try to grab it or force it to wake. Instead, he sat before it, just as he had sat with the fox in the brambles. He placed his own glow ember on the pedestal next to it. He simply sat and he listened. He poured all his feelings into the silence, his own former loneliness, the joy of his friendship with the fox, the awe of discovering this hidden world, his deep desire to help. He was a bridge offering the connection the Heartstone had lost. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the gray stone flickered. Once. Twice. It gave a weak, thready pulse. Rowan's own ember glowed in response, its light stretching toward the Heartstone like a comforting hand. The silver fox, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, crept forward. It chirped a soft, encouraging sound and nuzzled first Rowan's hand, and then, bravely, the dormant Heartstone itself. That was the key. It was not about one person or one act. It was about the friendship, the shared purpose, the woven tapestry of their connection. Rowan placed his hand on the Heartstone. It was cold. He poured his warmth into it, not the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a hearth, the warmth of home and belonging. The fox pressed its warm body against his side, adding its own unique magic to the moment. A shiver went through the Heartstone. The gray light flaked away like old ash, revealing a core of the most brilliant, warm, golden light Rowan had ever seen. It swelled, brightening the small chamber until it was almost too bright to look at. Then it began to pulse. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a deep, resonant beat that vibrated through the very rock, through Rowan's bones, through his soul. It was the heartbeat of the mountain. The sound was picked up by his own keystone, which pulsed in perfect time. Then, from beyond the chamber, they heard it, a wave of light and sound as every glow ember in the Emberholt synchronized with the rediscovered rhythm. The song returned, richer, deeper, and more beautiful than before. The harmony was restored. The transformation was immediate. The light in the caverns grew warmer, brighter. The crystalline flowers bloomed larger, the star pools shimmered with new intensity, and the very air hummed with joy and vitality. The hidden world was awake, fully and completely. Rowan and the fox made their way back to the main cavern. The creatures of the Emberholt were waiting, their faces filled with a joy so profound it needed no words. The old owl dipped its head in a gesture of deep gratitude, and the images that filled Rowan's mind were of thanks, of renewal, and of an everlasting welcome. He would always be a friend of the Emberholt. He spent a little while longer with them, basking in the restored warmth and the happy chirps of his fox friend. But as the first hint of dawn approached, he knew it was time to return to his own world. His task was complete. The fox led him back to the waterfall. At the edge of the hidden world it stopped and chirped, its eyes glowing with affection. It nudged his pocket, where the moon feather and his glow ember rested. Then it turned and disappeared back into the pulsing golden light of its home. Rowan stepped through the waterfall and into the cool, fresh air of the forest dawn. The world outside seemed different. The colors were richer, the birdsong sweeter, as if some of the Emberholt's magic had seeped into the very fabric of the valley. He walked home not with a restless heart, but with one that was full and peaceful. That evening and every evening after, Rowan would sit by his crackling fireplace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady contentment. He would take the glow ember from his pocket, its light now pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, a quiet echo of the Heartstone's song, and hold it in his palm. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the hidden world, the unexpected friendship, and the journey that had transformed his own heart as surely as fire transforms wood. He was still a woodcarver, his hands still more comfortable with wood than with words. But sometimes, on nights when the wind howled outside or the moon was hidden behind clouds, he would see a flash of silver at the edge of the forest. And he would smile, knowing his friend was watching over him, a warm, silent promise in the darkness. And so, by the warmth of his hearth, with the gentle pulse of the glow ember in his hand, and the memory of golden light in his heart, Rowan found a peace that was deep and true. His story was one of quiet growth, of a heart learning to beat in time with the hidden magic of the world, and it was a story that burned steady and true, a gentle light in the vast, beautiful darkness, guiding all who heard it toward restful dreams. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alistair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alistair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alistair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. "Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change?" With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alistair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alistair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness, Alastair murmured. They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark. Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alastair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. Listen to the water, he instructed. It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go. Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alastair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. Place your forehead against the stone, the owl said softly. The stones remember, they hold the memories of the forest. Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alastair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alastair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary. It is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alastair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle, a gentle release like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alastair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. "Remember this night, little one. Whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace." The journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alastair, bidding her good night, felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the walls like a troop of gentle, golden sprites. It was on nights like these, when the wind whispered secrets against the window pane and the world outside seemed to hold its breath, that the best stories were born. So pull your blanket a little closer, settle into the cushions, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a quiet, steady glow. A story about a boy, a hidden world, and the warmth that can be found in the most unexpected of places. In a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that always seemed to be caught in a gentle sigh, there lived a boy named Leo. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor, after a rain and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While other children raced through the cobblestone streets playing games of chase and conquest, Leo preferred the company of the old woods that cradled the village. He would spend hours tracing the veins on leaves, watching the patient journey of a ladybug, or simply sitting with his back against the rough bark of an ancient oak, listening to its slow, woody heartbeat. Leo's world was one of soft sounds and muted colors, and he was, if not unhappy, then perhaps a little lonely. He felt things deeply, the sadness in a wilting flower, the joy in a sunbeam finding its way through the canopy, and such feelings are heavy to carry alone. One afternoon, as autumn was painting the world in shades of flame and gold, Leo was following a path he'd never noticed before. It was a shy little trail, barely more than a suggestion woven between the ferns and tree roots. A curious feeling like the tug of a forgotten dream drew him forward. The air grew cooler, the light softer, filtered through a dense ceiling of intertwined branches. And then the path simply ended at a great, moss-covered stone wall, so ancient it seemed more a part of the mountain than built upon it. There, nestled in a crevice where the stone met the earth, was a small, perfect door. It was no taller than Leo's knee, crafted from dark, polished wood, and inlaid with a single, swirling pattern that looked like a captured eddy of smoke. It had no knob, no keyhole. As Leo knelt, his breath catching in his throat, he noticed that the center of the swirling pattern held a small, smooth stone. It was dull and gray, no different from any other pebble in the stream. But then, as the last of the day's light began to fade, something miraculous happened. The stone began to glow. It was not a bright, flashy light, but a deep, pulsing warmth, like the heart of a banked fire, or an ember holding its secret heat in the darkness. It cast a soft, orange-red radiance onto the tiny door, making the wood grain seem to swim and shift. Hesitantly, Leo reached out and touched the glowing stone. It was wonderfully warm, a comfort that seeped right into his bones. The moment his fingers made contact, the tiny door swung inwards without a sound, revealing not a dark space behind the stone, but a tunnel filled with the same gentle, ember-like light. Without a second thought, for his quiet heart told him this was a thing of wonder, not of fear, Leo crawled inside. The tunnel was short, and on the other side, he emerged into a world that stole his breath away. He was in a vast, hidden grove, entirely enclosed by the towering stone walls of the mountain. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. Above, the sky was not the darkening blue of evening, but a perpetual soft twilight, lit by thousands of tiny, floating lights that drifted like lazy fireflies. But these were not insects. They were living embers, each one pulsing with that same deep, warm glow as the stone in the door. They floated amidst leaves that shimmered with a silvery sheen, and settled on flowers that looked as though they were woven from moonlight and shadow. This was the Ember Glade. Leo stood for a long time, simply breathing it in. The silence here was different from the woods he knew. It was a living silence, filled with the soft hum of the drifting embers and the distant, musical trickle of water. His wonder was interrupted by a small, frantic sound. A series of tiny, distressed chirps came from a cluster of bell-shaped flowers nearby. Crouching down, Leo saw a most extraordinary creature. It was a small, furry animal, about the size of a squirrel, with velvety, smoke-gray fur and ears too large for its head. Its most remarkable feature was its tail, which ended in a tuft that glowed with a soft, steady, golden light. But the little creature was in trouble. Its glowing tail was tangled in the sticky, thread-like vines of the bell flowers, and it was tugging and chirping in clear alarm. "Shhh, it's all right," Leo whispered, his voice barely disturbing the tranquil air. "I'll help you." His fingers, accustomed to the delicate work of untangling knotted string and carefully arranging his collections of feathers and stones, were perfect for the task. He worked slowly, gently loosening the sticky threads one by one, speaking to the creature in a low, soothing murmur. The creature stopped struggling and watched him with wide, intelligent eyes that reflected the floating embers like tiny, star-filled pools. Finally, with one last careful pull, the little creature was free. It shook itself and its tail tuft flared brightly for a moment, casting a warm circle of light around them both. It then scurried up Leo's arm and nuzzled its soft face against his cheek, its chirping now a happy, purring trill. "You're welcome," Leo said, a real, unburdened smile spreading across his face for the first time in a long while. A soft, rustling sound made them both turn. From behind a tree with bark that looked like layered silver emerged another figure. This one was taller, about Leo's height, and walked on two legs. He had the same large, luminous eyes and velvety skin, but his form was more human-like. He wore simple clothes woven from what looked like moss and spider silk, and in his hand he carried a staff topped with a crystal that held a captive, pulsing ember. He regarded Leo not with fear, but with a calm, deep curiosity. "You have helped a Glimmerwing," the boy said, his voice as soft and smooth as the flow of a deep underground river. "They are the keepers of light in our grove. We are in your debt." "I'm Leo," he said, finding his voice. "I am Finn," the boy replied with a slight bow of his head. "You are the first of your kind to find the Ember Glade in many, many turnings of the seasons." Finn explained that this hidden world was a sanctuary, a place where gentle, nocturnal beings lived in harmony, their lives governed by the soft light of the embers. The Glimmerwings, like the one Leo had rescued, tended to the floating lights, ensuring they never dimmed. There were others, too, the whisperers who spoke to the roots of the trees, the stream singers whose voices made the water chime like crystal bells. "But something is wrong," Finn said, his large eyes clouding with worry. He led Leo to the center of the grove, where the largest tree Leo had ever seen stood sentinel. Its trunk was as wide as a cottage, and its branches, laden with leaves that shimmered like beaten copper, stretched up to form the very ceiling of their twilight world. Nestled in the great fork of the tree was a single, enormous ember, as large as Leo's head. But its light was faint, flickering weakly like a candle guttering in the wind. "This is the heart ember," Finn explained. It is the source of all light and warmth in our grove. From it all the smaller embers are born, but for many moons now its glow has been fading. The grove grows colder, the lights drift lower, and a stillness is settling over everything. We do not know why. Leo looked at the struggling light, and a profound sadness settled in his chest. He understood this feeling, the fear of a light going out, of warmth leaving, of a beautiful, quiet world growing dim. He knew what it was to feel a chill that wasn't just of the air. "Maybe I can help," Leo said, his voice quiet but firm. And so began Leo's true journey. His days in the village became a secret double life. By day, he was the quiet boy who walked in the woods. By night, he would slip through the tiny door and enter the Ember Glade, where Finn became his guide and fast friend. Their investigation was not a grand, heroic quest with clashing swords and roared challenges. It was a gentle mystery, unfolding like the slow, intricate patterns of smoke rising from a calm fire. They walked the grove together, their path illuminated by the Glimmerwing, who Leo had named Spark for the cheerful way his tail flared, riding happily on his shoulder. Leo, with his patient, observant nature, noticed things the grove folk, who had lived there for eternity, had come to take for granted. He noticed how the silvery leaves of the trees seemed duller at their tips. He heard a strain in the chiming of the streams, a note of weariness. He felt a subtle, persistent coldness seeping up from the ground, a chill that the fading light of the heart ember could no longer keep at bay. He spent hours sitting with the oldest of the whisperers, a being so ancient its form was more like gnarled wood than flesh, learning that the stories of the grove were stored in the roots of the great trees. He learned that the heart ember did not just give light, it was tied to the vitality of the grove itself, fed by the joy, the peace, and the harmony of all who lived there. "The chill you feel," the old whisperer rasped, its voice like the rubbing of two branches together, "is not of this season. It is the chill of forgetting, of silence where there should be song, of stories left untold." One evening, as Leo and Finn were resting by one of the singing streams, sharing a piece of sweet, nutty bread Finn's mother had baked, Leo spoke of his own world. He talked about the village, about the other children whose games were too loud and fast for him, about the loneliness that sometimes felt like a cold stone in his pocket. Finn listened, his large eyes full of understanding. "Your world has a chill, too," Finn said softly. "It does," Leo admitted. "But it's different. It's inside me." Perhaps, Finn mused, the chills are related. A forgotten story here, a lonely heart there, maybe they feed each other. Sorrow has a way of seeping through the cracks in the world. It was this conversation that sparked the idea in Leo's mind. The problem wasn't something that could be fixed with a magic spell or a physical tool. The heart ember was fading because the connection between the beings of the grove was weakening. The stories were being forgotten. The songs were being left unsung. His own loneliness was a mirror of the grove's growing stillness. He had an idea. It was a small idea, a quiet idea, but it felt true. The next night he asked Finn to gather everyone in the grove, all the Glimmerwings, the Whisperers, the Stream Singers, at the foot of the great tree. When they had all assembled, their faces lit by the worryingly faint pulse of the heart ember, Leo did not make a grand speech. He simply sat down on a smooth, moss-covered stone, with Spark nestled in his lap, and he began to tell a story. It was the story of how he had found the grove. He described the shy path, the mysterious door, the wonder of seeing the glowing stone. He told them about meeting Spark, about the fear in the little creature's eyes, and the relief when it was free. He described his friendship with Finn, their long walks, their shared silence, and their conversations. He spoke of the beauty he saw in their world, the shimmer of a leaf, the melody of a stream, the gentle drift of a living ember. He spoke not as a hero, but as a friend. And as he spoke, something began to happen. A Glimmerwing, inspired, fluttered up to a low-hanging branch and began to trace patterns in the air with its glowing tail, illustrating the tale. A stream singer, hearing its home described with such affection, began to hum a soft, new melody, one of discovery and friendship. One of the older whisperers, its memory stirred, began to recount an ancient tale of the grove's founding, a story no one had heard in generations. One by one, others joined in. Stories were shared. Songs were sung. Laughter, a sound that had become rare in the grove, chimed through the air like another stream. They shared memories of bright days and comforted each other about the colder times. They reforged the connections that had grown thin. Leo watched, his heart feeling fuller and warmer than it ever had. He was no longer just an observer, he was a part of this. He was weaving his own thread into the tapestry of the grove. And as the stories flowed and the songs rose, the great heart ember above them began to change. Its faint, guttering flicker steadied. Then it swelled. A wave of pure, golden warmth pulsed out from it, washing over the entire grove. The light grew brighter and brighter, not harshly, but with a deep, resonant power that felt like a collective sigh of relief. The floating embers throughout the grove brightened in response, rising higher, their hum becoming a joyful chorus. The chill that had plagued the grove melted away, replaced by a profound, comforting warmth. The silvery leaves on the trees seemed to polish themselves, and the stream's song regained its clear, crystalline tone. The grove was healed. Not by a mighty deed, but by remembrance, by shared stories, and by the simple, powerful warmth of friendship. Finn looked at Leo, his luminous eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "You didn't bring a new light, Leo," he said. "You helped us remember how to kindle our own." The time came for Leo to return to his own world. The journey through the Ember Glade had transformed him, as surely as fire transforms wood. He had gone in a lonely boy and was emerging with a heart that had learned to connect, to share, and to find warmth by giving it away. At the tiny door, Spark nuzzled his hand one last time, his tail glowing with fierce affection. Finn placed a hand on his shoulder. "The door will always be here for you, my friend," he said. "You are a part of this grove now, and it is a part of you." Leo crawled back through the tunnel and emerged into the crisp night air of his own woods. The door closed silently behind him, the stone in its center once again a dull, gray pebble. But as he touched it, he felt a residual warmth, a secret promise held within. He walked back to his village under a sky filled with cold, distant stars, but he did not feel the chill. A new warmth glowed within him, steady and true, the ember of a friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds. He knew now that his quiet nature was not a flaw, but a gift. He was a listener, a storyteller, a keeper of small, important warmth. Back in his small room, as he lay in bed, he no longer felt the ache of loneliness. He could almost hear the faint, chiming song of the streams from the Ember Glade, a lullaby carried on the edges of his memory. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he saw the great heart ember, burning bright and steady, its light a promise that even in the deepest darkness, warmth and friendship could always be found, if only one knew how to look. And with that comforting thought, the gentle glow of a hidden world nestled in his heart, Leo drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with floating lights, whispering trees, and the enduring warmth of a friendship that had saved a world. Sleep well, little listener. May your own heart be a hidden grove, filled with its own gentle, enduring light. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. "It points to possibilities." Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then, there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The compass of courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth, its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus, the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. What must I do? The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draft. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip, drip, drip of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. Courage, dear Leo, Folio said, is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important. Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. How do we cross? Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat, the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water. Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. I'm afraid, he began, his voice barely a whisper, that I'm not enough, that I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked. As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. Well done, rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch. One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. This is it, Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. What you seek is within. Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. I am the keeper of doubts, it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours. Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. Ask your riddle, Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I? Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. You are a flame, Leo said softly. A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red. The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown, and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength. And this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower. Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be. Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin. The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. The firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear the gentle pop and crackle of a story beginning to unfold. It's a story about a place not too far from here, if you measure distance in daydreams, called the Valley of Gentle Nonsense. In this valley, the rivers flowed backwards, which was terribly convenient if you ever dropped your hat in the water. You could simply walk upstream a little way and wait for it to float politely back into your hands with a soft, gurgling whoosh. The forests were inside out, meaning the cozy, rooty parts with all the little animal burrows were on the outside, and the tall, leafy parts were in the middle. This made for excellent hide-and-seek, though sometimes a squirrel would accidentally end up in the sky. And in the very heart of this valley, perched precariously on a hill that wiggled when it laughed, was an upside-down tea shop. It was called the Steaming Kettle, though the kettle was always on the floor, and the floor was, technically, the ceiling. Patrons would sit on the ceiling, which was wonderfully carpeted, and their teacups would cling magically to the floor above their heads. It was run by a fellow named Barnaby, a cloud shepherd by trade, who spent his days gently herding fluffy, white cumulus clouds with a crook made of a giant's wishbone. He only ran the tea shop on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays, he said, were inside-out days, and it made perfect sense to him. Barnaby's best friend was a dragon named Pippin. But Pippin was not a fearsome dragon. Oh no. Pippin was a dragon with a passion for porcelain. He collected teacups. Not jewels or gold, but the most delicate, hand-painted, whimsically patterned teacups you could ever imagine. His cave was a labyrinth of carefully dusted shelves, each holding a cup that chimed with a tiny, crystal ping if you tapped it. His greatest treasure was a cup that looked like it was made of a captured rainbow, which made a sound like a happy sigh when you poured tea into it. Their other dear friend was a woman named Cora, a professional dream painter. Each evening, with a brush made of a single moonbeam and paints distilled from starlight and memories, she would add little details to people's dreams. An extra sprinkle of glitter on a fairy's wings, a slightly funnier hat on a dancing badger, or the perfect, buttery scent to a dream of warm toast. One particular Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that felt like a warm blanket, a most peculiar problem arose. Barnaby was in his upside-down tea shop, trying to serve a pot of lullaby lavender tea to a family of moles who were wearing very tiny, very fashionable sunglasses. But when he went to pour, the tea didn't fall down towards the cups on the floor ceiling. Instead, it poured up. Sploosh. A stream of lavender tea arched gracefully towards the actual ceiling, which was the floor, and pooled against a heavy oak beam. "Oh dear," said Barnaby, scratching his head with his shepherd's crook. "That's not right at all." The moles, who were very polite, sipped at their empty cups and murmured, "Lovely aroma," but they looked a bit disappointed. Just then Pippin the dragon came shuffling in, his large, gentle feet making a soft thump-thump-thump on the ceiling-turned floor. He was carrying his newest acquisition, a teacup painted with swirling, snoozing sheep. "Barnaby," he boomed in a voice that was like a cello wrapped in velvet. I've come for a cup of chamomile calm. I need to test the sheep. They look like they'd enjoy it. I've got a bit of a situation, Pippin, Barnaby said, pointing his crook at the puddle of tea on the floor above their heads. The tea seems to have forgotten which way is up. Pippin peered at the puddle. It does seem confused. Perhaps it's having an inside-out day, but it's only Tuesday. He let out a thoughtful rumble that made the teaspoons on the walls vibrate with a gentle bzzz. They decided to consult Cora, the dream painter, who was the wisest of them all when it came to matters of gentle confusion. They found her by the backwards river, which was flowing bloop bloop bleep towards the mountains. She was dipping her dream brush into the water, which turned the river a lovely shade of twilight blue for a moment. Cora, said Barnaby, the tea is pouring upwards. It's causing a dreadful puddle on the floor that's a ceiling. Cora tapped her moonbeam brush against her chin. An inversion of intention, she mused. The tea wishes to rise, not fall. It's a very ambitious tea, but it is still tea, and tea's true purpose is to be sipped from a lovely cup. She looked at Pippin's new sheep cup. Especially one like that. But how do we convince it? Asked Pippin, his tail twitching with worry and nearly knocking over a tree that was growing sideways. We must remind it of its purpose, said Cora. We need to create a spectacle of sipping so delightful, so utterly irresistible, that the tea will forget its foolish ambitions and simply want to be drunk. And so they hatched a plan. It was a silly plan, but in the valley of gentle nonsense, the silliest plans were often the best ones. Barnaby went to herd the most content-looking clouds, the ones that looked like sleeping lambs and overstuffed pillows. He gently nudged them over to the tea shop until they formed a soft, fluffy staircase leading from the puddle on the high ceiling down to the cups on the low floor. F-whoomp, F-whoomp went the clouds as they settled into place. Pippin rushed back to his cave and returned with his most beautiful, most melodic teacups. There was the rainbow cup that side, a cup that chimed like a tiny bell when touched, and another that had a pattern of bubbles that actually fizz-pop-fizzed softly. Cora, with her dream painter's skill, did the most important job. She didn't paint the tea, she painted the air above each cup. With a flick of her wrist, she painted little swirls of steam that carried the scent of honey and biscuits. With another flick, she painted the sound of a contented murmur and the feeling of a warm, cozy chair. She painted the very idea of a perfect afternoon tea. Finally, everything was ready. Barnaby stood by the teapot. Pippin arranged his cups. Cora gave a nod. Now, Barnaby, she said. Barnaby poured. Sploosh. Once again, the lullaby lavender tea streamed upwards, defying gravity with all its might. It reached the puddle on the ceiling floor. But then, something new happened. The tea, curious, began to trickle onto the first cloud step. Instead of splashing, it went blorp and was absorbed into the fluffy whiteness. The cloud, now smelling wonderfully of lavender, seemed to sigh with pleasure. Encouraged, the tea flowed onto the next cloud, and the next, each step a little blorp and a sigh, creating a cascading staircase of scent. It reached the bottom cloud, which was hovering just above Pippin's rainbow teacup. The tea hesitated for a moment, hovering over the cup that sighed with anticipation. And then it happened. The rainbow cup let out its happy little sigh. The bell cup gave a faint ting. The bubble cup fizz-pop-fizzed. And the air above them, painted by Cora, shimmered with such irresistible coziness that the tea could no longer resist. With a final, gentle plink, a single drop of tea fell into the rainbow cup. Then another and another, until a steady, graceful stream of tea was flowing down the cloudy staircase, each drop landing perfectly in a waiting cup. The tea had remembered its job. The moles, who had been watching with their tiny mouths agape behind their sunglasses, clapped their little paws. Barnaby beamed. Pippin did a happy little jig that made the teacups rattle a cheerful melody. Cora smiled, adding one last painted detail to the air, a tiny, shimmering rainbow that arched over the entire scene. They all sat down, on the ceiling of course, and had the most wonderful tea party. The tea tasted all the better for its little adventure. The moles declared it the best tea they'd ever almost not had, and Pippin's sheep cup proved to be the perfect home for chamomile calm. And as the firelight here dances its own sleepy dance, you should know that in the valley of gentle nonsense, the tea now sometimes still pours upwards, just for the fun of flowing down the cloud stairs. Because even problems, when faced with friendship and a little bit of painted steam, can turn into the most delightful sort of nonsense. A soft, quiet sigh of an ending, perfect for drifting off to sleep. Silas tended his moon-petal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley, the great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. "Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener," rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The earth knows when we cling too tightly." Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. "What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals?" "Ah," hummed grand Willow. "But what if they become something new?" Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. "Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already." Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. "Come see." Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. "The magic's touching me already." "Not touching," corrected grand Willow gently. "Responding." Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moon petals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. "Change is a storm," Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. "It breaks things." Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. "Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but grand Willow said, 'Be patient. Your light needs time to find its song.'" The firefly whirled joyfully. "Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, Silas." That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward grand Willow. "Trust," whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. "They're part of you now," grand Willow murmured. "Breathe." Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. "You're growing with it," she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. "You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead." Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. "I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation." He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. "The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes." As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. "Courage isn't fearing the storm," Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. "It's learning to dance in the rain." Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. "And what beautiful music your dancing makes." The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, "Rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter." The little village of Babbling Brook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. "Never could get it to whistle properly." One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler, and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. "Old tree sleeps deep," she whispered. "Very deep." Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, "Maps show the way, but not the why." The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken, it was waiting, waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in Grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on Grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to Grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys, he knew, weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kalen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kalen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kalen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streak past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kalen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kalen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kalen's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kalen, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kalen recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kalen, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kalen pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kalen mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kalen's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kalen trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kalen's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kalen's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kalen attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kalen sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kalen focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kalen, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kalen's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kalen responded with a constellation-pattern glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kalen's prismatic recollections of shard-singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kalen gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kalen treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They are winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss was a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, a sound as familiar and comforting as a well-worn blanket. It is in such a hushed and gentle hour that the best stories are born, stories that are not shouted from mountain tops but whispered on the warm air, meant to settle softly in the heart and guide you toward tranquil dreams. Our story begins in a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that seemed to be forever brushed with the gold of late afternoon. In this village lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child with a quietness about him that some mistook for shyness, but which was, in truth, a deep and abiding attentiveness to the world. While other children raced and shouted through the cobblestone streets, Kalen was often found sitting on the old stone wall at the edge of the village, simply watching the way the light changed on the leaves of the ancient forest that bordered their home. This forest was known as the Whisperwood. It was a place of immense, gnarled oaks and slender, silver-barked birches, where sunlight fell in dappled coins upon a thick carpet of moss. The villagers spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and caution, for they said that the woods held secrets, and that if you listened very, very carefully, you could sometimes hear them sighing on the breeze. Kalen felt a pull to the Whisperwood that he could not explain. It was a quiet, persistent hum in his chest, like the memory of a forgotten song. His grandfather, a kind man with eyes that held the twinkle of 1,000 stored-up stories, was the only one who understood. "The woods don't call to everyone, Kalen," he'd said one evening, his gnarled hands carving a piece of pine by the fire. "They only call to those who are ready to listen, and to those who carry a little of its own light inside them." Kalen hadn't known what that meant. What light? He felt mostly ordinary. One afternoon, when the air was warm and thick with the scent of honeysuckle, Kalen's quiet longing grew too strong to ignore. He slipped away from the village and stepped across the threshold of the Whisperwood. The change was immediate. The boisterous sounds of the village, the clanging of the blacksmith's hammer, the chatter of market-goers, vanished, swallowed by a profound, living silence. It was not an empty silence, but a full one composed of a million tiny sounds, the rustle of an unseen creature in the undergrowth, the sigh of the wind through the high branches, the distant trickle of water over smooth stones. He walked for what felt like both a minute and an hour, the path a soft, winding ribbon of earth beneath his feet. The further he went, the more the world seemed to soften and glow. The light took on a green-gold quality, as if he were walking through a vast, sunlit cathedral made of leaves and light. It was as he paused to rest against the trunk of an enormous oak, its bark deeply furrowed like the wise face of an elder, that he saw it. Nestled in a cradle of velvety moss at the base of the tree was a small, smooth stone. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple river stone of a dusky gray color. But as the shifting forest light touched it, a faint, warm glow pulsed from its core. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, a deep, smoldering orange red that seemed to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic light. Cautiously, Kalen reached out and picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, not unpleasantly so, but with a comforting heat, like a sun-warmed pebble or a loaf of bread fresh from the oven. As his fingers closed around it, the glow brightened, casting a small, cozy pool of light around his hand. A sense of profound calm washed over him, a feeling of being exactly where he was meant to be. He had no sooner tucked the warm stone safely into his pocket when a soft, chittering sound came from above. He looked up into the branches of the oak. There, perched on a limb, was a small fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Her fur was the color of burnt caramel and smoked silver, and her eyes were not the sly, sharp eyes of a wild creature, but large and intelligent, holding a curious amber light of their own. She tilted her head, studying him. "You found them birstone," she said, her voice not a human voice, but a thought that bloomed clearly and warmly in Kalen's mind. He startled, taking a step back. You can talk." The fox gave a soft, breathy sound that might have been a laugh. "I am speaking, you are listening, that is the important part. My name is Lyra, I am a keeper of this grove." Kalen, his heart beating a steady, awestruck rhythm, bowed his head slightly. "I'm Kalen, I didn't mean to trespass." "You are not trespassing," Lyra replied, leaping down from the branch with a graceful, silent landing. "The stone called to you, it does not glow for just anyone. It responds to a certain quality of heart, a quiet, observant heart. Come, the day is waning, and there is something you should see." And so began Kalen's true journey, an unexpected friendship warming him from the inside out, much like the emberstone warmed his hand. Lyra trotted ahead, her bushy tail a soft plume, and Kalen followed. She led him along paths he would never have found on his own, tunnels through thick ferns, across stepping stones in clear, chuckling streams, and under arches woven from living willow branches. As they walked, Lyra spoke to him of the Whisperwood. She told him how the trees communicated through their vast, hidden root networks, sharing nutrients and warnings. She showed him where the shyest flowers bloomed only in the moonlight, their petals like crushed pearl. She taught him to identify the different bird calls, the liquid song of the thrush, the rhythmic tapping of the woodpecker, the scolding chatter of the jay. The forest, which had once been a beautiful but silent picture, began to come alive with meaning and sound for Kalen. He was learning its language. The emberstone in his pocket pulsed gently, its glow seeming to brighten whenever Lyra shared a particularly beautiful piece of knowledge, as if it, too, were listening and learning. "The stone is a piece of the heart of the Whisperwood," Lyra explained as they paused by a small, clear pond. Dragonflies, their wings like stained glass, skimmed over the water's surface. Long ago, when the world was younger and magic was as common as sunlight, the first trees wove their light together and formed these stones. They are anchors of warmth and memory, but their light has been fading. The world has grown louder, and fewer people remember how to listen. Kalen looked at the stone in his palm. Its ember glow was steady, but he thought he could see what she meant. It was a soft light, a vulnerable light. Why is it fading? Lyra's amber eyes grew solemn. That is the gentle mystery we must unravel. The central heart of the wood, the great hearth, is dimming. It is where all the Emberstones were born, and it sustains the deepest magic of this place. If it goes out, the Whisperwood will not die, but it will forget. It will become just an ordinary forest. The whispers will fall silent forever. A profound sense of purpose settled over Kalen. He wasn't just a visitor anymore. He was a part of this. What can we do? We must journey to the great hearth, Lyra said. It lies in the very center of the wood, a place that can only be found by feeling, not by sight. And we must go before the moon is full, for that is when the hearth is most receptive. But the path is not easy. There are places where the shadows have grown long and cold, places that have forgotten the warmth. Their journey transformed from a pleasant walk into a true quest. The path began to change. The friendly, sun-dappled glades gave way to denser, darker parts of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the sounds became muted. The cheerful bird songs were replaced by the lonely hoot of an owl, even though it was still day. The trees here were twisted and crowded, their branches clutching at the dim light like greedy fingers. Kalen felt a prickle of unease. He held the Emberstone tighter, and its warm glow was a small, brave defiance against the creeping chill. Lyra stayed close to his side, her body a warm, solid presence. In one particularly gloomy hollow, where the ground was squelchy and cold, and the trees were draped in gray moss like tattered shrouds, they found the source of the blight. A strange, creeping vine, black and thorny, was choking the life from the trees it clung to. Where it grew, no moss flourished, no flowers bloomed. It was a void of both sound and warmth. The sorrow vine, Lyra whispered, her mental voice hushed. It feeds on forgetfulness and fear. It cannot stand true warmth. As if sensing their presence, the vines seemed to stir, their thorns glinting dully. A feeling of deep sadness and despair washed over Kalen. It was a weight that pushed on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Doubts whispered in his mind. You are just a boy. What can you do? You should go home. This is too big for you. He looked at the Emberstone. Its glow had weakened, flickering uncertainly. The cold was seeping into his bones. He thought about turning back. Then he felt Lyra press against his leg, a small, steadfast point of warmth and friendship. He remembered his grandfather's words about the light inside him. He thought of the beautiful, singing parts of the forest they had walked through, the clear ponds and the sunlit glades. He would not let this cold forgetfulness win. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Kalen closed his eyes. He didn't fight the sadness. Instead, he acknowledged it, and then he filled his mind with warm memories. The sound of his grandfather's laughter by the fireside. The taste of warm berry pie. The feeling of the sun on his face as he sat on the village wall. The wonder of seeing Lyra for the first time. The joy of learning the forest's secrets. He poured all this warmth, all this love and memory into the Emberstone. He focused on it with all his heart, imagining its light not as a small defensive flame, but as a radiant, pulsing sun. When he opened his eyes, the stone was no longer just glowing. It was shining. A brilliant, gentle, warm light burst from it, flooding the gloomy hollow. It was the light of a kind heart, of friendship, of cherished memories. It was the light of home. The sorrow vine recoiled from the warmth. The black vines withered, pulling back from the trees, their thorns turning to brittle dust. Where the light touched the ground, tiny, brave shoots of green moss began to appear. The oppressive weight lifted, and the air, while still cool, lost its bitter edge. Lyra looked at him, her amber eyes shining with pride. You see, her voice whispered in his mind. The light was always in you. The stone is just a focus. It is your own courage, your own warmth, that is the true magic. Feeling taller and stronger than he ever had before, Kalen continued forward, the Emberstone held aloft like a lantern. They passed through other shadowed places, and in each one, Kalen repeated the process. He did not fight the cold with anger, but melted it with remembered warmth. He faced his fears not with brute force, but with the steady, burning truth of who he was and what he loved. With each challenge, his inner light, reflected and amplified by the stone, grew brighter and more sure. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime and no time at all, they arrived. The trees parted to reveal a wide, circular clearing. The ground was soft, silver grass, and in the very center stood an ancient, enormous tree stump, so wide that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled it. This was the great hearth. But Lyra was right. It was dim. A faint, ghostly light flickered deep within the rings of the ancient wood, but it was weak and intermittent, like the last ember of a fire about to go out. The clearing was silent and cold. "This is it," Lyra said, her voice soft with reverence and concern. The heart of the Whisperwood. Kalen walked slowly to the center of the great hearth. He could feel a deep, tired thrumming beneath his feet, the slow, fading heartbeat of the forest. He knelt, placing the emberstone in the very center of the stump, where a small, smooth depression waited for it, as if it were a key for a long-locked door. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence was profound. Then, Kalen remembered what Lyra had taught him. It wasn't about the stone alone. It was about the warmth he could give it. He placed both his hands on the cool wood of the hearth. He closed his eyes and thought of every beautiful thing he had ever known. He thought of his friendship with Lyra. He thought of the whispering trees, the chuckling streams, the moonpetal flowers. He poured all the love and wonder he had gathered on his journey into the great hearth. He offered it not as a demand, but as a gift. A soft gasp escaped him as a wave of warmth flowed up from the hearth, through his hands, and into his very core. It was an ancient, kind warmth, the warmth of 1,000,000 sunny days and 1,000,000 peaceful nights stored within the wood. The emberstone began to pulse, its light growing brighter and brighter, until it was too brilliant to look upon. Then the light spread. It flowed outwards from the stone, tracing the rings of the great hearth like liquid gold. The faint, ghostly light within the stump ignited, blazing with a gentle, powerful radiance that filled the entire clearing. The light did not stop there. It pulsed outwards in a silent, warm wave, flowing back through the paths they had taken. All through the Whisperwood, in every dark corner and shadowy hollow, the light touched the sorrow vine, and it crumbled to nothing. It touched the trees, and their leaves seemed to glow with a healthy, vibrant green. It touched the flowers, and they bloomed with renewed color. The whispers of the forest, which had grown so faint, returned, not as a sigh, but as a soft, joyful hum of life. The great hearth was restored. Its light burned steady and true, an eternal flame of memory and magic at the center of the world. Kalen stood, feeling the warm, vibrant energy of the forest flowing through him. He felt transformed, not into someone different, but into a more complete version of himself. He had discovered the light within his own quiet heart. Lyra padded to his side. "You have done what few have ever done," she said, her mental voice filled with a deep, profound gratitude. "You have rekindled the heart of the wood. The Whisperwood will remember you, Kalen, and it will always be a home to you." Kalen picked up the emberstone. It was no longer a dusky gray, but now held a permanent, soft, internal glow, like a captured piece of starlight that was always warm. It was a part of him now, and he was a part of the wood. The journey back was different. The forest was brighter, friendlier, as if celebrating. They reached the edge of the Whisperwood as the first stars were pricking the deep violet sky. The lights of the village twinkled below, small and cozy. "Will I see you again?" Kalen asked, a touch of sadness in his voice. Lyra nudged his hand with her cool, damp nose. "I am always here, and now so are you. Whenever you are quiet and you listen, you will hear me. Whenever you feel the warmth of your stone, you will know the warmth of the wood." With a final fond look, the silver fox turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees, becoming one with the whispers once more. Kalen walked back to his village, the warm stone a comforting weight in his pocket. He did not tell anyone of his adventure, for some stories are too precious to be told with words. But he was changed. He carried himself with a new quiet confidence. He still sat on the old stone wall, but now when he looked at the Whisperwood, he didn't just see trees. He saw a friend. He heard a song. And he knew with a certainty that warmed him from the inside out that he carried a little of its eternal, ember-bright heart within his own. And as you, dear listener, drift towards sleep, remember Kalen's journey. Remember that even the quietest heart holds immense warmth, and that the greatest transformations often begin with a single, small step into the unknown, guided by friendship and a steady inner light. Let the memory of the Emberstone's glow be a comfort to you, a promise that there is always warmth to be found, even in the darkest of places. Now close your eyes and listen. Perhaps you too will hear the gentle, reassuring whisper of the world, calling you to peaceful dreams. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose heart was as tender as the first spring leaf, and whose thoughts ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. Rowan felt more than knew that something within them was shifting, a quiet rustling of the soul that was both thrilling and unnerving. It began subtly. On mornings when Rowan woke feeling particularly uncertain, a delicate, silvery moss would appear along their fingertips, soft and cool to the touch. When a moment of quiet joy settled in their chest, the air around them would smell faintly of rain-kissed violets. Their small cottage stood at the edge of the whispering woods, and it was in its garden that the most remarkable changes occurred. This was no ordinary garden. It was a reflection of Rowan's inner world. When Rowan felt small and confused, the garden grew tangled with shy, closed-up buds and vines that clung too tightly. But on days when a spark of courage was found, a new, unknown flower would unfurl its petals, blushing with a color never before seen. One such afternoon, as Rowan sat on a worn wooden bench, worrying a loose thread on their sleeve, they noticed the garden looked particularly forlorn. The colors were muted, shades of gray and melancholy blue, and the flowers drooped as if holding a great sadness. Rowan sighed, a soft sound that was carried away by the gentle breeze. It was then that a figure emerged from the dappled shadows of the woods. It was an old woman, her back slightly bent, her face a road map of kindly laughter lines. Her eyes held the deep, steady green of the forest itself, and in her hands she carried a basket woven from willow reeds. "A fine day for wandering," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages in an old, beloved book. She did not introduce herself, nor did she need to. Rowan felt an immediate sense of calm in her presence. "My garden," Rowan murmured, gesturing to the sorrowful blooms. "It doesn't seem to know what it wants to be." The old woman smiled, a slow sunrise of an expression. "All gardens are just dreams waiting to be tended, and all dreams need a little patience." She settled onto the bench beside Rowan and opened her basket. Inside were not tools or seeds, but small, smooth stones, a feather the color of moonlight, and a spool of thread that shimmered like a spider's web in the dawn. "Change," the old woman said, selecting a stone, "is not a storm that breaks you. It is a season that turns you slowly, surely. You cannot rush the opening of a petal, nor can you hurry the hardening of a cocoon." She placed the smooth stone in Rowan's palm. It was warm. "This is for the days you feel too solid, too heavy. Hold it, and remember that even mountains are worn smooth by time and tenderness." From that day on, the old woman would appear at just the right moments. She was never there when Rowan desperately looked for her, but always present when Rowan had nearly forgotten to look at all. She became a quiet mentor, a guide not by instruction, but by gentle questioning and the offering of small, symbolic gifts. Under her subtle guidance, Rowan began to pay closer attention to the small victories. One morning, after managing to speak a kind truth that was difficult to say, a cascade of golden honeysuckle tumbled over the garden wall, its sweet scent a reward for bravery. The old woman appeared that evening and tucked the moon-colored feather behind Rowan's ear. "For lightness," she whispered, "to remind you that honest words are never a burden." Another time, Rowan spent an entire afternoon patiently untangling a knot of stubborn ivy that had choked a rose bush. It was tedious, frustrating work, but Rowan persisted, their fingers working with a gentle determination. When the last tendril was loosened and the rose bush breathed free, a single perfect rose bloomed, its petals the color of deep, understanding amethyst. That night the old woman gifted Rowan the spool of shimmering thread. "For connection," she said, "to weave the parts of yourself together." As the seasons turned, Rowan's inner changes began to manifest more beautifully. When they learned to forgive a small hurt they'd been carrying, their hair began to gleam with strands of what looked like spun sunlight. When they discovered a hidden talent for mending broken things, a soft, golden light would glow gently from their palms, not to fix but to soothe. The garden, in response, became a breathtaking tapestry of evolving life. Flowers changed color with Rowan's shifting understanding. A blossom might be shy pink in the morning and a confident cerulean by afternoon. The very air hummed with a quiet, magical music that corresponded to the rhythm of Rowan's heartbeat. The old woman watched it all with her serene, green eyes. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves began to blush and let go, she found Rowan staring at a large, silken cocoon attached to a low-hanging branch of the apple tree. It had been there for weeks, a silent, patient mystery. "I don't know what's inside," Rowan said, their voice tinged with both anxiety and excitement. "What if it's not ready? What if it never opens?" The old woman placed a comforting hand on Rowan's shoulder. "The caterpillar does not know it will become a butterfly. It only knows the work of the cocoon, the quiet, dark patience of becoming. Trust the process, dear one. The most beautiful transformations happen in the dark, where no one is watching." This lesson settled deep within Rowan, a seed of patience planted in fertile soil. They stopped anxiously checking the cocoon every day. Instead, they tended to the garden to themselves with a new kind of faith. They watered the plants not with expectation, but with love. They greeted their own strange, magical changes, the mossy fingertips, the glowing palms, the sun-streaked hair, not as oddities, but as parts of a whole they were still learning. The first frost came, painting the world in a delicate lace of white. The garden slept, but it was a vibrant, dreaming sleep, the colors of the flowers merely muted beneath the crystalline blanket. Rowan stood in the quiet, their breath puffing in the cold air, feeling a strange sense of peace. The great swirling uncertainty inside had settled into a calm, deep river, flowing steadily towards an unknown but welcoming sea. On the morning of the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, Rowan woke with a feeling of profound stillness. They walked into the garden, their feet leaving soft prints in the frost. And there, on the apple tree branch, the cocoon was trembling. Rowan stood, heart pounding a gentle rhythm against their ribs, and watched. There was no rushing it. The struggle was part of the process, a necessary strength being built wing by wing. Then a small tear appeared. A delicate, trembling leg emerged, then another. Slowly, wonderfully, a creature emerged into the winter sun. It was not a butterfly nor a moth, but something entirely new. Its wings were the color of twilight, dusted with specks of gold that shimmered like distant stars. Its body was soft and velvety, and its eyes held the same ancient, knowing green as the old woman's. It perched on the edge of the empty cocoon, pumping its wings slowly, letting them dry and harden in the pale light. A sense of completion, warm and whole, filled Rowan. They understood. The cocoon was not just on the tree, it had been inside them all along. They had been the patient caterpillar, the quiet chrysalis, and now they were this new, beautiful creature, ready for a different kind of flight. As if summoned by the thought, the old woman stepped into the garden. She looked at the star-winged creature, then at Rowan, and her smile was one of pure, unadulterated joy. "The garden is in full bloom," she said softly. Rowan looked around. Despite the frost, the garden was radiant. Flowers in colors without names nodded in the breeze, their fragrances weaving a complex and lovely song. The silvery moss on the cottage stones gleamed, and the air was warm with an inner light. "It is," Rowan agreed, their voice steady and clear. "But it feels like a beginning." The old woman nodded. "Every ending is a seed for a new beginning. You have learned to tend your own garden, Rowan. You have learned that change is not to be feared, but to be welcomed as a kind of magic. You have learned to be your own mentor, your own gentle guide." She reached into the pocket of her cloak and pulled out one last gift. It was a small, plain pouch made of brown cloth. "Seeds," she said, placing it in Rowan's hand. "For the next garden, wherever you may find it." Rowan clutched the pouch, feeling the tiny, promise-filled shapes within. They looked at the old woman, this constant, gentle presence through their metamorphosis, and felt a surge of gratitude so profound it brought tears to their eyes. The tears that fell onto the frost-kissed soil did not freeze. Instead, tiny luminous sprouts pushed their way up, glowing with a soft, internal light. "Thank you," Rowan whispered. The old woman simply smiled, her form beginning to blur at the edges, as if she were made of morning mist. The teacher becomes the student, and the student becomes the teacher. The story is a circle, never truly ending. And with that, she faded away, leaving behind only the scent of old books and damp earth. Rowan was alone, but not lonely. They stood in their vibrant, winter-defying garden, the star-winged creature now fluttering to rest on their shoulder. They looked out towards the sleeping mountains, towards the vast, unknown world, holding the pouch of seeds tightly. The great transformation was complete, but it was not an end. It was the opening of a new chapter, the first step on a path they were now ready to walk. The cocoon was empty, the seed was planted, and Rowan, full of a quiet, humming light, was ready to bloom. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kalen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kalen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kalen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kalen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kalen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kalen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moon vines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They WTO'd their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kalen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kalen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kalen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer. Flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kalen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kalen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kalen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kalen's hand and led him to the Nebula Nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kalen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kalen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kalen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kalen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kalen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kalen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kalen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willow Brook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willow Brook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willow Brook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed and Silas understood. This was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the Keeper of Whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the Keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the Keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The Keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the Keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more, were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singers' songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the mosskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the mosskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisper wood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The Harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the Moskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other Moskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch puffed out its chest and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singer's pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The Moskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the Moskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed its magic, a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. In the quiet, tucked-away village of Glimmer-Brook, where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy rivers between cottages with thatched roofs, there was a sense of perpetual twilight, softened by the gentle hum of life. The air often carried the sweet scent of baking bread from the miller's wife, mingled with the earthy fragrance of damp moss after a rain. At the heart of the village stood an ancient clock tower, its brass hands moving with a soft, rhythmic tick-tock that echoed like a heartbeat through the lanes. Wind chimes hung from every eave tinkled melodies when the breeze danced through, and sometimes a gentle rain would patter on the leaves, adding its own whispered rhythm to the night. The people of Glimmerbrook were a kind-hearted lot, known for their warm smiles and readiness to share a story by the fireside. But lately a peculiar mystery had settled over the village, one that sparked curiosity rather than fear. It began when young Alara, no, not Alara, let's call her Anya, a girl with eyes as observant as an owl's and a heart that listened to the whispers of the world, noticed something odd. The stars above Glimmerbrook, usually a sparkling tapestry woven into the velvet sky, had started to vanish. Not all at once, but one by one, as if being plucked by an invisible hand. At the same time, the flowers in the village gardens, which typically bloomed in cheerful reds and yellows, began to shift hues overnight. Roses turning azure, daisies flushing violet, as if painted by a dreamer's brush. Anya, who spent her days tending to her grandmother's garden and her evenings tracing constellations from her windowsill, felt a stir of wonder. She wasn't frightened. Instead, she was filled with a gentle curiosity, like the first sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. She decided to investigate, armed not with tools but with patience and empathy, for she believed that every mystery held a story waiting to be understood. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme that the village children sang while skipping rope near the clock tower. It went, "When the clock ticks backwards and the rain falls up, seek the map where the silver cup guides the way to the sleeping glen, where stars are borrowed and made again." Anya had heard this rhyme all her life, but now the words seemed to shimmer with new meaning. She wondered if the missing stars and the color-changing flowers were connected to this sleeping glen. But what did it mean for the clock to tick backwards? The village clock tower had always been steadfast, its hands moving forward with reliable grace. She began her investigation by visiting the eldest villager, Old Man Hemlock, who lived in a cottage surrounded by whispering pines. His home was filled with curiosities, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, shelves of leather-bound books, and a collection of antique maps. Anya found him sitting by his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Grandfather Hemlock," she said softly, "have you noticed the stars disappearing, and the flowers changing colors?" The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, young Anya, the world is full of wonders that come and go like the tides. But yes, I have seen such things before, long ago. There's an old tale about a glen where time flows gently, sometimes even backwards, and where the stars go to rest." He showed her a faded map, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like butterfly wings. It depicted Glimmerbrook and the surrounding woodland, with a path leading to a place marked the Starfall Glen. But the path was incomplete, as if part of the map had been lost to time. "This map has been in my family for generations," Hemlock explained. "They say it holds the key to the glen, but no one has found the way in years." Anya studied the map carefully. She noticed that the constellations drawn along the edges, Orion's belt, the Big Dipper, seemed to align with the missing stars in the sky. Perhaps the stars weren't vanishing, but moving to this glen. But why? And what about the color-changing flowers? She decided to follow the clues, starting with the nursery rhyme. The rhyme mentioned a silver cup, which Anya remembered was part of the village's annual festival, used to drink from the wishing well. But the festival was months away. This felt like a red herring, but she followed it anyway. She went to the well, where the water shimmered with reflected starlight. As she peered into its depths, she didn't find answers about the stars, but she did notice that the flowers around the well had turned a deep, luminous green, a color she'd never seen before. It was a delightful discovery. The well's water seemed to have a nurturing effect on the plants, making them glow with health. She made a mental note to share this with the gardeners later. Next, Anya turned her attention to the clock tower. The rhyme spoke of the clock ticking backwards, but the tower's keeper, a meticulous man named Mr. Pendulum, assured her that nothing was amiss. "My clock has never missed a beat," he said, polishing the brass face with a cloth. But as they spoke, Anya heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a faint chime that seemed to echo backwards, like a melody played in reverse. Mr. Pendulum didn't notice, but Anya's sharp ears caught it. She wondered if this was a clue tied to the glen's backwards flowing time. She decided to explore the woodland beyond the village, taking the old map with her. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through leaves in dappled patterns, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As she walked, she listened to the ambient sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant coo of a wood pigeon, and the occasional chime from the village carried on the wind. She followed the path on the map, but it soon diverged into multiple trails, each looking equally inviting. Here, she encountered another red herring. She met a friendly badger who seemed to be leading her to a hidden cave, rumored to hold treasures. Anya followed, her empathy telling her the badger meant no harm. Inside the cave, she found not treasure but a collection of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, illuminating ancient drawings on the walls. The drawings depicted villagers from long ago dancing under a sky full of stars, with flowers that changed colors around them. It was a delightful discovery, a piece of history that showed Glimmer-Brook had always been magical. The badger nuzzled her hand, as if thanking her for appreciating the art, and Anya felt a warm connection to the past. Returning to the map, Anya realized that the key might be in the constellation patterns. That night she sat on a hill overlooking the village, watching the sky. She saw that the missing stars formed a new pattern, one that resembled a pathway leading to the woods. Using the map, she aligned the drawn constellations with the sky, and noticed that the Big Dipper's handle pointed directly to a cluster of oak trees she had passed earlier. The next day, she ventured back to that spot. There, hidden behind a curtain of ivy, was a stone archway she had overlooked. Carved into the arch were words from the nursery rhyme, "Where stars are borrowed and made again." As she stepped through, the air grew still, and she heard the gentle sound of a stream flowing nearby. She had found the Starfall Glen. The glen was a breathtaking sight. It was a circular clearing surrounded by ancient trees, with a pool of water at its center that reflected the sky so perfectly it seemed like a second heaven. But the most astonishing thing was that time here felt different. She watched as a leaf fell from a tree, only to float upwards and reattach itself to a branch. The stream flowed backwards, bubbling towards its source. And above, the missing stars were gathered, floating like fireflies just above the treetops, casting a soft, silvery light. The flowers in the glen were in constant flux, shifting from blue to gold to pink, as if breathing with color. In the center of the glen, Anya found a group of gentle, luminous beings, forest spirits who tended the stars. They explained that every century, the stars grew weary from shining so brightly and needed to rest in the glen, where time flowed backwards to rejuvenate them. The color-changing flowers were a side effect, their pigments influenced by the star's energy. The spirits had borrowed the stars temporarily, and the backwards time was a natural part of the cycle, meant to no one's harm. The spirits were surprised that Anya had found them, for most humans never noticed the subtle changes. But Anya's observation and empathy had led her to them. She learned that the nursery rhyme and the map were left by ancestors who knew of the glen, meant to guide curious souls in times of wonder. Anya returned to Glimmerbrook with the news. Instead of causing alarm, she gathered the villagers and shared her discovery. They were amazed and delighted. Old Man Hemlock smiled, saying, "So the old stories are true." Mr. Pendulum realized that the backwards chimes he'd occasionally heard were echoes from the glen, and the gardeners understood why their flowers were so vibrant. The mystery solved, the village decided to celebrate. They held a festival under the partially star-filled sky, with music from the wind chimes and the gentle rain adding its rhythm. They sang the nursery rhyme with new meaning, and Anya led a group to the glen, where the spirits welcomed them. Together, villagers and spirits shared stories and laughter, and the community grew closer, united by the wonder they had uncovered. As the stars gradually returned to the sky, shining brighter than ever, and the flowers settled into their normal hues, Glimmerbrook settled back into its cozy rhythm. Anya continued to watch the stars, now with a deeper understanding that some mysteries are not problems to be solved, but gifts to be cherished. And every time the clock tower chimed or the wind played its melodies, the villagers remembered the time when curiosity brought them all together, wrapping them in a blanket of shared magic and peace.